Back with another live stream. It has been a full week since I've been able to go live, and so I'm really excited to be able to jump in and be launching this live stream. We're going to chat for just a little bit before jumping into any of the deck builds. I'm going to maybe upgrade a few cards while I wait for people to trickle in, and then we can jump in with a little bit of gameplay. But B Doggy Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm glad that you're able to join us. It looks like you're maybe the first person that has jumped in, but hopefully you're having a great day. Kino, welcome in as well. And then glad to be here on my day off. I'm glad that you're able to be here as well. I'm going to be streaming most of next week. I'm off for the 4th of July week, and so every day but the 4th. So I'm going to be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Saw the YouTube community post for the live and came right here. I appreciate it. Tone Lock, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Let's see if maybe I have some variants for a few of these cards while we wait for people to trickle in. Absurdity, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Happy Friday to you as well. Let me turn off the untapped real fast. Let's see. Hey, I do have a Ghost Rider one. Go ahead and switch to a Ghost Rider variant. The last time I haven't used a Ghost Rider in quite a while. Unexpected stream from the GOAT. Gallagher Gal, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So I'm actually going to be streaming today and then most of next week as well. I'm glad you were able to find the stream though. And then RN, welcome in as well. We got to get some new channel point redeems here. I have to figure out what I can do that's not going to take away from much of the stream, but gives you guys something interactive. And so I'm thinking of a few, but I don't have them in place just yet. But I would like to get some. We're okay with this blade one. I don't think I do have a Black Knight one, but I haven't, I've never upgraded Black Knight. I think we'll go with Max Grecki on this one. Boofin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Excited that you were able to join us. Official Saucepan, good morning. It's so nice to see you back and enjoying. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I think the meta feels like it's in a place where it's fairly healthy. There's a lot of decks that may not blow the game away, but they're viable. And so you can get really creative with some of your builds. And that's definitely what I like. I don't like to feel like it's the grind where you're just playing the same thing day after day and week after week. And then Chase, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub.
Hey,
let me make sure that the alerts are on. But welcome in. So glad to have you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. All right, so we'll finish upgrading some. Still feels weird to regularly see you stream again. It feels weird. Like every time I launch, there's just a little bit of like anxiety to launch the stream. But I'm glad to be here. Hey, Ad Maddie.
Hey,
welcome for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. That starts us with a hype train incredibly early. Hopefully you're having a great day. Glad that you could join us and that you're enjoying the stream. I don't think I have enough to split her again. I'm okay with this. Actually, let's switch the Lady Sif one. I have a sweet God split I got last night. Check it out in Discord. Okay, I'll check it out here in just a second. I kind of like this one. Let's see what it looks like in gold. I inked my Miss Marvel 2 days ago. Ooh, on the 4th split is awesome. I'd rather have gold, but black and white is like my runner-up that I go to. I think it's between these two for me. Sleeper, welcome in. And then UFG, glad the streams are back. I'm glad that they're back as well. I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying being able to interact with you guys, and just creating the content again has been so exciting. I'm actually going to be streaming most of next week, so if you guys are able to, definitely jump in and join. Depends on the card. Sometimes I prefer ink or gold. I think for the most part I enjoy gold, but I think you're right. There's probably a few. What's your favorite deck at the moment? It's between a mill deck or just like a junk or clutter. I guess I'm an evil player. So I'm gonna post a video for this one in about 20 minutes. So 10:15 it's set to go live. So this is like a Grandmaster clutter. It's it has some interesting play lines. It has the early game engine of like the Angela, Athena, Kitty Pryde style stuff, but the clutter that I like in like a Debris, Green Goblin, Titania style play. And so I definitely, this one is one of my favorites. I like junk style decks. I don't necessarily care for a Nihilus. It feels like that's a little bit too late game for what I like to do with a clutter style deck. And I also really enjoy mill. Right now I've been playing around with a Fastos mill. I'm not sure that it's better than the other one, but it's been performing pretty decently. I climbed from 300 to low 200 ranks last night using this one. I stole several 8 cubes with just the amount of like counterplay that it has with like the Red Guardian where they're not expecting it. Yeah, I think so. Angela in those, even though she got nerfed, she still regularly gets to about 9 power, which is still, I think, plenty for like a clutter style deck. Junk style decks, a lot of times what they're missing is that end game finding a way to bring home those lanes. And between Angela and Athena and then our movable cards, we can use that as a way to like block off a location, use Debris to block off theirs, and then we can move our card away to play an additional one if we need to. Yeah, it keeps her just under Shang-Chi range. Most of the time I'm hitting like 8 or 9 with her, rather than hitting like 12 or 14 and then being susceptible to that Shang-Chi counter. So I still think she's really good in those. But those are my two. You could also go with more of like a traditional like clutter or junk where you're using magic. You're looking to do like a Doc Ock to really pull in those cards. And then you have the counterplay in like Stegron to move it, Cannonball to move it. But I've been messing around with Grandmaster Innate, and it's been decent for me. But let's see. We'll go ahead and we'll jump in. I want to check to make sure I don't have any variants for any of these other ones.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Hey, Scat the Goblin. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 4 as well. 4 for the day, and we just started streaming. So thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Let's throw Legendary Border. Do I have any Alioth decks? So the Thanos deck that I use runs Alioth, and I like him in that one. I tried to do some kind of like cheeky super giant one, but it didn't really work out. And so Alioth I'm still kind of playing around with for now. And then Rin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. No splits on him, and I can change this one. That way we get the animation on it. Kind of like this one. And then Sibelius, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. KM Best made a Pixie Alioth deck. I could see that doing really decently. I haven't tested it in Pixie, and I did unlock Pixie, and so that's definitely one that I want to try out. You said Bobcut Infinite? Which one's Bobcut? And then Just Ichi, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. So I think we'll go with this for now. We are going to be starting off with a little bit of Black Knight Sandman, especially with Pixie decks, the Steampunk one. We can switch to the Steampunk one. We'll go with that one. And then welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. It's going well for me. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Friday. So we can go with this for now. I still don't have a variant for old Jeff. With the rise of decks like the Kitty Pryde, the Athena engine being so popular, with people using Pixie and wanting to drop multiple cards a turn, something like Sandman, especially when you're not really anticipating it, can be really devastating for their last turn play. And we have a lot of ways to push a lot of power onto the board. And we can always do maybe a double drop of like Miss Marvel plus Jeff after the Sandman comes down, if we need to. Dan Hip Infinite is the best one. I don't have the Dan Hip one, right? Nah, I don't have the Dan Hip one. But I do think the Dan Hip Infinite does look pretty good. What are your thoughts on Fastos? I think he's okay. He's not a card that is just outright going to win games by himself. But I think he's in an okay spot. Like, I've used him in several different shells, and I thought he felt decent. It doesn't feel like you have to slot him in. So if you don't have him, at least right now, he doesn't feel pivotal. But I've kind of liked him in like a Grandmaster style Fastos mill. That way we have the option to either double hit the Fastos or use it on our mill cards instead. And then with the Thanos, I think he slots in there pretty well. I think there's a couple of decks that utilize him and make benefit, but without it, it doesn't completely break the deck either. It just increases your high roll chance. So I like Fastos, but if you're limited on keys, it may not be that you rush into it just yet. And then Zozo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I don't think he's just a Surfer card. I do think there's going to be a couple of decks in the future with like Gwynpool that he'll fit into really well. But we'll have to see how well he performs at that point. I'm working with this in the background. How good and fast is your play-by-play commentary? I have an imagination. It's decent, especially when I'm not interacting with chat, Mystic. But for the most part, it should be pretty decent. And then Cursory Comb, welcome in. Spirit, you said I used all 3 keys but didn't get him. That's unfortunate. You know, if you get another one, it's guaranteed, but it is unfortunate to spend that many. Especially if you were looking at potentially getting Arishem next week. Kind of sad the move card buff doesn't impact the meta. I think it's setting place or precedent for the Spider-Man season that's coming up. I think move with those pieces in mind may get a little bit stronger, but a lot of times move decks where they falter is being able to have that hard counter. If the opponent just hits an incredible high roll, can you still win by countering those cards? And so a lot of times, if you run into one of those matches with a move deck, it's really hard to come over the top of it. Yeah, Mockingbird is still insanely strong. But we're going to go ahead and launch over into a few games. Let me bring back up the deck tracker. And we're going to jump into a few. Hopefully we have a good stream. Even if we end up losing, then as long as I can interact with you guys, it should be fantastic. All right, actually, let's see if my video is ready to launch live. I can launch it now instead of at 10:15. And then we'll jump over into a couple of games. But Mystic, I appreciate you having us on in the background while you work. This is like a safe for work style stream. I'm not going to be doing any cussing or slurring. So if that's the case, you're safe to have it on in the background. All right, I'm gonna push that video live. If you guys want to check it out, I'll link it in the chat. It's for the Grandmaster Clog deck. You don't have to jump out of stream, but if for some reason you wanted to load it and check it out, you can. Any thoughts on the over-the-air Mr. TLSG? I think Angela is still pretty strong. It definitely doesn't kill her off entirely. It's just if you're going really heavy on her. But for me, I found that it keeps it just below Shang-Chi range, so it's a little bit safer in most situations. But I think she's still good. And then other than that, I don't think it shook too much up. I think it's setting some kind of groundwork for some bigger changes that they're looking at on the horizon. And then Sleeper just finished work, so I can chill. Welcome in Havoc. Hopefully you're having a great day. Family-friendly streamers are the best, because my 3-year-old is usually hanging around. The Dark Nizzle, I have a 3-year-old as well. She's like 3 and a half, almost 3.5. And so, yeah, I definitely keep that in mind, just in case she ever for some reason finds my videos as she gets older. I want it to be something that, you know, it's the way that I conduct myself normally. I don't want to be embarrassed if she finds something and she's like, why are you talking like that? And so I definitely keep it safe for work here. But let's go ahead and launch over into a couple of games. We'll see how Black Knight Sandman treats us today. Wait, no blink? You think blink over Nocturne? I've tried it both ways. And this, from what I was seeing, the first time I saw a similar shell was, I think it was Zombies Go Nom Nom on Twitter. Over Miss Marvel, really. I like Miss Marvel as that way to get additional power into those other lanes. And I like Sandman as a way to surprise the opponent. We have a lot of decks that want to do multiple things on the last turn. Don't tell my kids, but me staying safe for work and playing Snap don't always overlap. I completely understand. Some people, it's just that that hard to. It's just it hits them a little bit different, and it just pokes that nerve that just shouldn't be poked. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up some stats. I don't think there's a whole lot on this deck, but I kind of like the idea of Nocturne. Let's see. So we have Black Knight, Red Guardian. I think Jeff is going to be staple, Ghost Rider, and then we can see what some other ones are looking like. And I'll switch it over for you guys. This should do it. So we have a couple of different shells, and this is in top 10%, which is usually around the range that I keep it in. So the one with Blink ends up being around a 54% win rate, but it doesn't have incredible cube equity. The one with Nocturne, which I think the only change is... Oh, this one doesn't... Yeah. And then I don't see one with Blink over Miss Marvel. We can try it out. I guess this one, but it doesn't have Nocturne either. It slots in Jubilee instead. But the one that I have loaded, it has decent stats, at least for a small range of games, and that's what I was going to try out first. But if it doesn't work, we can always try a couple of the subs. If it feels like we need the Blink to get a little bit higher high roll, we can always switch to that. And then Endless Chatter. I think I missed the notification. I apologize. But thank you for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. What replacements would you make for White Widow and Red Guardian? In the Sandman deck? Or the Clutter deck walk? We don't have White Widow in this one. Just the Red Guardian. Black Knight in this one gives you a really sneaky line that kind of ties together the light discard package. That Blink deck was getting 0.78 cubes. Oh, the one with White Widow? Yeah, that one's structure is just a little bit different. And so it's really, really close. A little bit lower win rate, but the cube rate is about the same. It used Scar. Yeah, I see that now. I'm so confused as to get what to get with my 9k tokens. I have like 12 cards unowned. Zozo, so for me, spending those tokens really comes down to what type of deck you enjoy playing. So like for me, I really enjoy like the clutter style stuff and the mill style stuff, and I am more likely to play those, even if I lose. I'm more likely to play those and enjoy playing those. And so that's what I would look at filling out versus necessarily what's the top deck, because that can always change. But if you're enjoying the deck, that makes those losses a little bit easier to kind of swallow. If you're enjoying like the play line and the play style of the deck. So I think figure out what archetype you like the most, and then try to use those to kind of round out whatever deck it is that does well for that archetype. And then Waffle Brains, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're gonna jump in with this one. We may switch if it doesn't end up doing well for us. But I've ran a lot of things with White Widow, and I I feel like I end up throwing her into most decks. So I'd like to try one without it and see how it does. Would you consider doing a review of the data mine cards, either live here or on YouTube? Yeah, I think we could probably do that sometime next week. I'm going to be streaming most of the week next week. And so I'm sure we could find a little bit of downtime to do that. By the way, first time catching a stream. Love the YouTube content. Glad I could swing by. Rufio, welcome in. Hopefully you're having... I'm glad that you were able to find the stream and that you enjoy the content. And I'm really glad to have you here. So we have the Black Knight set up. We have a Lady Sif that's going to come down on 3. Right now, it's going to be guaranteed to discard the Infinite. At worst, it's going to end up being like a Red Hulk or Magneto. But that gives us a turn 4 play that's going to be really, really big. And so then if we end up transferring that into a turn 5 Sandman, we already have like 20 power on the board. We just have to figure out how to win one additional location. White Widow was my most played card this season. Yeah, it's such a flexible card. Even the negative power isn't huge. That's not like the biggest factor for me. It's just such a cheap clutter tool that it feels almost irreplaceable. So they played their Hood. They played the Demon to get the bonus on Krakoa. I think we're still going to do Lady Sif. At worst, it discards 12 power. At best, it's 20. We can use that to win Asgard to give ourselves a better chance to draw into like Ghost Rider to resummon. They could be running with this. It could be Bounce. It could be looking at like the Annihilus line. But I Sif left and Blade mid. A save mid for Blade? We can. We can save it for the Blade so we top deck something. We may lose Asgard if we do that. Then we don't have as good of a chance to draw into Ghost Rider. But with Blade coming in, I think it'll bump it by 20, right? And we do hit the Infinite, so we're going to get the Ebony Blade coming in at 20 power. It's going to be massive. And we do have the Sandman to follow it up on 5. So it'll be Sandman. I think we're in a huge spot. Sandman coming in on 5 would be nasty. We should have snapped before the Lady Sif came down, but we'll take it where we can. It turned into the perfect curve. The only thing that could have been better would be like a Jeff on top of it to smooth out on 2. But we'll take the 1 cube, and that's a good start to the day. Sometimes we start off a little rough. I have a good feeling about today. We've had some bad RNG the last couple of days. I feel like it's going to have worked itself out by now. And then
hey,
thank you,
welcome. It took you long
thank you guys
enough.
for joining. Cal Rossi Walk. Oog, you said, "Hey TLSG, my man, so happy you're back, and I can't believe you're streaming." Let me drop a sub. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, OG Holot. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Glad to have you here. We lost our Red Hulk. What did they end up losing? They lost their Ant-Man,
Hey,
so not
welcome.
huge for
It
them.
took you long enough.
Rufio, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Very glad to have you. In this deck, what would you recommend for a Red Guardian replacement? Really any other tech card. You could probably take out Red Guardian for Blink if you wanted to help increase that curve as well. This deck have weakness to Shadow King. Yeah, they can set your Ebony Blade to 0 if you play it out early. Yeah, you can do Luke Cage if you need the Shadow King protection as well. All right, so the left is Sokovia, the middle one being Castle Blackstone. We can actually get a blade on... We can get a blade for turn number 4. I think is going to be pretty big. I think I'm going to set Black Knight to the left. We're going to play Blade in mid. I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. They don't know that the Black Knight's coming down, so they won't know to expect an Ebony Blade, a big Ebony Blade, coming into the mix. And so they have Jeff in mid. We will tie, so they're not going to get extra energy next turn. But neither are we. Once turn 4 comes down, we should be able to have that extra energy from Castle Blackstone kind of locked in. Sanctum Sanctorum, unless we draw Jeff, they win, or... We can just Red Guardian their Jeff so that they can't move it out. Next turn we have Ebony Blade to get the extra power, the extra energy from Castle Blackstone. And so we'll let Nebula scale for now, but that saves us the potential loss in Sanctum Sanctorum. Seeing the Ant-Man that they discarded, this is probably more of a Zoo-style deck. They probably have like a Shanna, a Khazar, a Squirrel Girl, that they can potentially get into the Sanctum Sanctorum. That's if they are able to draw it. But with 12 power here, I think we're going to be pressuring every single lane pretty well. So they do have the Khazar coming down. We have to look out for how big Nebula is scaling. We also get Nocturne here, so I kind of like splitting these two, and then depending on what we top deck. Infinite would of course be the worst. The Miss Marvel, we could potentially get an extra +5 to the right. Ghost Rider would also be really good at either resummoning our Magneto or resummoning the Red Hulk that we discarded. They always get Hood. So the blue Marvel comes down. We have to look out for Squirrel Girl coming in with a 3-power Squirrel. And then we draw Sandman a touch too late. But I think we can probably overpower it by just pushing 2 cards to the right. A Shanna would be a hope for them. We're going to have 8 power over there. Squirrel is not going to do it if they do Squirrel plus Gilgamesh. And their Gilgamesh would be 9, 10, 11, 12. Push them up to 20, we'd still be able to overpower it with our Sandman. And so we're going to lock this in, see if we can grab the quick 4 cubes to start off the stream. Ooh, they could Ultron. Do these decks run Ultron now? Ooh, yeah, it could be an Ultron. I feel like most of the Gilgamesh decks have cut the Ultron though, right? If they do, then they're going to get 4 from us. No Ultron? I feel like most of them, if they're running Ultron, they have Patriot. Victory. Yeah, and the Galactus deck is also another common home for him. So we do force the retreat. We end up getting the 2 cubes. We will gladly take it. That's 2-0 so far for the deck. So far, we've been pretty lucky with the Black Knight draws. We'll see if we're able to keep holding onto that. Yeah, he still exists sometimes. So definitely something to be aware of at the very least. Hey, Glads, you said I wanted to watch your video, but then you said I should join the stream, so I did. Thank you so much for the bits, and I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you enjoy your time over here. We're gonna be streaming for quite a while. If you want to hop out, watch this video, and then hop back over, we will still be live after that ends. So we start with a really good early game. So I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. We start with Black Knight in our opening hand. I feel bad. Sorry, Scarlific. We roped you on turn number 1. And we do end up hitting the retreat. We had a really good Black Knight into Lady Sif, discarding one of these 2. We have the Ebony Blade that we'd be able to play, then potentially resummon it. So we will gladly take the one where we can. Jump over into the next one. Zoro, you said, I see you're coming around to Grandmaster with your most recent video. Hopefully I inspired you on Discord the other day with my mill deck. Yeah, it's one that it's kind of like Absorbing Man for me. Sometimes he feels like he absolutely carries the game home, but sometimes he feels like he's a dead draw. So I'm trying to integrate him into a couple of different builds that I think he'd fit into pretty well. But I like the idea of his kit. It's just finding really good ways to use it. So we do have Black Knight. Right now, we don't have a discard engine or a high power card, so I'm just going to play it out. I'm not going to snap into it, and then we'll see. Don't worry, I'll keep the video safe for later. First time in the stream, so I'll enjoy it here. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad to have you. Hopefully you enjoyed. It's very similar, but I get a lot more distracted during the streams. I prefer Grandmaster 2-1 with Ravonna. That's true. You could get him down to 1 pretty easily. I didn't have him whenever he was 2-1. I unlocked him after his little buff, and so I never got to experiment with that shell. So if we get a discard engine, it'd be a touch late, but we'd be able to get quite a bit out onto the board. With them having Jeff Thena, they have the really cheap, really good engine. Blade would discard Magneto. I'd be curious if we ever hold it. for next turn. I kind of like the idea of throwing it now, though. We can throw it now. Next turn, potentially Sandman. Potentially the Ebony Blade. With it being Athena Shell, they're going to want to drop multiple things, but this blade feels awful. But I'm gonna send it. It allowed a Zola GM last turn. That would be pretty cool to do. Zodrex. Did you ever buy the Wong bundle? No, I didn't. I ended up getting the Ironheart one to help get a few tokens to kind of grab the last couple of cards that I was missing. So Sandman still worries me. But we could always Sandman, potentially do Miss Marvel and then move Jeff over. That gives us a big push, or just drop down the Red Hulk. That would stop their Athena from scaling on the last turn, but I'm not sure that would be enough. They do come down with a Black Widow and a Kitty Pryde. So the right lane, Athena's going to scale a bit more. A lot of power to overcome over there, though. I think we're going to abandon Atlantis. I'm going to move Jeff over. It's only for one additional cube. If it was for a higher stake, I'd definitely consider retreating here. But I think we could potentially get lucky. They can only have one card that they drop. So depending on how big it is, we've seen Black Widow, Kitty Pryde. Kitty Pryde could come down, but that's not a huge push for them. And they do stack in the left, unfortunately. They abandoned the middle location as well. Eliath comes down in the left, and it comes down to a point differential, and they end up winning it, unfortunately. Is there a command for your Discord? Yeah. So there should be exclamation point Discord. Should pull it up for you. Came here from the YouTube video. Excellent deck building as always. Rod Clutcher, thank you so much for jumping over. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I enjoy a good junk style deck. And so I was excited to be able to find a way to build one that incorporated Grandmaster Absorbing Man to just really focus on the clutter aspect rather than the kind of Hail Mary of a Doc Ock sometimes. All right, and so next up we have Nitro, the first location being the Abbey. We don't get a fantastic early game draw. We're missing most of our playable cards, but we do have Ghost Rider. So if we end up drawing into a discard engine, we can resummon it with the Ghost Rider a little bit later. I don't have Hercules just yet. I think he is in the spotlights next week. So next week I'll be able to grab him. Is Sandman discard common now? Not really. I wouldn't say it's incredibly common. I feel like in a Black Knight shell, it's not so much hard on the discard. It's very light discard. But if it's a Phoenix Force deck, they destroy the multiple man this turn. Our Red Guardian doesn't do much. Otherwise, we might be able to stop. Yeah. So it's a Phoenix Force deck. I don't think we can really do much against them having such an awful curve here. They won't be able to do an Arnhem Zola onto the Venom. But really the most we could do would be like Miss Marvel. Do a second Miss Marvel plus a Black Knight. That's only going to impact one of the lanes with that plus 10. And they should have maybe Phoenix Force gives it a lot of reach into Nidavellir. And if not, the Shuri Nimrod line is pretty solid for him as well. How many keys do you have? None. I spent 3 this week to get both Fastos and Corvus. I was missing Corvus. And so I did end up spending all of my keys that I had. So right now I don't have any banked. By next week, I have the resources to be able to get up to probably 3 pretty comfortably. Because I haven't done the Conquest mode rewards either. And so I should be able to unlock a few different... Oh no, I guess I did. I thought I had some of the credits and gold left in Conquest, but it doesn't look like I do. And so with the resources that I have, I should be able to convert some of the gold to credits to make sure that I have at least enough to pull Arisham next week. Super mean deck you uploaded today? Yeah, for whatever reason, that feels like the direction that I go in quite often, is those really mean decks. And then Real Raptor, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. And then B-Dog, you said this month felt so bad for collection complete players. Oh, because of Makari and Fastos being kind of weak draws. Slow and steady. What, on the card acquisition? I've got over 400 collectors reserve saved. Still hoping that if they do change it, I feel like at this point they're gonna do it from anything you unlock from that point on. Hey, you're wearing glasses in the news video. I forgot to take them off. I normally wear glasses when I stream. I put on contacts, but if I wear them too long, they hurt my eyes, and so I forgot to take them off in the first game of the new video. So we have Lady Sif. The discount from Utopia is nice. We can get Miss Marvel down, but she's going to move after the Bifrost. So I kind of want to do her here. And then we'll see from there. This is my first season back since January. Oh, well, it's not going to move because of Reality Stone. First season back since January. Yeah, I took a pretty long break. My biggest piece of advice is don't get caught up in the FOMO. It's very easy to think, I need this card, I have to have this card. There's a lot of builds that were good before, so like a Destroy build, a Deadpool Destroy build is still going to be really good. And you don't need like an excessive amount of like new things to make it work. And so try not to get too caught up in like the fear of not being able to keep up or not having everything. There's a lot of new cool things that you can use, but you don't necessarily need them to hit infinite. I like opening the reserves when I need credits. Yeah, that's what I end up doing, Philip. Is I try to save them towards the end of the season to stockpile different like gold tickets, but I try to stockpile them and hold them as well. So we do get the Lady Sif Ghost Rider combo here, which is going to allow us to discard either Magneto or the Infinite, resummon it. I'm still not sure if that necessarily wins, because they do have a pretty good reach on us.
It took you long enough.
But I do think it's worth at least staying for now. And then Pythagosaurus, thank you so much for the Prime sub, pushing us to 8 for the day. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Any replacements for Nocturne? I've seen some people use a Blink over Nocturne to get a higher high roll. The Wong video from earlier this week with Namora took me out out of a huge rut. But after the OTA, looks like meta is all over the place. Yeah, after the over there, the meta is really, really wide right now. A little too tech heavy for the Wong meta. It might be with how much like Red Guardian. I'm seeing a lot more Red Guardian than I have ever before. So I think if we did something like this, we might be able to bring home the left. It just depends on how big they play over there. I guess with the Mockingbird, if they play over there, if they play their big card to the left, we wouldn't be able to keep up with it. I think this honestly should be a retreat. Do they ever not play for Mojo World? If it's Blob. So if it's Blob, if I was in their shoes, I would play it here. This would give us 15 to the right. We'd be able to beat what they have now. But if they play just a mixture of cards and they cap out Mojo World, we would lose. So it really would be a gut read if we are sure they're going Blob or not. Curious now. No, they do fill it in. The Shadow King and then the Scar. How's it 15 right? Oh, wow. It's not. Did I miss the TLSG swear word? I don't think I swore, did I? I was thinking Miss Marvel was mid. It's never 15 to the right. I really like the Ultimate Venom variant. You spent some tokens for that one. I haven't brought myself to spend tokens for any of them. because I typically stay pretty strapped on tokens. I only have 2,000, 3,000 now. I stay pretty strapped on them. But I do think some of the ultimate variants are pretty cool. Phaser, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We started off decently, but it looks like this deck may hinge very heavily on getting the Black Knight. Venom is one of my favorite characters. Yeah, if it's a card that you use frequently, I think I ended up doing that in League of Legends for characters that I played quite a bit. I would be able to justify spending on it. But for me, since I switch cards and decks and archetypes so much, I don't really have a consistent home that I'm playing in. Philip, you said it, you're 100%. Wait, you played League of Legends? I did. I played when it was in beta, and then I think I played seasons like 3 through 5. I played until a couple of seasons after Ivern came out. This one is an X23 one. I think it was in last week's season, or like spotlights. I'm tempted for the Ultimate She-Hulk variant as well, but you gotta stay strong, Real Raptor. You gotta stay strong. Don't give in to the FOMO. So we have Doctor Strange that came down first, which is so strange. I think I'm going to Red Guardian to the right. I'm going to hope that they play a card over there this turn, and that we can take away its ability from that move. Nope. Okay. Well, I was hoping they would do that to the right and then pull it somewhere else, but that did not look like the correct line. And so with Lady Sif now, we do have Red Hulk. We have a Ghost Rider to resummon it. And so I think we can do Lady Sif to the left. Next would be Ghost or Sandman to the left, and then Ghost Rider to the right. We'd be susceptible to like a Heimdall shift, but otherwise I think we'd be able to be covered. A subpar deck on skilled hands is better than a good one on someone that doesn't know how to pilot it. It can be, not all of them. Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just can't save a deck. So Hercules comes down on the right. So if they move cards over, it gets really iffy really fast. We're gonna do Sandman to the left. I think if we Ghost Rider resummon the Red Hulk and end up winning Baxter Building, that could be enough for us to be able to win the Avengers compound after everything is said and done. They have just the Mockingbird. So it'd be an 8-point swing. By winning this location, it'd be an 8-point swing in the left lane, taking 4 away from them, giving 4 to us. I think we may support it with a Jeff over there as well. And since we have Sandman, we can play the 2. They can only play 1. Arsham week is going to be crazy. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Hawk. Like a lot of people running like Clutter or Junk. Just send rocks into their deck so that they can't draw anything. So I think we're going to split it. They can only do 1 card. We are going to send it. I'm not going to snap into it. But unless it's just a really good Heimdall shift, then we should be okay. Ooh, so does Hercules bounce Human Torch again? It does. That's actually a really cool interaction that I didn't know was possible. Wait, we lose the right. We needed the extra over there. With the Human Torch bouncing back to the right, we weren't able to pull it home. I didn't realize that a Heimdall shift with Hercules would bounce the other card that was in that lane. Really cool interaction I didn't know about. I can't wait for the Hawk to be everywhere. Yeah, he's going to be everywhere. Fastos missions, be prepared to be surfered. Yeah, depending on... I'm curious what else they're going to pair it with. Check that Zemo variant out with the pink cosmic border. Wait, which one? Did you put it in Discord, Philip? This is going to kill me for a while. Move decks drive me insane. It's so hard to pinpoint where their power is going to be. Oh, the new Zemo? He came out yesterday or a couple of days ago, right? I think he's holding Captain America's helmet or mask. I haven't seen it with the pink cosmic, but it does look good. I'm going to run this one a couple more times, but we're not having much luck with it so far. The first couple of games with Black Knight, I think it's doing really well. But the games where we don't have Black Knight, we're just not able to get enough things going to hold steady. All right, so next up we have Prizite. First location being the Eternity Range. We get Lady Sif, so we can discard the Infinite, but it would come down to if we pull into Ghost Rider to resummon him. The middle location being... There's the Ghost Rider to resummon him. The middle location being killed. X23, it's going to be a destroy deck. We have to look out for an Arnim Zola that could push additional power into Kiln. But with Great Web, that becomes really interesting really fast. Getting any guaranteed power into Kiln becomes kind of difficult. I think I'm going to snap into it. We do have the Sandman line, so we can Lady Sif, we can Ghost Rider resummon. We have Sandman on turn number 5. So then if they're saving like Death, Null, Deadpool, a lot of those smaller things that are higher impact, then we can kind of block it or counter it. They do change the Great Web, so it's not going to pull anymore. Unless they destroy one of these lanes, and Arnim Zola is not going to do a whole lot for them here. Top 3 shows you've watched or you're watching or have watched recently. I'm rewatching Breaking Bad for like the thousandth time, and then I'm watching The House of the Dragon as that airs, and I think those are really the only 2 that I'm watching much of right now. So Ghost Rider in mid feels like it's a bit excessive. Getting the extra 20 power here. We do have Magneto that could pull like a Venom around and make their overall game plan a little bit iffy. I think I'm going to go ahead and send it into kill and try to make sure that we win that one. We would want to make sure we win it even over a potential Arnim Zola. I watched the first season of Ted Lasso. I haven't seen The Bear, but I'd like to watch it. I actually haven't heard of Resident Alien. I couldn't get back into Ted Lasso after the first season. I think there was just too much of a gap, and it just didn't feel the same. It didn't feel as cozy. Thoughts on Better Call Saul? I think it was nice as a way to get some additional like Breaking Bad style or from that world, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as Breaking Bad. Like it was tolerable, but only because I enjoyed Breaking Bad so much. I think if it was a standalone, it just doesn't do it. And so we Red Guardianed their X23. It got destroyed by the Destroyer. They could be looking to do... Not sure what they're looking to do. Galactus wouldn't work. Null could be pretty decent. But we'll see. We could do the Red Hulk in mid so that we're starting to try to contest here. But I almost want to try to like a Sandman so that they're locked into one play next turn. That way if they do get some kind of like Nimrod or destroy, they can't double destroy. Have you seen X-Men 97? I have. I haven't seen the last 3 episodes. But otherwise, yeah, I've watched X-Men 97. My daughter absolutely loves it. There's one particular episode. It's episode 3, which is kind of a scary one. But she will watch that one on repeat. I kind of think we do Magneto to the left. If they're going to Arnim Zola, then they play it here. Otherwise, I think we should be okay. If they null, they're going to null over here. We pull the Venom out. They tried to eat Electro, but Sandman said nope. Yeah, and I think displacing the Venom is going to be huge here. I think they end up with just an Arnim Zola, and then nothing to show for it. Or they end up retreating. Victory. Yeah, if they did null, it would make sense that they'd play it into the Eternity Range. We're going to stack their big power plays. It's the Ultron. Yeah, that one, it's a weird combo deck. When it works better than you would think it should, but it's still very telegraphed once you're kind of aware of what play lines it has. We'll still take a win where we can. We were having a little bit of a tough time. But we'll go back, we'll take a win. Anytime we can get it. It's not a great deck. No, I think whenever it first came out, it could surprise people because it had that element of surprise of, I don't know what they're trying to run. But after it's became popular, it's not anywhere near as scary. Next up, we have rank number 10, Jocko. First location is the Vibranium Mines. They start with Hood, which is a really flexible card. It doesn't tell us too much about what kind of deck the opponent's running just yet. Maybe it will eventually, but I just bought Thena, which is the best deck for her. I still think the one that got popular a couple of days ago, I'll pull it up after this one. But it uses the Angela, Kitty Pryde, Ravonna into like Iron Man style line. So it's still a Ravonna-based deck, would be her best home. But you can really put her into a lot of things with the Kitty Pryde, Angela, Thena kind of three-piece engine. Puts a lot of power into a lot of decks that it wouldn't be there otherwise. I think I'm going to Red Guardian to the right. I feel like they're setting up... it could be the one to the left, but I feel like they're setting up for like a Cersei play here. And so I think the real one is either left or right. And I'm going to gamble on the right lane. But we don't have a great turn 4 play. I think we stick it out for now, at least. We need to grow channel point redeems. Yeah, I need to create some more. I had some, but it ended up being really, really distracting to the overall stream. And so then when I came back, at least for now, I ended up getting rid of them. But the Dark Nizzle, you said, have you considered doing a viewer battle towards the end of your stream? Would be awesome for us low-ranked players to get a chance to test our skills. I had a channel point redeem for that, but it ended up, after people got enough channel points, it ended up being such a consistent thing that it was throughout most of the stream. So we have initiative here. We could resummon with the Ghost Rider. I think they end up using Annihilus. They wouldn't have they wouldn't have intentionally capped out the right lane otherwise. And so if we did, we could do Sandman Jeff. If they do Annihilus this turn, they're going to have 15 here. We can Ghost Rider resummon the Infinite. And moving the Jeff over would block the Annihilus. But they would have space to play here, so if the real Mysterio is to the left, they could still get around it that way. It should be a one day for like 2 hours slotted. And so if the real Mysterio is to the left, then we are in a pretty tough way here. They can play one card. So they could try the Cersei here. What other big enders do they have? So Sentry is one of their high power plays. A Cersei, the Mockingbird, which they already have down. I don't know of another big high power play. I guess it'd only have to be 7, right? I don't think there's any big missing plays that are common in this shell that I'm missing. Most of their power is just that kind of mid-range value build. Cannonball. Oof. Does the build still run? Yeah, they could Cannonball right, but then Demon goes from an 8 power 1 cost to potentially like something awful. Cannonball doesn't feel as interesting, or Cannonball doesn't feel as common. I think Cersei is the most likely line. I'm going to Ghost Rider to the left, and we're going to hope. Sage. Sage was that high power play. Mr. Smock, a second too late. A second too late. We could have played it in mid. And then would we have won the tiebreaker though? It would have brought us to 20 here. No, we still would have lost the tiebreaker by 1. Well. And then Quiet Gone Jin, he said, interesting cook, sir. What's the main play line you working on? Unfortunately, the main one that we're working on is losing. But the idea is that you get a little bit of value out early in like a Black Knight, a Lady Sif for a discard, an Ebony Blade into like a surprise Sandman, or you have the alternate line of, if you don't get Black Knight, being able to discard and then resummon with Ghost Rider to get like one high value play, and then you're looking for like some mid-range value outside of that. In practice, it hasn't been working incredibly well. I'm going to give it a couple more games and we may shift. I have a Pixie deck that I brewed that I do want to try out. I'm going to grab some food, be right back. All right, we'll catch you in just a little bit, Glass. So we start with Blade. We can use that anytime we draw into a high power play, because we do have Ghost Rider already in hand. The Sandman's not what we want to focus on. But between the Jeff and Red Guardian, we may be able to take out their Jeff in mid, because they're going to be fighting for the Abbey. Let's go ahead and use Red Guardian mid before we start trying to compete for Castle Blackstone. If we end up drawing into Black Knight, we could potentially do Black Knight plus Lady Sif next turn. Ooh, they abandoned the... Oh, wow. They dodged my Red Guardian. Oh, yeah, I did forget to show the Thena deck. My bad. I'll show it right after this. Mill has been my most successful deck. I've won 3 infinite tickets. Mill is one that I get a, I get a lot of people saying that I was that it's an awful deck, or that I was clickbaiting by saying it was one of my best performing ones. But that's what I ran yesterday to drop from rank 300 to 200. And currently top 3K with mostly playing Mill. Yeah, I think there's a couple of ways that you have to kind of strategically drop it, but I do think it's still very, very solid. Mill is the most toxic deck. I don't know. I feel like clutter style decks, Black Widow decks, junk style decks, I feel like they're all about equally as toxic. Oh, you released the poison on the community? I did, and at least right now I don't regret what I've done. I'm going to do Blade into Ghost Rider to resummon the Magneto the turn that we drop him. See if we can get an extra, see if we can get the extra energy going into turn number 6. We can always move Nocturne out if we need the additional space as well.
We are the future.
And so with Magneto coming down, we have the Ebony Blade. We have, do 4, 5, 6, 7. We can use all of our energy. I think we leave Nocturne here, and then we just kind of split between the other two. I think the 12 over here, especially since Red Hulk's not going to scale, I think we should be okay. I personally detest bounce and move decks. Move doesn't bother me. It's tough to kind of pinpoint what they're wanting to do, but it doesn't bother me so much. Bounce decks can get really big really fast too. I'd rather play against old Professor X Cannonball. Really? Professor X Cannonball was getting so common and rough to the point that like it was like every game, and there wasn't a solid answer for it. At least with Mill, you can run decks that will do decently against it, like decks that when they drop their Gladiator, they're just not going to get anything good. Which Mill deck? Was there a YouTube video? Yeah, so there was a couple. The last one was the one that said it was my best deck, my best performing deck for the last 2 seasons, which it has been. That's what I ran to top 100 with last season. They moved their Nocturne over. It turned into Nidavellir, so we're actually tied over there now. Quake is going to shift the Nidavellir away, so we're not tied over there anymore. We're actually... Are we winning now? No, we're still tied. Jubilee comes down into Nidavellir, so they're actually going to get an extra card. What an unfortunate Nocturne flip. Magneto's going to pull our Ghost Rider, so does that give us the extra little bit to win there? What a wild roller coaster of things that happen there. From Nocturne generating the Nidavellir to them having extra cards and getting the Magneto that pulls us back over so that we have more cards to get the extra +5. Sometimes you just, this is the most Marvel Snap game I've ever seen. It's just wild. You can't anticipate any singular one of those, but we'll gladly take it. Jason, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Let's see. I'll show the Thena deck, and I'm actually going to grab you the link for the mill build, just in case you wanted to pull it up and see it. But I'm going to pull up the Thena build that I think is probably one of the best decks still. I haven't used it since the Over There patch, but prior to that, it was absolutely dominant. Especially in like the upper ranks. It's so hard to consistently beat. If they're running a Mobius, sometimes that'll do it. But we're going to take away the deck tracker. Guess I'm covering a little bit. I'm gonna take away me for a second. That way you can see the build. The first one I saw running this was KM Best. He didn't have Juggernaut in it. He had Jeff instead. But Juggernaut just brings home so many of the games. That if you can get it down, you're protecting one lane and you get Sage in another. It's really hard to contest for both as an opponent. But let me grab the link for the mill deck real fast. It's been one of the most recent ones. And then we'll run a few more. I don't think the Black Knight deck is super versatile, but I think it has enough power that it can win a decent amount of times. Okay, so that one is the link to the mill deck. We're going to bring back the camera real quick. And the untapped. And then we'll jump back in. Is the Thena deck still good post Angela nerf? Angela doesn't feel like it hurt as much as we would have expected. For me, she still ends up around 8 to 9 in most like Kitty Pryde shells. And so I think it still ends up being a really dominant early game engine. US Agent you can switch out for like Maximus, and White Widow you could do potentially Spider-Ham. Those aren't necessarily core in the build. Obi, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. She's never had that 3 base power. Yeah, she still feels really good. And then Glass, welcome back with the food. Hopefully you grabbed something delicious to snack on. So next up we are going against Clint, rank 617. We start off with Tinker's Workshop. So we have the extra energy, and I've actually been seeing a decent amount of Nihilist today, which kind of went away for a little bit. But Hell's Kitchen allows us to draw into Blade, and then we do get Ghost Rider. So if we draw into our Infinite, we can guarantee drop it with the Blade. That way we can resummon it later with the Ghost Rider. Obviously having Black Knight would be more ideal, but we'll see where it lands. With Kamartage, we could double Red Guardian hit that demon, and it'd end up being a 2-power one. We could also put Nocturne down for that flexible power. I think I'm going to go Red Guardian, though. I like the idea of getting the double trigger. The double debris. So Clint may have taken a note out of today's video. They may be running some junk or clutter. My build didn't run Hood, so we have to look out for what they're planning to do with the Hood. If it's a Nihilus, we want to make sure we have some space open. Miss Marvel doesn't end up doing us much good, and you guys that recommended replacing Miss Marvel, I can see it now. I typically don't have enough cards to really get the bonus from her. And so maybe she realistically does become Blink. So we have Nocturne that would help us protect this lane. We may need a Nocturne here. We already have Jeff here. Nocturne would help if they end up doing like a White Widow. It leaves us at least one space to play in this lane. And so right now we're just kind of trying to conserve any space that we have available to play. A Green Goblin could be played here. We wouldn't really be able to do a whole lot about it. Glass, you said I'm a chef. I can make enough for the chat. Absolutely. If you're offering. So they do have the Green Goblin Titania. So we are going to be capped out of this middle location. So it comes down to winning one of the others, which becomes a little scary because of Cannonball. The potential for Cannonball. Had we had Nocturne mid, that would have been great. They've already played Demon and their Titania, so a 1 cost go alongside the Cannonball might be a little difficult for them. Or we do Sandman. Really need Doom? I feel like Doom is maybe not absolutely necessary. That makes your Black Knight or Ghost Rider resummon a little bit less consistent at pushing into one lane. So we can Sandman so that they can't double drop in mid, or double drop a card plus whatever they drop in mid to resummon the Titania back. I think Sandman may surprise them, unless they bring Titania back this turn. I think we're okay. Or if they, I guess, cap out the left lane. So Absorbing Man copies the Green Goblin. Interesting. Always a fan of doing that style of stuff. But we do have Jeff. And so if they Cannonball here, we win here. If not, Magneto left is going to be enough for us to be able to still find a way to win. And so that's what Sandman can do a lot of times, is surprise the opponent when they're not expecting one, into making it really difficult for them to find ways to play. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in the Magneto. We do end up getting the retreat after a pretty impressive early game force, and us having a really bad early curve. We were able to get a clunky win, but a win nonetheless. So we're going to go ahead and take the 2. And I'm actually going to run really quickly and get a drink real fast. That way the ads don't start mid-game. So I'm going to run a quick ad roll, grab a drink. And that Goblin Titania was sus? I don't think it was sus. They couldn't have done the Goblin to the right. I don't think it was suspicious. Yeah, and so the decks, exclamation point decks, will either show my Untapped profile, or I have a playlist of my recent YouTube videos that you can check out as well. And so we're going to run a quick ad break. Thank you guys, as always, for being here. Don't go anywhere. We're having our luck has kind of turned around with the deck so far. We're at 54% win rate. We lost a big one that we probably shouldn't have, so our cube rate isn't fantastic, but we're at least grabbing some wins where we can. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Wait, subs don't get ads? Yeah, you said I'll take them to support for now. Glass, I I appreciate the support. And then Tucker, welcome in. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a great day. And then Prashan, welcome in as well. You guys are fan of your content. I didn't see much before I took my break, but you guys have definitely done some really good things. And I enjoy catching up on it when I came back. I hope you guys are doing fantastic. Tefun, thank you for being here as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. And the boys are here. They are absolutely here. We are going to jump back in. Next up, we have the store manager, rank 164. And I've played them quite a bit. They're usually pretty a pretty solid player, pretty good foundations. Love your content too. Thank you so much, Tucker. And so we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. We have Blade. We could discard Magneto, but we don't know if we're going to get Ghost Rider or not, or if we're going to top deck like a Black Knight here. So I want to wait at least a minute. I think I'm going to go ahead and discard the Infinite. I can pass up the Magneto, but the potential for a Ghost Rider resummoning Infinite, I don't think I'm going to pass that one up. Just left the comment, "You're my boy TLSG," comment in the latest video. Leonardo, I always see those and I always appreciate them. Even if I don't always respond to them, I always love seeing those come in. Big fan TLSG, glad you're back. I'm glad to be back. I am back enjoying Marvel Snap. Before it felt like a bad grind, like something that just I wasn't enjoying. Oh, we get the Black Knight right after. Something that I just wasn't really enjoying as much as I should. Philip J. Fry, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted subs. Huge support, pushes us to 13 for the day. If you got one of those gifted subs, make sure to thank Philip J. Fry. I appreciate all the positivity around here. Thank you for being here to enjoy the content. I couldn't do it if it wasn't for you guys. So we do end up losing Blade and Black Knight. We could Red Guardian to potentially hit the Wolverine, but with this curve, it just doesn't feel like it's ever going to happen. We can't ever play into Castle Zemo. We won't be able to do Sandman next turn. We're going to jump out of this for 1. We're not going to lose any more on a losing battle. We'll just jump into a new one. Love the BK list. I've been trying it out. I'm not like completely in love with it. I think it can do some really big plays and some really surprising plays. But I think it's one that you definitely have to have patience when you're playing. Let's go. The GOAT is live. Buff Captain, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us. And I'm actually going to be live for most of next week. I have the week off of work, and I've been enjoying interacting with you guys, doing the streams. And so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm going to be live next week for most of the workday. And so there'll be like 6 or 7 hour streams, each of those. Would you like to see it now or save the banger for stream? Yeah, big week for TLSG streams next week. Yeah, hopefully they go well. If they continue to do like they have been the last few streams, then it might be that we can do them more often. It's something that we're definitely toying around with. I've been on BK for the past couple of months. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to play it. I like that it gives Ghost Rider especially like the light discard. I like that it gives Ghost Rider like a purpose, whereas before he just doesn't feel like he does enough to be justified in most decks. So we do have Red Guardian potentially taking out their Nocturne. Their Gambit takes out ours. They lose their Scar though. And then the Time Stone. I stopped playing right before Nebula was released. How does the game compare nowadays? It's very similar and different at the same time, Flipper. Like you'll still remember all the cards, and all the cards that you had before are playable. But there's just so much new that for a while you're gonna have to. It'll take some getting used to for sure. I think we Red Guardian and Jeff. Either that or we do Sandman. But with Sandman, we could play, I guess we could play Jeff plus Miss Marvel, but I want a way to contest for Death's Domain. So I think we're going to do the double drop. Since they ended up destroying our Nocturne, we don't have that lever. Yeah, he used to be just backup for Hela, but yeah, now he's good in like a couple of different builds. And so they do have Reality Stone. They can always change Death's Domain, which makes it a little bit risky for us to play there. I don't know if this ever wins it for us. It just does put an extra +5 in the left by resummoning the Miss Marvel. at least enough for me to consider changing. Tucker, you have a good split on Black Knight, I take it. Interrobang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Thank you for joining us. And so the right lane, if this is much of anything, we might lose it. It comes down to a point differential. We are able to win the left with the Miss Marvel resummon, putting that extra 5 over there. So not a very clean win, but we'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. But Intero, welcome in. We have Tucker and Prashan in as well. Or they were. I know Tucker's still here. I think Prashan may be lurking. Oh, there they are. But we have a have a lot of support coming in today. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you're having a great Friday. We're having a decent time with this Black Knight deck. It's one that I think you definitely have to have patience when you're playing. You want to capitalize when you have those good draws, because there's going to be a lot of games where you just don't get a great curve and you end up needing to retreat for lower cubes. So we do have Black Knight starting off. We have Lady Sif, we have Jeff and Lady Sif, and we already have Red Hulk in our opening hand. So I am going to pressure this one and try and put the pressure on them to either lose an extra 1, since we have an ideal curve. Doesn't mean we're going to be guaranteed to win, but I think right now with us having a favored hand or a favored curve, it makes sense to put the pressure on early. The bull guy, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day for the second month coming back. Glad to have you. Huge support coming in from you guys. Quick-on Jin, how long did you break from streaming for? I just got back myself after many years. Last night was a high point as Alex rated. That's huge when I had no viewers. I love the trend of rating small. That's definitely something that I like to do when I can. It does become a little bit scary if you don't know their type of content, so they might not be good for the raid, but I do like it. It makes such an impact on that one stream, and it's just so encouraging to see. And so I took a break from streaming for about a year, from creating videos on YouTube for about 9 months. About 6 to 9 months. And so I was out of it for a while. I'm very humbled that people are still here to enjoy the content and that they want me to keep making content or want to consume it. Because it just as easily could have been that nobody was here when I came back. After look at the Black Knight that Tucker put in Discord. Okay, after this one I will. So we do have the Lady Sif that's going to discard either Magneto or Red Hulk. We're going to get the Black Knight to be able to play the Ebony Blade. We have Ghost Rider to resummon it as well. And so there's Psylocke coming down. This could be, we haven't seen any of their cards besides the Psylocke. So it could either be like the counter heavy one that may want to run Shadow King, or the point specific one that wants to run something like Blob instead. And so if it's the Shadow King, we have to be kind of cautious of our Ebony Blade being able to be countered at that 10 power. But I do think we go ahead and play it. I'd rather that over potentially being hit with a Shang-Chi. We do have Ghost Rider to bring back the Red Hulk. Actually, in case they don't use all their energy this turn, I'm going to go ahead and Ghost Rider, resummon the Red Hulk to the left. We have the Ebony Blade next turn, so if we ended up drawing like Blade, we could do something else alongside it. Otherwise, we're looking at just like the Ebony Blade for 10 power, or maybe Magneto to pull some of their cards around. A Gilgamesh Thanos build is really interesting. What other games have you been playing? Flipper, I haven't played a whole lot recently. But before that, I dabbled in Balatro, Hades 2. I did an honored run through of a Baldur's Gate 3. I loved that. That was such a fun game, such a well-made game at that. But since then, I haven't really been playing a whole lot. Let's go ahead and do Sandman, so that locks them into one card on the final turn. And we are going to take away the extra 5 from Atlantis, but it brings us up to 12. So we're within range of being able to maybe move Jeff over, or looking to move their cards around with Magneto. I'm playing Baldur's Gate as we speak. It's such a good game. And so they do have Blue Marvel coming down. I'm curious if they have Khazar as well, because this looks like a pretty common or standard Khazar zoo. So this only brings us to 15 for a tie in the left. They may be able to have us here. All they have to do is have more than 7 points in the left lane, 6 with the Xandar bonus. We might not be able to win this one. This goes up to 5 if we move it into Kunlun. This should probably be a retreat. I'm going to let it play out, see what it looks like. Did you give Elden Ring a shot? I know I would enjoy Elden Ring, but it's so... there's the blob. We're not going to be able to beat the blob, unfortunately. Elden Ring is so big that I don't know that I would be able to dedicate enough time to really enjoy it as much as I would like. You said you play D&D every Friday. I don't have a close enough group of friends that I've ever played, but I've listened to I think Critical Role podcasts, a few different D&D style podcasts that I've enjoyed. So I'm sure I would enjoy it. I just don't. That BK? Yeah, the BK's hiding. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I thought you were talking about mine not showing up. I'll pull up the split real quick. It's in the variant tab, right? Let's see. Oh, that's so small. There we go. The border on that one makes it look amazing. That's a lot of Black Knight being played. No friends feels bad. Yeah, that's the spot that I'm in right now. Is that I don't have. We moved for to be closer to family, and so when I moved, we that close knit group of friends obviously doesn't come with you, and at that point you're not in school, so it's a lot harder to make those really good connections. Yeah, that Black Knight was sleek. If you enjoy RPG, try Moonring. Ooh, it's from one of the co-creators of Fable. I loved Fable whenever I was growing up. Just the ability to kind of have those choices that impact the game, I thought was a really cool concept. Did you get Blink? Yeah, I have Blink. I think I may put Blink in over Miss Marvel. That was recommended when I first ran this one. Was there when the split happened? Nobody expected it. Kind of like a rough curve. But Tucker, do you typically run Blink to kind of even out your bad rolls to make sure that you have some decent power regardless? We can change Weird World. I'm not sure if we want to. Do you take suggestions? Yeah, I always take suggestions. I may not be able to run them all the time on stream, but a lot of times I'll experiment either after the fact or sometimes during if I kind of hit a lull as well. So if you have something you want to recommend, yeah, definitely. In this one in particular, I use her over Nocturne. Yeah, Nocturne value is it's so hard to give up the Nocturne. So we have Shuri. We have their Phoenix Force if they ever destroy a card. I don't think they will, though. And we have the ability to rip away Limbo. So they throw out our Miss Marvel. I think we may be in a decent spot here. If we double up the power of Sandman, we can always move Nocturne and then potentially throw like a Magneto to pull some of their cards around in the game on 6 rather than 7. So they do get their Human Torch. They get Ghost Spider, so they move the Human Torch. And then are they going to destroy it in the left lane with the Venom? Yeah. So that's only going to end up being 11 power. If we pull it over to the right, if they play for mid, then we'd still outpower the Venom. Sandman. Sandman bigger than Venom. He said, I recommend swapping a card for Galactus. Doesn't matter which. Just for the surprise play in Tarot. You said Curve been rough today? Yeah, so far to get the Marvel value. Yeah, I haven't been able to get her in any of the games we've played. I think we're going to keep Nocturne still. We're going to use Magneto to pull their Venom over. That way we're right now in the lead here, unless they can impact... Oh, wait, I have to move it into mid in the game. So then if they play here, it comes down to a point differential, which I think is probably also fine. What if it's Zola?
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
If it's Zola, then we lose, right? We move the Miss Marvel and the Venom out. That gives them an extra +5 in mid so that they win over there. Real Recluta. Hey TLSG, big fan of your YouTube videos. First time catching your stream. Salutations from Barcelona, and keep up your awesomeness. Thank you for joining the stream. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully you're having better luck than we are with our cubes. But that was incredibly close. You said Nocturne. Blink over Nocturne. We'll give it a shot for a few times, and then I may switch over to a Pixie deck. I unlocked Pixie recently and haven't really been able to experiment too much, and I have something that I do want to try out. So let's switch the Nocturne for Blink and see if that maybe helps the curve a little bit. Yeah, Pixie's one that it's been on my fun card list. It's not one that I thought was core to unlock early, but I did get it recently, and so it's one that I definitely want to play around with. Kenny Cooks, hi TLSG, another first-time watcher here. Love the YouTube content, but I'm always working when you stream. I also put if I don't know if you like videos on demand, but I also put the videos on demand on YouTube. There's a secondary YouTube channel for videos on demand, and so if you ever wanted to catch them after the fact, I'm glad that you're here for now. But they're always up just in case you wanted to check them out later. Same as the other YouTube followers. A king named Paul. Welcome in, Paul. I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad that the YouTube video shout out worked. That's a tip that I got from Jeff, actually, was to do a plug and release a video right before you're going to live stream, since I had built up the audience there and not so much on Twitch. You said, love that. We appreciate that as someone who just likes to watch parts of the stream. Yeah. And so I have them up, and I'm actually dual streaming over there now, so that as soon as the live stream ends, it's available. There's not any downtime or lag time. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll snap into it. We have the Black Knight, the Lady Sif, the perfect curve. I don't think I've ever seen this avatar before, but we are gonna be able to resummon some really big cards. They did Psylocke into a skip, which is interesting. Kenny Cooks, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Huge support coming in from you guys. Very much appreciated. I don't think I heard
Hey, welcome. It
there
took you long
it is.
enough.
There's the alert. Appreciate the support. Appreciate having you here. Looks like the Hellfire Gala, Miles. It does, but I just haven't seen it. So we have the Ebony Blade. We could play it here and plan to cap out this right lane. We could go ahead and cap out the right lane so that it grows over time. That makes our Ebony Blade kind of safe to play in the left lane. Or maybe a lot of overkill, but we could blink the Ghost Rider next turn and just dominate the right lane. Maurice, you said, hey, TLSG, great catching you live. It's great that you were able to jump in and catch us. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm glad you were here to join us. So with them running so few cards so far, I think Sandman might be more in line with what we want to do. We could always play Blink into that middle location on turn number 6 as long as we don't draw the Infinite to be able to pull it back in. Or we have the backup line of either Magneto or the Ebony Blade as well. And so I like restricting them just in case they get... Ooh,
I am Iron Man.
Iron Man in that right lane is kind of scary. Now I kind of wish that I would have flipped the Ghost Rider for Infinite. I don't think we need to stack massively here. But I'm torn between Blink to the left or to get more power into mid, or something like Magneto to compete heavier for the left lane. Because it was on turn 3 that they played over here, 3 or 4. So it's probably a pretty hefty card. I'm going to play the Blink to the left, and we do end up getting the retreat. It looks like it was a negative deck, and they just didn't get a good curve. And so a lot of times, that's really tough. Staying after the snap when you didn't have Mr. Negative is tough as well. Has to be a Mystique. I think that would make the most sense, be Doggy Dog. Said I've been on a tear lately with my Chaos Magic deck, featuring all the location changing cards, and a Ghost Spider to double proc Nocturne. That's diabolical. And then Don, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're enjoying some Black Knight and the kind of patience that it takes. We've had some good games, but I think the biggest lesson is really capitalizing on it when you have that really good early curve, so that you can punish and get those extra cubes rather than waiting out the lines that are not necessarily as ideal. Glass C Industry, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. It brings us up to 15 for the day. You guys are phenomenal. I say this a lot, but I think we have one of the most wholesome and positive communities I could have ever asked for. I'm very fortunate that we have such a great group of people that are kind of gathered together and enjoy the content. How many albums have you completed? None. I've almost completed the Pixel one, and then the Dan Hip low impact or low cost, high impact one. I almost want to snap into this. We have the double Jeff. We know we have at least Blade for next turn. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. AJ Omega. A little less confident. AJ Omega, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Glad you're able to join us. This got really scary really fast. We'll see. Is High Evo worth getting from the token shop? It could be. Ooh, X23 in Rickety Bridge. That's what they're going off of, is that they can win the Rickety Bridge that way. If you're a lower collection level, High Evo is a great way to have one card that makes all of the other cards that used to be useless valuable to you. I think otherwise, later on in the collection, it's not as impactful. It kind of drops off a bit. But I do think it's still decently viable. That double Carnage as well is terrifying. I think we have to retreat out of this one. I don't want to out of principle because it's already for 4 cubes. But the X23, being able to win the Rickety Bridge, maybe they have a Venom. Venom here, we'd have to hope that it popped over into the Rickety Bridge. And then that's still the 50-50 so that it dies over here. I don't like it. 6 energy at the moment. Ooh. They can do a lot of shenanigans. That's a fast retreat.
Escaped.
They hit us with the Miss Marvel emote. We're just gonna give them the good fist bump and move and move on. 4 is better than 8, I guess. Most positive, 0 toxicity, just great vibes all the time. And that's why I think I needed to stop streaming for a little bit, because it wasn't as enjoyable. And that's definitely not why I started streaming or creating content. I enjoy the game, even when we lose. Like you take those in stride. And so it definitely was to the point I needed to take a step away so I can come back and really enjoy it now. And so next up we have a Bring. With Mount Vesuvius on board, it can always get a little scary staying after turn 5. So depending on how our hand turns out in theirs, it might be that we'd have to retreat prior to make sure we're not going to put ourselves at a big risk. So we have the Red Guardian. We do get Black Knight now, which is a big piece to being able to potentially win. On that last game, had we gotten Black Knight, we could have potentially found a line to win the Rickety Bridge, but that's all good. You said one day I want to be High Infinite too. Facing you eventually would be fun. I always enjoy facing the different viewers and getting like the Spider-Man point and fist bump. And a lot of times there's people that I lose to quite a bit that still come in and enjoy the video, but I always love being able to recognize those names. And then Derby Peepo. I probably butchered that. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Love the support. Love having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're going to go with Miss Marvel. They do have the Iron Fist Craven Vulture style movement. So it can get pretty scary pretty quickly. But as soon as we draw into one of those high cost cards like the Infinite, Magneto is not as great because of Vulture. I think we drop Red Hulk. Next turn, we could either do like a Blade into a Ghost Rider, depending on what we draw into. And I don't think Sandman is as detrimental to him. So we're going to go Red Hulk to the right and then see where it stands from there. Ooh, with the Cloak and Hercules drop in the left lane, that Vulture is going to get pretty big pretty quickly. Vulture becomes really difficult here. So, like, Ghost Rider's only going to hit Jeff. So Magneto can pull the Hercules out of the left lane. I think they're going to do a Heimdall shift. With Hercules coming down, it feels like they'll move Vulture over. It gets bounced back, and then they Heimdall shift it away. Then pulling Vulture, pulling Hercules, we'd lose the right lane. If they do Heimdall, Hercules would move Craven. Not with Cloak. So Cloak would trigger first. And then push it out, and then Heimdall would come down, and it'd already have moved one. I'm going to lock this in. I don't think it wins. It's going to pull Vulture and Hercules, and we're going to try to hope that the fact that hopefully they don't have much in the Clap's mind. But, so Vulture moves, and then Hercules should bump the Vulture right back out.
TLSG, love your content. I watch every day. Do you have any advice for new Twitch streamers playing Marvel Snap? Been at it for a week or so and am ranked in the top 500. Any advice is helpful, thanks.
So, I think for me, mine is really unique. We lost that. How do we not use the Magneto pullover? Thank you so much for the tip, by the way. I honestly forgot that was active, and so it kind of scared me a little bit. But as a new streamer, a lot of times that growth can be from like a different platform. That's where most of mine came from. I don't know that I would be able to. I think it's either that or being able to be consistently streaming, and be able to be consistently streaming and like kind of create that following. So I think do a lot of cool brews, be interactive with the chat that comes in, and that growth will come over time. I think for me and for a lot of people, being able to get some traction from a different platform, whether that be like a Twitter when you're posting your builds, or for me, YouTube, and you get that following there, that gives you a way to kind of get that recognizability for people to kind of transfer over into the different platform. And so I'd say be consistent. I don't know if you are interested in doing video editing, but that could be a good way to kind of break in as well. Bring, you said great game. Just how I had to hop off the stream when I saw I was playing you. That was I knew that the Vulture was going to go crazy. As soon as I saw the Hercules into the cloak line, I knew it was going to be a wild one. And so, very good game, Bring. You absolutely took us for our 2 cubes. Had we not pulled Hercules, we may have had a chance there, but it was a prayer at that point. And so I think either doing something that makes you completely stand out. So sometimes that's either like being the best at streaming. So like I know that was kind of the angle that KM Best took, was being really, really good, being really consistent. And then that consistency in streaming so that people know when and where to find you also helps you build up that following. I think if you're not cross-promoting, it's a lot slower kind of slope of growth, but it can also still happen. So I know like Husky Puppies, I don't know if you're familiar with them. They stream now, but they got into it a little bit later than a lot of us. They streamed, they got a lot of their kind of early jump from having KM Best feature one of their decks. So they created a brew that he ended up featuring. It gave a little bit of that kind of notoriety, and then that consistency piece of continually streaming was able to let them kind of build up from there. Yeah, Husky is he has such good energy and vibes that I hang out in his stream from time to time. And the doggo cam is always I'm always a fan of that one. So if we were able to hit where their Kitty Pride came down with a Red Guardian, we could keep it locked in. It's not going to be great. It's a hope. It's a prayer. So Elsa Bloodstone, and it pushes it to the left, unfortunately. TVR in, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're glad to have you here. So whatever we play in, Aunt May's is going to get pushed out. Just another kind of rough curve for us. We could always Miss Marvel, have it move into playing it with Blink, but I think we're going to do Miss Marvel to the right, probably Blink in mid, and then it would just come down to them not hoping they couldn't get enough power, which is not a great way to have a strategy for your game. The name change worked. It did. Who were you before TVRN? Killmonger's just there for Torch. But yes, it helps against Kingpins, but also Zoo, Black Knight, early Human Torch. Yeah, definitely a good cook. I like seeing Hercules being experimented with because I don't own him yet. I'll own him next week, and I'm excited to kind of test out a few different builds. But definitely a cool brew that you had. Oh, Glask. Now you can call me Angel. TVRN is the tag. That's all.
All systems
all right, I'll try to remember to call you Angel. But so we ended up switching the Miss Marvel in the right lane for the Infinite. We haven't discarded anything, but we can do this number. We don't have Shang-Chi, so unless they top decked it, they're not going to grab it here. I think this is going to be enough. This is going to be 16 in the middle location. They only have a 1 discount on their cards. So I guess they could do maybe Magneto and something else. But I think we're in a pretty good spot.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
You got this. I'll try to be around enough. I appreciate that. And then Girthquake 2018. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Psych them with the left play. I mean, we could. But they could also cap out the left lane if they have enough fodder, I guess. I feel like middle. Oh, it's a retreat anyways. TLSG on Fridays only is 6 days less than we need weekly. So next week, that dude. So next week, I'm actually going to be streaming for almost the entire week, every day except for Thursday for the 4th of July. But otherwise, I'm going to be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday for about the same amount of hours. I'm off work, so I figured I might as well stream. I've been enjoying it, and I'd like to get a little bit more time into it. Oh, can we check that Elsa? I'm sorry, Angel. Bad. I read that a second too late. And then Nyes, you said, yo, haven't seen this game for a while. How is the game now? I always watched you before, and I stopped playing right around the Galactus meta. I see a lot of unfamiliar cards. Am I? So, yes and no. You are behind. Find a way to remove that. So yes, you are behind. Hold on. That message is throwing me off, and I need to find a way to delete it. But you're behind, but a lot of the core style builds still work. They're still really good. The destroy package is I don't have here, soul knife. Now I have at least one mod soul knife. You like this destroy package, things that worked before still work really well. All right, so we ended up throwing the ban, so I don't think they can talk anymore. But we're gonna go Red Guardian to the right. I apologize for that, you guys. The first one of those that have popped in to the stream. Oh. I guess I maybe loosened the... No, that wasn't you, Soul Knife. I did that one. I guess I maybe loosened the automod restrictions a little bit too much. We'll potentially rein them back in. I'm going to play Jeff to the right. We have our blade so that we'll discard the Infinite, can potentially resummon it back. I was trying to spam a bit, hide his messages. No, V-Dog, you're fine. When you get people like these, it means you're popular. Either that or, like, I've been having to block some of them on YouTube just because sometimes that much negativity can kind of slowly but surely kind of eat away at you. And so I've blocked someone on YouTube. That's the first one I've had on Twitch. Just random people get bored. Yeah, it happens. It happens. We'll find a way to deal with it a little bit better. But yeah, so there's still good decks that don't use newer cards. Sorry, Nye. I didn't get to do a good explanation for you. But yeah, there's definitely still some really good decks that use some of your older kits that you don't have to have a deep collection for. And so, like, destroy. As long as you have, like, null, death, and those, you're still going to be able to win a decent amount of games, at least enough to hit infinite. Maybe not, like, high-end on the ranked ladder, but you can definitely still hit infinite with some of those older builds. And so it'd be something that, if you're interested in coming back, I'd encourage you to just kind of test the waters, see how it works, and just start slow. Try not to get FOMO. That's going to be the biggest draw, is feeling like you need the next newest thing, and it's never, it's almost never like a requirement that you have to have that next biggest newest thing. we all grow and nobody gave him attention. Sounded like he wasn't super bored. And then BZ, you said, yeah, wait, no. I think I'm gonna pivot to the Pixie deck, but you said I was watching the YouTube video, but past TLSG told me to pause and come here. Welcome in, BZ. Thank you for jumping over. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We've been having a decent stream, a little bit up and down. I've heard good things about the Black Knight deck, but I just haven't been able to make it pop. And so we're gonna switch over to Pixie for a little while. I have one that is a Pixie Beta Ray Bill, and I'll pull it up in like the bigger screen for you guys as well. And so the idea with this one, the Pixie Beta Ray Bill deck, is that you can get additional value out of something like Jane Foster. So if it switches with either Yellow Jacket or Wasp, you can pull those zero cost cards out with Jane Foster, not just your hammers. And so you have a couple of ways to make good use out of the Jane Foster. And we have Fastos in here. Definitely not a requirement. You could probably just have another kind of mid-range or even potentially a counter card. But I like the idea of playing around and messing around with Fastos. Since we unlocked him, I think he's decent here at helping kind of even out your curve, but he'd be more of like a backup line. Even included Fastos. Yeah, this is one of the 2 lists that Fastos... Oh, is it really? Yeah, and with being able to have Fastos potentially discount, you already use Jane Foster, you can draw those discounted like 1 cost potentially, or if the 0 cost cards you pull out have been buffed up, you get some extra. I don't have Pixie or wait, what's Horse Thor? Ooh, we do have a new Iron Man variant, or a Thor variant. I'm gonna finally switch off of this one. I think this one was from his release season. I think it was on the season pass before public launch. I have so many Thor variants. Let's see. Oh, not the. We don't want to use a green neon border. I don't like the way that one looks inked. I kind of like the animation with this one though. The armor one. This armor one or the other one? It's pink but gold. Yeah, I feel like with gold, that has enough background showing. Beta is Horse Thor. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I like the animation on this one. You get some cool like crackle effects. So I think I'm gonna go with this one. Beta Ray, we don't have one. Or Horse Thor. We have Blink in as a way to switch a couple of cards if we need to kind of dig into our deck. I think we're good here. You have Spotlight Hitmonkey? I think I have... Yeah, I should have the Spotlight Hitmonkey, I think. Maybe. I don't know where to use my green neon either. I was thinking like Wong, but I don't use him a whole lot. And then Cersei, I think, would be a good one. But I don't think I'll use her a whole lot. She-Hulk is hit and miss. And so we'll see. We'll see. I may just end up holding it forever. Yes, mind me asking how much you spent to catch up? I don't know exactly. It wasn't as much as... Some people were estimating like a couple thousand. Oh, I'm in the void. Thank you, guys. There we go. I'm back. Some people were estimating like a couple thousand, but it wasn't anywhere near that. It was a couple of like well-valued bundles. The Gold Pass is one of the best values, like the best bang for your buck. It takes a while to get the gold, but ooh, Sakar pulled our Fastos on turn 1, which is amazing. We get the cost discount on our already 0 cost Yellow Jacket, unfortunately. He actually has an interview video with Cam. Yeah, talking about coming back. Yeah, turn 1 was Fastos. That's incredible. I take it you convert the gold to credits. Yeah, for the most part. If I need additional keys, otherwise I'll let it sit for a bit, and then I end up like buying a gold bundle if it's good like conversion rate. which most of the time those are a little bit better than just straight converting, but converting is always available. Yeah, true Yellow Jacket value here. We do get the discounted Thor. I kind of think we... So Claw, Daredevil. I'm going to go ahead and play Thor. We have more turns to draw into his hammer versus playing the Mobius out now. I changed my mind. We have Jane Foster buried in our deck. We have the potential to draw into Pixie. And so I'm going to wait. Maybe we draw Pixie. We do Thor plus Pixie this turn. It's Wasp. Which did get buffed up by Fastos, but unfortunately, we have both of our 0-cost cards. So Pixie's not as good of value here. So the Cosmo comes into the middle location. Let's go ahead and play Thor to the right. Yeah, we dodged the Cosmo by changing up the play. It's so weird seeing all the cards I used to play with being so cheap. Like, so cheap as in easy to acquire or like cost-wise. So like are you talking about like America Chavez? I know there's a couple that have been reduced in their cost quite a bit. We get Pixie now, but we don't really have, like, we're going to shuffle a 4 for a 6 and a 5. It's not going to shuffle too much value for us. Still going to play it because we can't really play much else. With them having Daredevil down, they get a read for this turn. We're going to have to get lucky with like a hammer top deck. Any idea where you would place your silver borders? Why it's going to be the new Zemo variant. I don't have the new Zemo variant, but I feel like that'd be a good place for it. Yeah, so Thor being 3, Kingpin being 1. Yeah, a lot of like cost reduction has happened. Sandman is now on reveal instead of ongoing, which I thought was kind of wild. So we get the big Red Hulk. Not much else. They can still move their Nocturne. Feels like it has to be a retreat. Even 3 extra there, we're not going to be able to compete with whatever they end up doing. The new Zemo is insane. Since I'm focusing on acquisition, I haven't really went out to buy any of the variants, but it was one that I use it enough that I think it looks pretty sleek. Yeah, we're definitely cooked on that one. Would Lockjaw ever go in a deck like this? It could potentially. I've wanted to try to find a way to make Lockjaw work again, but at 4 costs, he just feels so clunky that I haven't been able to find something where it feels like he has consistent value. So next up we have Koopa Troopa. We start with Wasp in our opening hand, which is one of the targets we want for Pixie, so not fantastic, but we could always use it to flip with Blink. Is your mill list the one that's super popular? Maybe Tucker. There's a couple. I know that there's. Oh, and then we get Yellow Jacket. That's a little unfortunate. There's a couple that are kind of floating around, and there's a lot of ways you can build that shell, whether it be the like Yondu, or switch that for Spider Ham. I know some people don't like Yondu because it increases the opponent's draw value. Even out on first turn, Fastos is so underwhelming. He can be, but it's not an always type of thing. But my favorite archetype right now is either Mill or like Junk or Clutter. I really enjoy the ones where we can just disrupt the opponent. So whether that be counter style plays or milling out their cards or just clogging their lanes, those are always my kind of go-to decks. Yes, he unleashed that evil on us with US Agent. That one I did. I did unleash. I did unleash the US Agent. I ran it to top 100 last season, and I was climbing up to I think 250 was where I stopped last night. Was with a mill deck. I'm making a video on one. I want to make sure I credit you. I'm not sure the exact list. I've ran a couple. One was the one that ran Valentina and Luke. That one's kind of died off. The next one ran White Widow and Jeff instead to have a little bit more lower curve and a little bit more flexibility. So let's go with Jane Foster. We pull out the hammer. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to go ahead and play Wasp as well, so that we can potentially draw Odin on the last turn. That week when Sage plus US Agent bounce was the best. That one was a really good week. Whenever, and I think it's still strong. Like, I think that deck still holds up. It's just, it's a little more known now. So this goes up. They do have a Sarah, so they could be looking to do like a Shadow King in the left lane, a Shadow King or Shang-Chi. So I think we may even avoid that left lane. And then Jake, you said, hi, very new to the game. Should I buy bonus boosters every refresh? And so previously the answer would have been no, but they changed it. So it's essentially free. So it's the same cost as if you were upgrading your cards. And so now it's fantastic. I would definitely recommend going that line. So we could always do Nico Flip's not great. But I'd be worried about the Red Hulk. The Yellow Jacket gives us extra value. Stormbreaker would make sure that they have to do Shadow King, which I think they do. And then I'm split between doing... Oh, wait, there's an extra turn. Maybe we can drop initiative here. Yeah, your US Agent Glad combo was incredible. Yeah, the playing it into the same lane opens up that ability for Gladiator to destroy whatever it is, and it's such a surprisingly strong one. I'll need some credits boosters to finally get gold. Yeah. I've made multiple mill deck videos. TLSG has to be this positive to offset that negativity. Yeah, for whatever reason, I love the toxic decks, I guess. It's kind of my go-to. So we could flip the Mobius for a guaranteed Odin, but it doesn't do a whole lot for us. We could always, we did drop initiative though, which is a good sign. We could do Nico, Red Hulk to the right, and then Stormbreaker. That way they can't Shang-Chi counter us. They can't Shadow King counter us. I think Red Hulk right, Nico mid, Hammer left. Hey, we found the same line. And then thank you so much to whoever gifted Soul Knife a tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you for gifting it over to him. Let's go with this. I think we have a decent shot. So the Eliath in the left lane. Ooh, the Eliath blocks our left location. So it comes down to if we win mid, and I don't think we do. With the US Agent coming in, we have the extra 4, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Had we played Nico left, Stormbreaker mid, it would have been an extra 7. We still wouldn't have won. The Eliath was a little bit too strong there, coming in on the back end. Hey TLSG, never spoken to you before, but you're a legendary personality. Your attitude and kindness is infectious. Your approach to brewing is also a joy. We faced on the ladder a few times. Stefan, I ran into you, I think it was yesterday when I was brewing, right? But thank you for being here. I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. Even if you just lurk. I lurk in most of the streams I go into. And so glad to have you here. We did a Kingpin mirror, yeah. Always fun whenever we run into each other. And I'm glad that you're here. Glad that you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And I, of course, had Quake. You absolutely cooked me with that Quake, if I remember correctly. I wasn't anticipating it at all. And I just, you ripped away Nidavellir, if I remember right. Gonna lurk now because I need to get work done. I appreciate you lurking, Bean Man. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully the work goes quickly. Yeah, lurkers make streams go. Like they're the core of the streams. Like I appreciate the people that come in and talk, but the lurkers put in just as much work. So a lot of times I'll have streams on in the background whenever I'm doing other things around the house, just to kind of help support some of those people out. You do remember right. Quake is a great 12th card. Do you have a alert command already? I don't. I don't, but maybe I should. Maybe I should create one. I haven't seen Pixie. We haven't drawn Pixie. We switched over to this deck. I'm gonna play Fastos. I know we could do Thor, but I want to see what we can get going with Fastos coming down. A couple of Limbo games and still not a Pixie in sight. There it is. You just have to. I just had to talk bad about it for a split second. So we have both of our zero cost cards already, but we could get a big discount on like an Odin, a Beta Ray, a Red Hulk. So I am going to go ahead and play it since we have the additional turn with Limbo. Got to run, but it's Kingpin. Most of the cards that say move opponents, Hope Summers, and Quake. Yeah, you absolutely dominated me with it. But even if you have to run, I'm glad that you popped in at least for a little bit. So I'm thinking maybe we see a Galactus in mid. Whew. That is a 1 cost, 9 power blink. With Galactus potentially going in mid, with the wave, Ravonna, maybe. Let's see. It could be worthwhile to do Thor. Jane Foster right now wouldn't pull anything out for us because we don't have any of the zero cost cards in. We could always switch Jane Foster next turn. But I want to play in mid just in case it is Galactus to give us that little bit of additional space to get high value cards there. I think it's Tribunal. It could be Tribunal. And so we see an Onslaught into an Iron Man into a Tribunal. Opinion on Fastos? I don't think he's currently worth 6k, but I think he has some potential for upcoming, for things that are coming up. We could always, if we're certain it's Tribunal, we could do this.
Such is my judgment.
Face the might of Asgard! Mjolnir!
Mobius mid. Covers both. Unfortunately, we switched the Wasp for a Nico. But it gives us a Wasp shuffled into our deck, so we can do Jane Foster that pulls it back out again, giving us a better chance to draw into Odin or Red Hulk. And if we hit Odin, we could play it onto the blink to flip that back again. I don't know that we ever beat a high roll of the Living Tribunal, though. You're live. I love to see it. Supervillain. So glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time. I think if they have Onslaught, I don't think there's a chance we win. It just goes too big too quickly. So Jubilee. Into... There's the Onslaught, unfortunately. We get the 4 cost, 10 power Odin. We can always do... This would end up being our line. So the Mjolnir into... I guess we never win the right lane. It'd always be mid. So we'd want to switch... We wouldn't want to switch the Mjolnir because we would need the extra. So it'd end up being something like this. But they do an Iron Man in mid. It goes from 9 to 18 to 36. Or is it more than 36? The Onslaught onto Iron Man always throws me off. 9, 7, 8, 8, 16, 32. Yeah, the Mjolnir would be... So it would activate once, Odin would hit blink, and then Mjolnir would switch. So it wouldn't hit twice into mid. I actually don't know what they end up going to, but... Actually, we could do... Because we're never going to win the... Oh my goodness. We're never going to win mid. So we can always do Mobius into Odin. Have Mobius switch into the Red Hulk. It gives us more power mid. I don't think it makes a difference, but I am curious what they end up being.
I am Iron Man.
Ends up being 26 in mid. With Mystique copying it, it goes up to what? 28?
Mjolnir, to me.
No, we don't have a chance in the left lane. We do in mid, but not in the left.
Are ye worthy?
You know, math is too hard. I feel like that's why it's a decent cube gaining deck, is because it's just too difficult of a deck to calculate. I guess switching the Mjolnir in the left would have been the line we should have went with. That would have put us up by 13. We would have went to 30. And I think we still could have won here with potentially the single trigger. But Jeff played Echo instead of Nico here exactly for this matchup. That could make sense. It gives you a little bit of extra protection. You hold it for the most part, and then you drop it. He said, never mind me tired. That's fine. That's okay, BZ. We're going to see if we can get something going. We may have to switch over to more of a comfort deck if we can't get any good lines coming up. Because this one, we're 0-3, unfortunately. The Black Knight, we ended just under 50%, which is not great either. And then this one, we've super negative so far. We can turn it around, though. So let's go ahead and skip on 1. We have the Thor, we have Blink, we have Jane Foster. So a decent starting line. We can always do the Mjolnir hammer into Luke's bar and just have it keep bouncing back into our hand. If we drew into it naturally on 4 or 5. So with Weird World, we don't want to drop Fastos anymore, unfortunately. We can drop Thor, but we can drop Thor. It's just going to shuffle it into what they're drawing from, unless they end up changing Weird World. You said just hit Season Pass level 50, all upside from here. That's always a good point, B-Doggy Dog. Whenever you hit 50, you start getting the actual rewards, which are nice. So Mockingbird's going to be a decent one. We did end up losing Eternity Range, unfortunately. So Squirrel Girl becomes scary. I'm just going to play Mockingbird to the right. And then we could always end up doing like a Blink switch. Yeah, Fastos will buff their draws. That's why we're not playing Fastos. So I could do... That's going to cap out our right lane, though, right? So we can always do Shanna. I think Squirrel Girl, Shanna. Shanna is our last play. Next turn, we could Blink it to try to switch into one of these 3. Would be what we'd be going for. Because when we Blink, it'll switch out of our decks and not theirs. Do Cersei left? We don't have Cersei. They're not running a Cersei. We could pull Mjolnir. Titania is kind of scary. And they switch, so we do draw into Odin. We have the lead in mid for now. I think we just go Blink. We're going to rotate the Shanna, and we're going to hope for a Red Hulk. Angel, you said I got motivated to play Snap 2, but I'm losing all my games. That's going to happen. As you get used to like refamiliarizing yourself with the different lines and the different decks, you'll probably lose quite a few before you get back into the swing of it. My biggest advice is find an archetype that you like, whether it be the best performing or not. Find one that you enjoy playing and you can play through even if you're losing. He said, this is my Fastos list. It's Ant-Man, Rocket, Zero, Titania, Martyr, Grandmaster, Rogue, Fastos, Core Beta. So some pretty good hits there. Oh, we end up losing the left by 1, unfortunately. They do end with Titania on their side, and we end up losing that matchup. We'll find a win. Titania is the traitor. Oh, I play on a daily basis. I just got motivated. Oh, after watching to load it up. Gotcha. I'm losing too, so at least we can lose together. Hope for the Red Hulk. Get the Wasp. Fingers crossed. Yeah, Blink is one that it's really flexible. You can do some really cool things with it. It honestly doesn't feel like it's explored as much as it probably should be. It was when it first came out, but it feels like it's taken a backline, except for in like ramp style decks. But it has a lot of utility. Played any Marvel Rivals? I haven't. I didn't get a code to play it. I played some Overwatch before, and so I think it looks very similar. So I'd be okay launching it up and trying it out, but I haven't so far. If you had played Blink mid, you would have won. We would have left Titanium on our side, but we wouldn't have had the 7. I don't know. It would have been close. I don't know why, but TLSG's voice always sounds so buttery smooth. I appreciate it. I feel like that's a big part of my draw as well. And so on reveal, what a beautiful Fastos pull. We're gonna Fastos the double trigger into. We're gonna go ahead and play Mobius, and it's wild. So that switched with Wasp in our deck. We'll take a free Fastos. I already snapped. I snapped as soon as I had the Pixie plus Mobius. Oh, if Titania was on your side, she wouldn't have got the +2. Wow. So it would have been the play, but it wouldn't have been an optimal one. And so the 8 power the 8 power base Thor, I'm gonna go ahead and play it into the ruins. Right now, nobody can push power into the Sanctorum. I guess they can move their Nocturne. You got a double snap. If this was Deadpool's Diner, we'd be double snapping it up. And buff. I think the list sounds. I think the list sounds good. It has a lot of like split costs, so that you can get some decent value from the Fastos. Grandmaster, I think, is a pretty cool one. Martyr is one I haven't experimented with much, and so I'd be interested to see how it goes. When we draw into Mjolnir, we're a little limited on space though, so I'm just gonna skip into like Red Hulk plus Mjolnir on the last turn. We won't even really need to play Yellow Jacket because it won't give us any additional value in the left lane. It ends up being a wash. Blink and Scar. Scar feels like he could have some pretty cool uses as well. We get Jane Foster coming in at 13 or at 11 power. I do feel like they have Jeff, so they're going to win mid regardless. I think we lose this one. The Mjolnir comes down here, but they could easily do like a Gilgamesh, and then they have the middle location locked in. This ends up bringing us up to just 20, but if they move Nocturne and backfill it with something, then we may not be able to win there either. But we're going to stick it out. I think we lose the 4 to the Gilgamesh and like Ant-Man, potentially. How does Nocturne and Deep Space work? So Nocturne won't change Deep Space. She loses her ability as soon as she moves over there.
Mjolnir, to me.
We won one of the lanes. Yeah, so Nocturne doesn't change it. She loses the ability before she changes any cards. Our Pixie is not treating us well. The only one that can change Deep Space are Nico. Yeah, because Nico would trigger before the card got dropped. I'm going to give it one more good attempt. We're going to give it the good old college try. If not, then I'm going to switch over to either like a Comfort Junk list or a Mill style list, because these aren't doing well for us. We won one of the lanes is how most of my deck brews go. And sometimes that's going to happen. It's all right that it does. We don't need to win all of them. If so, then I wouldn't really experiment with so much. I would just kind of slam the stuff that I know works. The U.S. Agent junk deck could help us climb back. But basically, since Fastos makes your big ones free, you can draw them with Jane Foster. And that makes Big Monkey Grandmaster and can do Fastos again. Does it ever feel like you end up with a dead draw? We're going to try Fastos one more time. So the Vulture, another move deck. We don't have like a Shadow King counter. Yellow Jacket. Got that cost reduction. That cost reduction again, unfortunately. I don't think Mobius is going to do us any good here. So it might even be that we do something silly like this. The Yellow Jacket first so that we get at least +1 value from it. Thor and Wasp. We can potentially double hit the hammer for Thor so we can push additional power there. Mobius hurts the bounce move. Yeah, it could. You're right. Grandmaster, or just like the curve overall. I feel like a Kingpin casually sitting in your deck against move is fun. It can be. Is that a Phoenix Force with no destroy? So we have both of our 0-cost cards. So Jane Foster's still only going to pull out the hammer. But we can do both. Potentially shift some of these around. We at least know we'll have a double trigger. Ooh, Professor X trigger in mid is not one that you commonly see anymore. We currently have more power than they do, but a Heimdall shift would leave them winning that lane, but susceptible in all of the other ones. It's now the 5-cost Nico. So our last turn was going to end up being Mjolnir, Mobius, and Odin to the left to bump up the left and the right lane. We finally grabbed a win. It was 1 cube, but it's the 1 cube we needed. We'll keep playing this one until we lose again. I think Pixie may just start warming up. Yeah, Heimdall moves Professor X now too. That's right, he does. Wins are wins. Sometimes you got to take them where you can. Is Fastos, Absorbing Man, Blink, Viable, and Ramp? So it's the problem with Fastos is that you don't know which one you're going to get. So sometimes you're going to hit Yellow Jacket and it's going to be a -1 cost, so it doesn't actually give you any benefit. So it's hard to get a consistent value from him. So typically, even if I have Absorbing Man or Grandmaster, there's not many games where I want to hit him twice. Like you might be able to, but a lot of times it's not enough consistent value for me to want to do that over other things I could do one for. Tyrolius, you said, hi TLSG, nice to catch you live. Greetings from Austria. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm glad you were able to catch the live. And so our curve is looking abysmal here. We have both of our 0-cost cards out of the deck now, unfortunately, from their Yondu. We do have Fastos. We can play it either into Luke's Bar or let it get murdered in Murder World. I think we played into Luke's Bar because this could be a destroy deck. It's probably more likely that it's mill, but just in case. We can do Fastos, see what buffs we end up hitting. Bad curve, bad locations. Yeah, absolutely. Bad curve, bad locations. And I think with a deck like this, and I think especially with Pixie decks, that's something that can happen pretty frequently. We could try to get another discount on some of our cards in our deck. Pixie went down to 1. We could try throwing Fastos again, but I think it'll be safer to do this. The Thor plus the Pixie. Pixie Fastos mid. I like the idea of getting Thor down. I mean, we could, but it's kind of what I was talking about a second ago. Does it give us enough extra value? So like a Beta Ray on 5 doesn't really do us much good if we don't get the hammer. Mobius, Nico. And so like the 1 trigger. Switch the order. Why would we do... oh yeah, so that Fastos doesn't mess it up. I still think I like Thor better though. I mean, I'll go with this. I think Thor, especially having Jane Foster for 5, gives us at least an out. I love to run Storm myself, but the moment I got Nocturne, I had to swap. Yeah, so with Nocturne, it's just so flexible and it really pushes down those potential like lane lockdown cards. So we have the free Nico that'll give us a duplicate of whatever card we play. So we could do either Jane Foster, but none of the cards left are going to be 0 cost. Nico was the only one that it could have been. So we can get a copy of Thor and hope that we top deck into the hammer. That way we could play... Said Fasto seems like a bad card, even in decks where he pretends to be
Hey,
viable.
welcome. It took you long enough.
He's very inconsistent. The place that I've found that I like him the most is 1 out of 4. We got this. The place that I found that I like him the most is a Thanos, because you have the additional card draw organically. You don't have to worry so much about like those other turn 3 plays, and so I like it a little bit more. So Doc Ock is going to pull into, could have been Jane Foster, but unfortunately it was Nico again. So now we're locked into mid. We do have Thor, so if we get the hammer, beautiful, beautiful. We do get the hammer. I'm going to go ahead and play it into the right. We could still lose this one, but at least it lets us win mid. They could have something like Red Hulk, Gladiator, but I do like the idea that we top deck the hammer. We're going to snap into it and see. Maybe they can rework him to be lower personal power and lower cost. So he'll come down early and have more payoff. Potentially. That could potentially... Oh, and then I forgot to call it out. I apologize. Siro Dokuro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very glad to have you here. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Just keep listening to me. We're gonna try. We went from rank 250 at the start of the stream to 330, so we've been having a rough day. But that's 2 wins in a row. Bad draw, bad locations, and we were able to pull it off. So maybe we can kind of keep that good momentum going. Yeah, he seems best in Thanos. Oh, and as a Thanos player, I'm on the fence about getting him. Yeah, I don't think his relevance right now is great, but I do think with something like Gwynpool, we could see potentially a deck that wants to get rid of your cards. So Makari, Fastos to give you a little bit of extra power onto some of those cards. So maybe it's a hand buff deck that uses Mysterio, like Brood, Mr. Sinister, just as those value cards. Because if those get hit by Gwynpool, then you get just phenomenal value out of it. And so I think he could potentially fit into those in some situations. You said the curve is pretty good. You get 2 of the 3 Fastos, Thor, and Beta down. You're usually good. Trying to get big cards and Monkey, so you buff Thors, play the big ones. I gotcha. So with Ravonna, I mean, we have Mobius, and it may be that we choose to go Mobius over Thor and over Fastos. We have Beta Ray that we can use next turn. So if we win the left lane next turn, then we can get some additional card draw, have a better chance of drawing into the hammer from Beta Ray. Ooh, the Shuri line is very scary. So Ravonna into a turn 3 Shuri is crazy. I think we definitely lose Asgard. Double power Sentry. What other cards in a Shuri Sentry ramp deck would fit? Like the Hood could get discounted. Maybe Goblins. Interesting for sure. We could blink change one of the 0 cost cards and hope for Jane Foster or Red Hulk. That's still going to be a little bit of a prayer. Yeah, Taskmaster I think is definitely likely with the Ravonna to get the Ravonna reduction. Do they ever have Cersei or Annihilus to handle the right lane though? I think we could. I think we might be cooked. Let's go Yellow Jacket, switch instead of Wasp. Let's see. 100% chance of Sage. Sage as well. It's kind of scary. It looks like they got a really solid line too. Switched into Nico. And Nico destroyed our blink. Well, this is going to be a retreat. There's no way we do anything with any of these. We do have... I mean, could we ever win that left lane? So it'd be Yellow Jacket. It'd be... Be Wasp, Stormbreaker, Odin. Brings it up by 6 and by 12, so by 18. Depending on where they played, we could potentially win that left lane with the double trigger from Odin. Will Nico destroy Odin? Ooh. Ooh. I hope not. I'm hoping it destroys the Yellow Jacket. Because Odin... Yeah, so Nico destroyed Blink, but Odin reactivates Nico. After you play your next card. And I don't think I think it does. I think Nico would kill Odin here. But the biggest thing we're needing to guard with this Odin play is making sure that we don't hit the negative void. We're already losing cubes. We might we might as well maybe play Wasp and then Odin. And so Odin re-triggers is what re-triggers the Nico. Ooh, so the Ronin and the Craven. So we did need extra power in this right lane, and we're not going to be able to get it. The change of the void ends up being incredibly large. We are going to end up losing. We win the left lane. Lose the right lane, though, because of Nico. We would have lost it anyways. I just think it's funny that it ends up destroying. It's a retreat. Yeah, we'll donate those cubes. Let's switch over to... those are the two that I brewed. I thought they had a decent chance at being viable. The Black Knight, I've seen some good things on. The Pixie, I thought was a cool idea, but neither of them worked, unfortunately. The Eliath one doesn't work either. I tried that out. I experimented with that one. It was a take on the Supergiant style of build, and it just doesn't have the flair that the old one did. And so with this one, I was wanting to go with something where you have a pretty flexible turn 5 play after the Supergiant. You could potentially throw down Absorbing Man, copy the Doctor Doom, copy the Eliath, since Absorbing Man wouldn't reveal until turn 6. But in practice, it just didn't put out enough numbers early to be able to viably bring it the rest of the way home. And so this one didn't end up working for me. It's still a work in progress that I'm cooking on. I think I'm going to do a little bit of the clutter deck from this morning. I need something that's going to bring us some wins. So let's see if it can be this one. Let's come out of the void and we'll jump into a couple of games. Yeah, Supergiant is one of those cards that has so for me it's in a similar vein to like Daredevil, in that your opponent just doesn't know what's going to happen. The evil TLSG avatar. That's what we have going on. The opponent just doesn't know what to anticipate. And so when it's a surprise, you can get some decent value. So even if it ends up being Claw, in fact, it works very well with Daredevil. Wait, if you want some advice on Sugi? Oh, Supergiant. I think the Absorbing Man stuff never worked for me. And I have a bit of a Sugi pedigree. Supergiant pedigree. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to throw White Widow into the left. We're going to see if we can clog it up a bit. We have Grandmaster or Green Goblin, depending on what kind of cards they go with. And so we can potentially cap out the vault before they have the chance to play into it. We also get Debris that can be later hit by the Grandmaster as well. I think we go that over Green Goblin here. I think it's a little bit more flexible for us. And then Empire, you said, hey TLSG, I would like to suggest you to consider making a command linking to your untapped profile. Yeah, so actually there is. So I think it's both Dex or just Deck. Both of them should work. I think the Dex is the one that goes to my profile though. We lost the rock in the right lane. We could always... Green Goblin becomes a little problematic. We could try to make it where they can't play into Morag on the last turn. So our target goals would be Kunlun and Morag. So we do Green Goblin this turn. Next turn would be Grandmaster onto the debris to put another piece of junk here. And if this one is cluttered completely, they won't be able to play on the last turn of the game. So I think we may pivot instead of doing the second debris. I think we pivot with the Green Goblin here. Need to update your Twitter bio to link your Twitch. I do. I didn't realize that my Twitter had a bio. Or it's very old. I'll link it though. I like Supergiant with abs and Valk. That can be another good one too. We could have done Kitty and then Green Goblin into Morag, but if we can end up capping them out in this lane, so something like Green Goblin. That'd cap us out too. Or Grandmaster, not Green Goblin. Grandmaster is going to put another rock here. They might be able to still win. We could do Polaris to pull a card over. But then when Grandmaster moves the debris, we would end up capping ourselves out in Kunlun as well. And we need the additional space there. So I'm going to hope that maybe they play a card in Kunlun. It doesn't look like they're going to. Love the vibes, bro. Cannonball alt. So the Cannonball alt for me a lot of times ends up being like a Doc Ock. Because Cannonball for this deck serves as like that big counter tool. So a way to win an additional lane. And so let's see. Titania is the biggest power here. We can do a Cannonball, but do we win mid out of that? I don't think we do. Or do we win right out of that? We win mid. But the extra Athena scale is not going to win us in the left. I think we retreat out of this one too. Hey, the store manager, welcome in. We're having a rough start to the stream. Good vibes, good chat, good like we're having a good time, but we're losing cubes. We're hemorrhaging them right now. We started at rank 250 and we're down to 350. We've tried maybe 3 different decks and none of them have been really popping off. So for the Cannonball alt, I think I would structure it a little bit differently, or you may end up going with like an Annihilus line, the Whitaker. I'm glad it's not just me, I guess. I mean, at least we're not losing them altogether. I went down to rank like 150 from 80 since over there. Yeah. Are you a puny mortal? No, we're not a puny mortal. I use that title and everything because it's such a rare one to get that I think there's only like maybe 40 that were released, and so I use it on every single deck. You mentioned a restructure. So something like the Annihilus Sentry stuff that allows you to still clutter, but you're not so reliant on Cannonball for that big power either. I tried my zoo deck today and lost so many cubes. It feels like everybody's losing. So Mirage copies our Titania. We have Athena down. Next turn we'll be able to do... Don't like doing Titania early, but it might be that we need to. Dagger Clog can also work. I've seen some people use like an Iron Man lean into it really heavily with something like Ravona. I didn't have a lot of luck with it, but it is a deck that I've seen have quite a bit of success. We can do Titania for the extra 5. We can do Jeff. And the more stuff we put into Strange Academy, the more we might benefit from it moving over into Fisk Tower. I think we stay for now. Time to play Kingpin move to climb. I mean, it might be. It might be time. That one I don't think is in a state where it's like super, super strong. It's good, but I think there's still some tweaking that can be done to it. So they take out Arthena, which is okay. I feel like most people, if they have the Red Guardian, they snap into that. This deck doesn't go all in on the Athena. It's nice to have, but it's not a complete all in. I just got back into Spectrum, and it's making Snap feel so nostalgic. Spectrum is in a pretty solid spot. It can counter a lot of what we see. We see a lot of on reveal style stuff in the current game, and it can absolutely kind of block or derail that. Mino, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're gonna see if we can maybe get some bigger cube gains for you guys. We have the debris, so we could always do something like Angela debris to send rocks. We potentially cap them out of mid, potentially cap them out of Krakoa, depending on where those go. Mino, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Hopefully you're having a great day. I appreciate the support and I appreciate having you here. But you said I just spam my blink deck and be super happy with it. I win games at least. Yeah, sometimes that's all it needs. So the double Titania in Krakoa is wild. They're actually going to be completely locked out of mid. We can't play 2 cards though, which is the issue. We don't have our Kitty Pride, and we've already played out the Titania, which is usually used in tandem with the Cannonball to kind of call those cards back. They don't know we can't play 2 cards? I feel like that's too big of a gamble, though. Because the most we could do would be like a Cannonball here, but that only takes out 5, so it brings them down to, what, 8, 7? And this only brings us up like 5. So we're still below what they can do there. The Absorbing Man doesn't do it. It is unfortunate, but we're going to retreat out of this one too. Going to request a deck for you to play. It's insane right now. Pusher, absolutely. If you want to recommend a deck that we can gain some cubes with, absolutely. We'll see how insane it is. Actually less than 5 because your negative 2 includes Jeff. But we're adding an extra 7, so it'd be an extra 4. So we were adding 7 there with Cannonball. So it'd be 5 over. No, it'd be 4 over the Jeff. It's by Shuri Enjoyer. I know Shuri Enjoyer does some really good things. I'm still climbing with Mill. Yeah, so I was climbing even last night with Mill. And I was trying out a cheeky like Fastos build. I don't think it's better necessarily. I do like the Red Guardian in it quite a bit. Where can I submit? If you jumped in the Discord, right? If you just throw it into like general, I can grab it from there. Pusher. Did you get Cersei? I did. So I've picked up and I plan on picking up all of the new cards. All right. Ooh, did they release the season summary? If so, I may need to pull mine to see what we ended up getting. Do you prefer to code, a screenshot, or something else? A code works best, but we can make do with really whatever we need to. Discord not popping up for me. So I know the exclamation point was, oh, is my link? My link may be invalid. I may need to update the link for it. It says I won 80% with Silver Surfer. I don't remember playing Silver Surfer. Maybe you got it in a random card generation at one point. Maybe that was your winning line. I think we go Magic now. With Jeff, we are a little bit worried about. Hey, there's I see it now. Ooh, so it's a Ravona shell. So it's kind of what we just got beaten by, right? Similar. It doesn't have the sentry. I'll build it right after this. Ooh, in that last game, if I hit the Titanias with Cannonball, Would they have moved to another lane and then switched? I do think they would have. Yeah, we had a doggo roaming around. We have the cable. We could do Fastos with them getting a copy of their next card. I think I'm going to go Fastos to the right. Maybe it becomes Doc Ock mid. Ooh, the early oh, they get a copy of the Sage. Maybe it's Bounce. But I'll load up the Taskmaster one. And you said it was a Shuri Enjoyer deck? Shadow King is not good? Shadow King is good against, like, Sage. And so it can be pretty good. I like Shadow King in the deck. It gives you a lot of additional kind of counter ability. I kind of want to do Doc Ock to the right. We can let their cards in the right get buffed up, and then Shadow King them down after. Ooh, thank you, Angel. I'll update the Discord link command shortly. So we do get Cable in the left. They get Rogue, so they steal the Widow's Kiss. They have an additional negative card over here, which is super unfortunate. We're going to pull into one of theirs being Elsa Bloodstone, so it doesn't give us a lot of value. But we can do Grandmaster. We can do it either here or to the left. If we do it to the left, we could potentially mill them out of the remaining cards. To the right, we're going to drain them of the cards they have in their hand. But Jeff could potentially move to the left, giving them that additional space. Kind of like this one. We have Shang-Chi for the right lane. That would bring them down to 15. It'd bring us up over it. But I guess once Doc Ock moved, that might be a bit of a concern. I'm actually going to do the Grandmaster left and Gladiator. That's either going to hit Cable or White Widow, and it'll either mill them of the remaining card, or it'll clog up one of their spaces. With the right lane, we have that one protected by just the Shang-Chi play, and so I think we're safe in what we can do there. It moves the Cable over. I do kind of wish it would have pulled the White Widow, so they wouldn't have been able to buff up Tina after next turn, but Gladiator pulls out Nocturne, and then as long as we can outscale what they can do. So we have the Shang-Chi that brings them down to the 15, brings us up to 18. And we could do... Their Sage will come down as well. I know that they have Sage and then something else. They lose -8 in the left lane, so that ends up being a really big swing for them. I kind of think it'd be best for Shadow King mid. If we have a chance that takes out -4, I think there's a chance they play their additional Sage here. But I don't know that we ever win left with how much this will bring them back up.
Victory.
Shuri Enjoyer cooked me with that deck yesterday. Taskmaster plus Sage turn 6 is gross. Ooh, I didn't even think about the Taskmaster Sage turn 6. Let's go ahead and load that one up. Ooh, so we do have the MTG bot. And so I can delete it off of Knight's bot now. Thank you, Soul Knife, by the way. Let's go ahead and build this one. Angel, is that the... And so where did he share this one at? Was it on Twitter that he shared it?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Pusher, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That pushes us to 21 for the day. Huge support coming in. Thank you so much for being here. We're really glad to have you. Let's see. Kitty Pride. We have the armor. We have the Jeff. Vona. Our Mysterio. I have to have a better... Nope, I do not have a better variant other than the Pixel. But we'll stick with the Pixel Mysterio. We have the nasty Sage right now. The Ravona Sage kind of engine or combo is insanely strong. We have the Hope Summers to potentially get the additional power here. We got Nocturne. a good kind of catch-all in every deck. Shuri, Taskmaster. And then the Mockingbird, so strong right now. Definitely a little bit overtuned. And then Sasquatch. All right. I'm sad I didn't get Sage on her week. Would go great with my current deck. Yeah, Sage is one of those that just has continued to find ways to fit into decks incredibly well. He had it on Woody's Discord. Okay, nice. Good game. I was for sure thinking Grandmaster would go Widow. My stupid Rogue. Yeah, that Rogue was so unfortunate, JF. Very good game. Sorry for the delay. It was a close one for sure. But the Rogue was really such an unfortunate pull. Sage and Nocturne both on the potential nerf list. I don't think they feel Nocturne performs incredibly well. I think her cube rate is probably within their means because of those chances that she just gives negative like downside or negative RNG. Sage, however, I think has to be creeping up onto it. Yeah, I think Nocturne he's very flexible, fits into a lot, but not necessarily overpowered. I think Ravona is definitely what elevates the engine of like the Sage, the Taskmaster. So I think I think Ravona, Sage are both probably on the potential chopping blocks. And it seemed like they're okay with Thena as well, which I feel like Thena is probably a little bit overtuned too. But I guess the statistics may not support that. Yeah, Mockingbird also. With the combination of Mockingbird, Sasquatch, with all you need is like Mysterio, makes it a really cheap 9-power card. Yeah. Card being good doesn't mean it needs to be tuned. Yeah, that's very true. It's just whenever it becomes like so oppressive that it can't be like, reasonably countered anyway, that it needs to be looked at. All right, so we'll give this one a run. Let me make sure everything is set up. Yeah, we're good. So first up, we have Prometheus. Maybe this will be the key, according to Untapped. Yeah, I don't think Thena performed well according to Untapped. What is this deck? So this is a cook that one of the high-ranked players, high-ranked ladder players named Shuri Enjoyer cooked up. It is that's unfortunate, the Sage pull. It is like a Shuri Taskmaster, just flexible line. So being able to do Ravona to get a Sage plus a Taskmaster on the last turn could be a really big power swing that is hard to anticipate as the opponent. I'm going to go ahead and play Ravona. Unfortunately, our Sage got pulled. Thena is like the 6th best card out of the last 12. Yeah, and so it doesn't feel like it's overpowered, but I think within certain ranges. I think Thena is really easy to pump out. Like on average, even if you don't build a deck around her, you're going to get a 2-cost 7 power, which is really kind of crazy with how quickly it can scale, even without an all-in. Yeah, Thena will be a bit worse if Angela is, but I don't even think you have to go all in all the time with her. So we have the Nocturne right now. Kind of an unfortunate draw for us. We'll see if we're able to turn it around though. Sakar has been my least favorite location in Snap since the beta. I could definitely see that. We get the discounted Shuri, but we don't have anything to follow it up yet. I kind of want to hold off and not do it. We can either protect the right lane. We can move our Nocturne out. Oh, they're not going to get destroyed. It's after turn 4. I think I'm going to stack both of my movable cards to the right, just in case they go with like a Sentry and a Nihilus. We can help kind of protect it. And then if this is capped out and they go a Nihilus, they won't be able to get rid of the negative void. I'm only missing 11 cards, but missing Sage, Nocturne, Red Guardian, Cannonball. The Cannonball is not as relevant now, but it's still a fun one to play around with. But Sage and Red Guardian and Nocturne, those are the super versatile ones. Yeah, they're the super versatile ones, but you'll get them. They're not, you don't have to have them necessarily to be able to reasonably run any of those decks. So we would be weak to a Cersei in the right lane, but otherwise we're protected from the Annihilus line. We can go with Shuri. That will double up the power of Mockingbird, which goes down to 3. Goes down to 2. And so we could always do Taskmaster or Mockingbird next turn, potentially. So it's a bad draw, but we may still be able to find outs here. The Hit Monkey comes down. It's such a huge power swing. We can always move cards out of Murder World. We do have the real one being in the right lane, so we know we get an extra +4. Why not mid? What, for the Shuri? Yeah, I guess the Shuri could have been good there. We do top deck the Taskmaster, which is wild. What a weird deck that is gonna maybe find a way to win. We get the Mockingbird Taskmaster Wombo. We don't have initiative, so unless they had a even a Cosmo wouldn't do it. I think this has to be a snap, and I don't know if I'm Prometheus, I don't know how I retreat here. Negasonic? Ooh. Do they run Negasonic, though? The Boomer Snap could work. I don't think the Cersei junk deck runs Negasonic, right? If it does, then we're absolutely destroyed here. But they're winning all 3 lanes. It's such a hard. Some versions do. Juggernaut will win it for us. Juggernaut to the left would be fine too. Oh no. Okay. Heavy mid. The Eliath. Okay, we're good there. The 18 power Mockingbird. The 18 power Taskmaster. What a weird. We also have the extra 4 in the Mysterio over there. What a weird deck that absolutely just served us up a perfect ending draw. Move Nocturne is overkill. Yeah, but it wouldn't have really done much for us in mid. Truly, one and done is all we have to do, but it does feel like it has some really funny lines. You said first time in your stream, loving the vibes. Thank you so much for being here, Nemo. I'm glad that we found you. I'm glad that you're enjoying I'm glad that you're enjoying your time. Hopefully, you continue to enjoy the stream and the content. Let's run a couple more with this. That one that felt good. Anything with the Ravona line feels like it gets really flexible really quickly. Nocturne could also mess us up. 100% win rate confirmed. Did you mention an alt for Mockingbird? Mockingbird in this one really feeds into that Mysterio line, so I don't think there'd be like off the top of my head, I can't think of a great sub. You might be able to do something else that gets benefit from the Ravona, but I'm not sure if it would work as well. To just be to move Affliction deck with move Tribunal bounce list. Is it the one that runs Hercules and it just like looks to like bounce that Phoenix Force, either Human Torch or whatever it is, off of it each turn? I mean, this deck proves my personal vendetta against MB. Mockingbird? Yeah, that's true. We had a weird hand with losing our Sage as well. Yeah, and we still found a way to bring it over the top. And so we have the Shuri. And so Shuri primarily, it looks like a way to get extra energy from Hope Summers. To discount your Sasquatch. Might be the line that it looks to go with. And so we know that they have a Cosmo. Then they snap on us. We have Shuri, so we could potentially use that. We don't have our Ravona. We're looking to get a cheap Sasquatch, potentially to be able to do that, plus the Taskmaster. It's time to move away from Angela Sarah as our power couple. Cersei and Mockingbird. Cersei is one. It's inconsistent though, so it's hard to consistently get what you need from Cersei. I like her. I think she's a really fun card. Sometimes she can go over the top, but sometimes she can stab you in the back. So So I think it's in the same like vein as Nocturne. Sometimes you're going to lose games because of her. And I think that makes for an interesting like balance dynamic there. And so with the snap, I snapped on 1 after the Squirrel Girl and then skipped on 2. We have our Nocturne, we can change. The Sage is going to be a decent shot for us. And with on reveals, the Sage would go after the Shuri triggered, right? Fate Cosmo with armor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And it helps protect our Kitty Pryde just in case, but maybe we can draw out their Cosmo that way. I'm trying to think of the like fun, tricky line here, but I'm not sure if we have one. So Shuri comes down, or we could end up doing Ravona. That would bring her down to 3. Sage down to 2. The Sage trigger first when you play it on Shuri. I'm not sure. I don't know. I think it triggers after. I think because Shuri's on reveal is primed already, that Sage would trigger after the double effect happened. We could also just do the Sasquatch, right? And then we always have Kitty Pryde, Ravona, Sage to follow up on. Just like Yogg from Hearthstone. Yeah, if it gets broken open, then I think it becomes really scary really fast. So the Negasonic to the left, they have big power over to the right. Without having Ravona down, Taskmaster doesn't do a lot for us. The last card we played, was it Sasquatch? But we don't think they can come over. Zero Devil is still 0. Like we can do this. But that puts a lot on the left lane. And then all they have to have is 9 power in mid, which I think is very doable. We can try it though. It may be the best chance we have. They go left and right. So they left mid alone. Super. Oh no, not the Nocturne RNG. Mojo World's unfortunate here. Anything else, I think you guys had the perfect line. Unfortunate location change. I don't know if I even want to fist bump you after the Thor flex on us. Let's see. M99, you said when you hold Taskmaster in hand, the highlighted card. Okay. I thought so. And so I thought it was Sasquatch, but I wasn't sure if maybe it changed. Nocturne started a riot. Nocturne is pretty much made to ruin TLSG. Like, and Soul, I know you mentioned my last video or yesterday's video, how bad that RNG was. There was a game that I even cut because of the bad. It was bad Nocturne RNG into bad Danger Room RNG and Cannonball. Like I had so many chances to win, but all of them flipped against me. And so it's been a rough couple of days, RNG wise. Both in the one that generates a card for each. I don't think I've got a bigger card than the opponent in days. How would you change or rework Warlock? For his current effect, I think 5 cost is way too late. You don't have very much value from it at that point, even if he has a lot of... I want a video of just bad RNG. I mean, I'm working on it.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Larson Lima, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I've been hoping TLSG would make a highlight reel. I have enough of it. I'm sure I should. We can do Hope Summers. We can do Mysterio and Jeff. I'm not sure we want to blow all of those cards in the extra energy on turn 1, but we'll go ahead and send it. Thanos with 2 ramp locations. A negative, it's, I know I saw Jeff post a negative Thanos. So it's negative Thanos with Mr. Negative coming down on turn number 2. So scary. As bad, so I'm not sure how to change or buff up Warlock. I would think he'd have to be a lower curve. So dropping him down, but card draw is so important in the game that it's a hard lever to pull. Said in your Cannonball Clog, you have Hood, Daredevil, Hobgoblin, Cersei, and Bird. Those, I mean, Bird works really well with Debris, and then Hood allows you to change with Cersei. So I think it's pretty good. I always get bad RNG with Cersei on 1 cost into 2. I always get like Beast and pull my cards back in. I think we skipped this turn. We have a lot of extra energy. We have Shuri, the Taskmaster line, but we don't want to play in the Lechugia. We don't really want to clog our lanes too much. Yeah, the card draw is definitely problematic for balance. I'd rather him be something that's at least relevant. We could always. Depending on, I don't know what their deck consists of, but we can do Shuri next turn. We can do Sasquatch into the Taskmaster line. Maybe we don't even need to drop the Jhin. We can just do Shuri. Next turn would be like Jhin to get the extra energy. We can do 2 Jhins. That way we can do Taskmaster plus Sage pretty comfortably. This will bring Sasquatch down to 5. Yeah, and I don't know what it consists of. I know I saw it posted, and I know that Jeff did a video. They drew 2 cards that were inverted to 0 cost from Mr. Negative. So that Jane Foster becomes very scary very quickly. I'm not sure that we can beat a Mr. Negative on 2. That high roll potential is just crazy. And they had the like plain non-inverted Jane Foster. It's probably Nolan Zola. Yeah, I would agree. Lost 7 straight with Fastos Thor's deck. Yeah, I lost a lot with the Thor deck too, unfortunately. Yeah, Nolan Zola for sure. We can do a double Jhin. Ooh, wait. That messes up our curve. We can't do Taskmaster if we do that. But we can copy the Sage, I guess. It won't be 20 power, but it'll be about 12. And it gives us the extra energy to maybe flex something else out. I'm not sure if honestly, I'm not sure if that's better than just going with the Sasquatch into Taskmaster Blood last turn, though. Armor to the right, if Cryo. Yeah. I think that's a good call. It kills their potential to do the Arnim Zola. So right now they haven't destroyed anything, but an Iron Man still gets really big really quick too. We get a little bit going on. So this ends up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it becomes a 10 power play. This becomes a 10 power play as well. Do we still go armor right? Yeah, 10 energy is a little bit much. We even have space for Mockingbird, but we don't have the means to play it. I think this is what we go with. We'll stick it out. I think armor might be what wins it for us. They go big into the right lane. I'm assuming it's the Zola stuff. Either that or some other destroy style cards. What a weird game. This game I think it continues to find ways to win. So the inverted Iron Man into the Arnim Zola, and it's going to be stuck into the Null. Oh man, into the Mystique is so unfortunate. It shouldn't work, but it found a way to make itself work. They went for the greed. Yeah. He definitely went all in. And so had he split it, like I get going with this, had he split it and did like the Iron Man and Mystique, then that could have alone won. But they definitely won the right lane for sure. For sure. We'll take the 4. Man. Let's see. I think I have a marker one. I want to add a marker to that one. All right, so I can grab it later. Love my Mr. Negative deck. I would be so angry right now. I'm a big fan of Mr. Negative too. I think he has a lot of high roll potential. So if you play him patiently, you can do some really cool things. But that one just unfortunately didn't work for him. What a crazy armor value. Yeah, they could have just played Iron Man mid, and then everything would have worked out. Agucate, very good game. I got very lucky with the armor play. I was hoping that you would stack it for that Arnim Zola value. I got very lucky that you did. Very good game. And I like the Thanos negative cook. Did you find that from, was it Jeff that posted one like that? All right, so we have Hope Summers. We have the discount from Elysium already. And so we may even rip Elysium away at some point with our Nocturne. From Jeff. Yeah, I saw that he posted it, but I didn't know what kind of, like, I didn't know what it entailed. But with Mr. Negative, you always assume, like, the Arnim Zola stuff. We have the Shuri Taskmaster. This one could get kind of crazy kind of quickly. I think we play Hope Summers mid. The Red Guardian, I guess, stops a Ravona, but that's all right. We still have the discount from Elysium. It's just not as big of a discount. And then Space Stone from them, or Space Throne for them, with it looking like either a Gilgamesh deck, a Khazar Zoo, even if it ends up being a Death deck, then clearing that Space Stone, Space Throne still becomes a little bit difficult. We'll see if they stick it out. They do. Interesting. Okay, so we have the Nocturne down. They have one as well. They can always rip away Elysium if they wanted to. I think we might end up going... It might be Jeff, Shuri. Next turn, even if they take away Elysium, we can go the double-powered Mockingbird into Taskmaster. Mr. Carrier, the Pixel variant of Prime subs. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate having you for the 2nd month. Glad to have you. Hopefully you are still enjoying the content. And hopefully I can do more of it in the very near future. Super Giant comes down, and the Daredevil. So it's the Daredevil deck. Very interesting. So how are they going to clear the right lane, though? Unless they have maybe Claw. Claw could do some good things for them. The Daredevil, they're going to get the insight into what kind of card we're going to play. I almost think we do like a Jeff move into a Taskmaster. Yeah, Negasonic's very scary. But we do have the alternate lines of Sage plus Mockingbird, so we can compete for 2 lanes. I guess Taskmaster is not fantastic, is it? Because that would copy the Sage after the Mockingbird. But we're never going to be able to play both of them. So I think even if it copies Sage, that's more than enough to beat a potential Claw play. They could do a Hobgoblin, but we can still move the Nocturne out to try to get extra value in mid. I just picked up Sage on Tuesday. I can't wait to try her in this deck. You can play both. You can play both what? Oh, wait, you can play Sage this turn? Is that what you were saying? You had 6 energy. Yeah, we could have played Sage. That would have made more sense, I guess.
All systems go.
And so with the Taskmaster here, they know that that probably won't outshine a Negasonic, I think. I kind of like the idea of just avoiding the middle location. Just give that one to him in case it is Negasonic. So this one would end up being 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, potentially 10. Yeah, we'll beat Claw. It's Eliath left. Do we do this then? Eliath to the left could potentially. Yeah, we would beat Claw with this lineup. But if this is Negasonic, then we'd get destroyed here. So we want to kind of avoid mid. I'm gonna opt to do. Oh, it would reveal last because of Super Giant. You're right. Interesting. So how much would it end up being mid if we did this? Be 2, 4, 6, 8. We'd copy the 8 over there. So we definitely need the Mockingbird to be the last card we play. So we'll just go with this. We're going to save the Sage and Mysterio. We should have dropped it last turn, but... Could be Eliath mid. Eliath mid, maybe, might be scary. The Jeff to the right. Nope, Negasonic did not reveal last. They held the Negasonic, which makes the most sense. Unfortunately. We should have trusted the gut. We should have trusted the gut. We would have won with the play over to the left. Unfortunately, I backed out of it. Our line was over here. And then Shadow King was what was sitting in the shadows. Actually, before I jump into this one, I'm gonna run. I love Eliath and Super Giant. Yeah, you never know what that's gonna come up with. What's your suggestion regarding which snap card to best slap the silver borders on? I don't know. That's a tough one. I'm still holding my neon green because I don't know what to put it on. So it could be that I end up holding it forever. And if I wasn't afraid that Sage would get... if I wasn't afraid that Sage would get nerfed, I might go Sage on it. But it's a risk. Because I think she's definitely a nerf risk. But before I jump into the next one, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. So I'm going to run a couple of ads and then we'll jump right back in. This deck is killing it. We could have won that last one even, but we played the wrong path. And so it still feels like it's doing really, really solid work. We're going to run a quick set of ads and be right back once again. Sour, you said Mysterio gets you 3 neon green cards for the price of 1. I mean, that's a good one over. That is a good one over the Loki. And I feel like Mysterio, as long as Mockingbird and Sasquatch have value, I feel like they'll be here for a while. Let's see how it looks on my Pixel. I can't justify it on a Pixel card though. We are going to be getting the Conquest one, right? Which I think would look pretty sleek on it. The Mysterio from Conquest. It's great on the Conquest one. Yeah. We are going to unlock that one. My other thought was something like Doc Ock. Because I do like to use Doc Ock quite a bit. But I'm not sure that I'm not sure if it would fit incredibly well on that one either. So I would kind of want it to be, it's the wrong green. I don't I don't necessarily like it on the Doc Ock. I am using Mysterio quite a bit these days. She-Hulk with green is good too. I don't find myself using She-Hulk very often, so I wouldn't want it on a card that I don't use much of. I'm gonna instead of holding onto it forever, we're gonna send it. We're gonna send it. We're gonna put it on. We're gonna put it on our Mysterio. Do you have the Spotlight Doc Ock? I can double check. When you use the border, is it linked to that specific card variant? It should be linked to the card, not the variant. I hope, because we're gonna send it. We're gonna send it. It shouldn't be linked to the variant. What if it is? We'll be a little sad. It's on the card. That's what I thought. So we have it for Mysterio now. So let's go ahead and save our green and neon one. We have our first paid cosmetic. Let's look. I don't know if I have the Spotlight Doc Ock. No, I just have the max one and then the Thunderbolt. But let's keep running this one. Yeah, that would definitely be a bummer if I had to use the Pixel for the rest of my days. The last match I played had this weird interaction. They pulled my Titanium to their side when they played Cersei. The Cersei did her thing and then jumped to my side of the board. Cersei did? I wouldn't sell my account. So I wouldn't even know how to price it. That's wild that Cersei decided to jump over there. TLSG, my monthly recap, is bullying me and saying congratulations for my highest power on 151 on bar with no name. No, that's so unfortunate, Kalish. Let's go Ravonna Renslayer to the left. We do have, we'll play it into mid. We have Hope Summers that we can start stacking some cards into. I changed my mind again. I'm going to keep it left. I would never sell my account. Yeah. It's not one that, I don't know. Even if I leveled up the second one, so I have another one that's pretty high, it's not one that I would even look at selling. I wouldn't even know where to begin pricing. Domino is your most played card this season? That's very interesting. Your 60 days of Marvel Snap from beginning was great. Started supporting you since then. Mai, thank you so much for the support. I wanted to finish it, but my hard drive crashed. And so I'm going to revamp the series at some point. But I'm waiting for hopefully some kind of card acquisition change or something that makes it a little bit different. You said it's Blink addiction. Okay, I could see the value in Blink. And so our Sasquatch gets pulled, their Red Hulk gets pulled. It looks like we're going up against a Hella deck. Galdis actually took me for, I think it was 4 cubes earlier with the Hella deck. It resummoned just in the wrong way that we weren't able to do anything against him. I think I'm going to go Jeff and Armor here. We can always move the Jeff out next turn and go Nocturne. Yeah, I think Jeff is probably my most played. I love your puns in your YouTube videos. they just happen. Nobody should have given me a platform to use bad dad jokes. I actually left this. Yeah, I saw the code Angel, so I'll check it out here in a little bit. Mine was Nocturne. I'd be curious what mine ends up being. So Mockingbird at 4. Still gonna have a pretty tough sell in this right lane regardless, I think. So if we move Jeff mid, we can do Shuri. And then if we top deck Taskmaster, it'd be 8. We're only going to have 7 energy. We won't have quite enough, but we might be able to find some other sneaky playline. Mine was Jeff Classic. Yeah, I think that's probably going to end up being mine, I would imagine. So Magneto pulls our Nocturne over, our Shuri, and our Hope Summers. We still get the doubled up card here, but it changes the left lane. The Red Hulk does scale. And then Black Cat gets discarded, which I don't know that I've seen that animation. So the doubled up Mockingbird here is big value. We could always go... 4, 6, 8 brings us to 21, so it wouldn't beat what they already have there. I think we move Nocturne and we go Sage in the left, which is still going to be an 8 power play or more if their cards resummon. But it comes down to where the cards stack. So they have Blink, Jubilee, Death. It all comes down to where those cards are going to stack up at. But I do think we stick this one out. Never mind.
Victory.
Use all energy. We used all that we could. Hi TLSG, have you tried the version of this deck with Nico, Sentry, and Cersei instead of Kitty Hope and Sasquatch? Less ceiling, but feel like more win conditions. So we've actually just started running this one. This one was recommended by Pusher about maybe 20 minutes ago. We've only ran a handful of games, and it feels good so far. It feels really flexible. I'd be curious in testing out the other one as well. And so, yeah, the Black Cat interaction, I haven't seen her like pop up and like disappear. And so I don't know if it was a new animation they added on the last patch or over there, and I just haven't seen it then. And now Nocturne would mess you up. It could. It absolutely could. All right, next up we have Jimmy Dinkins. Always a good match when we face them. We could potentially get some extra value in Kunlun. Yeah, Black Cat got like a poof-like animation, it looked like. So the Quinjet, they're running... I'd assume they're running Loki. I'm going to put the Real Mysterio mid. I think we may need some extra support there. That'll give us a pretty cheap Mockingbird. We have Sage we can lean into as well. Would you be willing to play the Debris Junk deck? Yeah, I could switch back to it here in a little bit. I played it a couple of times. Jimmy doesn't play Loki? What else does Quinjet fit in? Oh, is he running like a collector discard deck? What series is Mockingbird? 5. The Helicarrier Deviant? Yeah, he's swindled me a couple of times with the Helicarrier stuff. So with Gamma Lab, we could commit another card over there. And I think we'd be fine. That'd bring Mockingbird down to 1, giving us a little bit more flexibility in playing it. We also have Nocturne that we could end up either playing. So Corvus hits their Blade and Cersei. So it doesn't hit the card that we're looking for, I'd imagine. Yeah, so the Real Mysterio doesn't have the smoke around it. That's how you can always tell where you played the real one at. And so we'll see if they have Shang-Chi. I think with a deck like what they're building, I don't think they would. There's always a chance. I think we go Ravonna, Mockingbird, Kitty Pryde. They could end up throwing something like Collector in mid if they're still looking to hit that Helicarrier high roll. But we have the extra 4 in there with Mysterio. Agent Coulson gives them a little bit of extra value. And then Cable will steal one of our cards. But I think we should have... I think it's probably a pretty comfortable one. Since they are wanting to run Helicarrier, they haven't gotten Collector, they haven't gotten Helicarrier discarded. I think we have a pretty good chance against them. Shang-Chi is probably not likely in their build. I wouldn't think. But we'll see. So we're going to go ahead and snap into it, press the advantage that I think we have. We can always move Nocturne back into killing. I'm actually going to switch that around. I'm going to put Nocturne to the right. Just in case I decide we want to move her into Kunlun, she'll get buffed up by moving over there. And so they play a single card in the right lane. Being White Tiger. Interesting. And so White Tiger was generated by Agent Coulson. I don't think they'd have an Odin, but honestly, I don't know. We can do both Sage and Taskmaster. We have the extra 4 here. That brings us up to 16. So maybe it ends up being this. 3, 1, 2, 3. They have Shang? Potentially. If they have Shang-Chi, then I think we should be able to win the left lane. and we have mid because our real Mysterio is there. That'll push it up by another 4. I feel like Shang-Chi would be a weird include in like a helicarrier build, but Jimmy has surprised me before, so we're gonna see. Okay, we do get the retreat. The little bit of extra power in Gamma Lab or in Kiln, they weren't able to come over the top of it. We'll gladly take it. Had they discarded Helicarrier, they could have gotten some good things going, but it doesn't look like they were able to make that happen. Is this good with Wolfsbane instead of Sage? Wolfsbane is a lot lower ceiling, and so it could be okay, but I don't think it'd be quite as good. So you'd still be able to hit a decent amount. You'd want to use it on like the last turn alongside potentially a Taskmaster, but it wouldn't have as high of a ceiling. So it's a little bit harder to steal the swing lane sometimes, but it can still perform. Because we don't have Sage. Yeah, no Sages is very sad. Kamar Taj is going to be really good for a potential Sage. We do have the Ravona. And so we could do Sage left, Taskmaster somewhere else on the same turn, on turn number 6. Even do Shuri. A double Shuri into Taskmaster. Depending on what gets pulled by Sakaar. We have a lot of cards that we don't want to get pulled. The worst one would probably be, I guess, Sage or Taskmaster. The other two we could probably make it do. I see sometimes Sage gets more power than Wolf, but I don't have Sage yet. Yeah, it's going to be very sad if we end up pulling into our Sage. So the Cable, Sasquatch, we will take that. That's probably the best thing we could have asked for. The Red Guardian, unfortunately, counters our immediate Ravona drop. So we won't be able to do Sage plus Taskmaster on the last turn, unfortunately. We could always do... It feels weird, but we could always do Sage into a Shuri, into Mockingbird, into Taskmaster. Even without the discount, I think that might still be okay. Unless we ended up drawing Hope Summers. I'm going to hold off. This would only be 4. I'm going to hold off on the Sage. If we drew Hope Summers, we could potentially get enough energy on the last turn to do both Sage plus Taskmaster. Yeah, the Red Guardian was very rude. It was immediate karma and comeback too. So we're looking at a Loki deck. We have to look out for their return Sage if they drop Loki. The Shuri, no, Shuri doesn't. Shuri doubles before the Sage bonus, and so it'd be 0. If we did Shuri, we'd have to do something like Mockingbird. We're going to play Mysterio out. That brings Mockingbird down to 2. On 5, we could do... Since we don't have the Ravona, we can't do the Mockingbird plus Taskmaster. It becomes iffy pretty quickly. And with them having a potential Loki play, I'm not sure that I want to commit that heavily to the left lane, because they can just come over the top of it with the Sage. Shuri Taskmaster angle? It might be. I'm willing to bet TLSG's most played card is Doc Ock. We need to check. We need to check after this. So they do drop the Loki. The Kamar Taj in the left lane becomes very susceptible to a counter Shuri.
Opponent snapped.
Well, but we get 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, we're gonna have 1 too few energy here. If we did something like Hope Summers plus Mockingbird, we'd have 7 energy going into turn number 6. Sage plus Taskmaster wouldn't be able to hold it down. We would need 1 more. It's very sad. I think with them having a handful of our cards, knowing how good that lineup can be in the left lane, and how few counters to it we have, I think we have to back out of this one for 1. I think we have to respect the Loki play there.
Escape.
Back out for 1. Let me see if I can find my my recap. Most played cards are usually low end. Yeah, I'm thinking like Jeff or Nocturne, most likely. Why not Shuri on KT? So we could have, but with them having power up your decks, unlock synergy now. What is that? Oh, it's card specific bundles. So since they had a Loki, they probably had our Shuri as well, and so it became kind of risky. Okay, I have to get sleep. Soul Knife, thank you for joining us for a while. Hopefully you get some good sleep, and we'll catch up soon. So let's share the recap real fast. I'm gonna log in, and then I'll switch over to the screen so you guys can see it. Deck bundles. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's full decks or if it's just kind of powering. This is like core cards for those decks. But either way, I think it's kind of a cool idea. And I'll pull that one up too once we see the season recap. All right, so we're logged in. I'm not going to dox myself. Let's switch over. We have the season recap coming on. I'll move these. Most played card is Jeff, coming in at 586 times this season. I upgraded White Widow 18 times. Your mascot is Ironheart, 79% win rate whenever I'm using Ironheart. I only remember using it a handful of times, and that was in like the One Piece deck that uses Wong Namora, which I think was a really solid, fun build. And then Magneto, an 80% win rate when playing Magneto. I never would have guessed my most effective card being him, because I've played him in quite a few things this season. Your lucky location is Vormir. You won this location 80% of the time that it appeared. I wonder what I was running that made Vormir good for me. And then 132 at Mojo World. That's probably really sad, because it was probably that I had more cards there than they did for the extra 100. I don't think I did anything cheeky to get 100 power. And so we'll share that here in a little bit. But the power up your decks with new bundles came in here. You can get Shuri Taskmaster 0, or Sarah Silver Surfer and Ironheart. That one doesn't feel as great. Venom, Arnim Zola, and Carnage. So it looks like there's a couple of like Series 3 cards that you can pull out of it. But outside of that, it's a big push on just on the variants. And so I like the idea of like potentially selling variants in bundles for like powering up those decks, so that if you're missing Shaw, maybe you can get him if you're wanting to buy that directly. But I think this is maybe a little bit closer than what we've had, but still, I don't think it's I still don't think it's all the way there. But let's switch back over. So I'm out of the void. I'll switch back over to a bit of the game. Yeah, they were all bundle variants, yeah. And then Jared, welcome in. You absolutely made it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. When you see Vormir, you should snap from now on. I guess so. The high win rate cards are always ones you played like 5 games, but I played Magneto in quite a few, like Ramp. I used him in Ramp. I didn't play any Hela. I used him in the Thanos build. I used him not an excessive amount, but a fair amount. And I'm going to play the list a little bit more. I'm enjoying the Shuri Enjoyer list. I think it's working pretty decently. It's a pretty fun list that has some sneaky lines. And so right now we're holding down with 57% win rate, but we've only played a handful of games, so that could swing pretty drastically. Yeah, it's a lot of fun because there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of angle that power. So even the hands that you end up having that are clunky, you can usually find ways to make them work. When you get a variant, you unlock the card as well. Yep. So if you don't have Silver Surfer and you buy the variant, then you'll be able to still build a Silver Surfer deck around it. So I think it's definitely good for maybe lower collection players that want to jump in and have something decent early on. Any substitute for Sasquatch? Sasquatch, I think, is a tough one. You could probably angle something more towards like the Sentry stuff. I know that there's a version of that going around. But Sasquatch makes really good is a really good tandem play with the Mysterio. And so I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but I think you can kind of rearrange a few of the pieces to lean more towards like Sentry, Cersei, Annihilus stuff, and still have a very similar core idea. Also the Nebula Christmas variant. They did do a werewolf one, but I think it was really pricey, right, for the werewolf? I'm going to play Real Mysterio. I think we play it to the left. We're going to be able to get a good Sasquatch down next turn, a really cheap one. We have a cheap Mockingbird as well. And so with them having Nightcrawler, Jeff, and then the Snap, they could be looking at maybe like a Namora deck. They're going to move one of those. It could just be maybe a movement deck as well. So Kingpin and Kraven. So it looks like more of like maybe a move disrupt style deck. We have the cheap Sasquatch coming in. I feel like we have to play the Sasquatch this turn with how many cards we got down. But at the same time, I like the Sage plus Taskmaster last turn potential play. So I feel like we're going to go Ravonna and Mockingbird here instead. Ravonna mid allows us to do like Sage next turn. We might even, if we top deck Shuri, we could always go... Maybe we just go Sasquatch next turn. I'm going to play Mockingbird to the left, Ravonna mid. We'll drop Sasquatch most likely on turn 5. They do drop an early Juggernaut, and they have both the Kingpin and Kraven split. And so you get a guarantee value from the Juggernaut play. So with this, we can do both Sage and Taskmaster on the last turn. They can get rid of our Mockingbird, but we're going to throw Sasquatch back in. They may be looking to do an Arrow to pull our card over, or it looks like a Mockingbird. And so the Miles coming in with really good value. Sasquatch to the left. They can always change some of these locations. I think we go with this. So Sage here is going to end up being 2, 4, 6, 8 or more. So that copies that into mid as well. So we're going to go with the Sage Taskmaster line. I'm going to give up in Xandar. I'm not sure that that's where we want to push. We have the additional power in Mysterio left as well, just in case we need the extra little bit. And so depending on what they dropped here, the Cannonball. Cannonball pushes our Sasquatch over. Unfortunately, that is going to be more than what we can overcome in this left lane, I think. Yeah. So we'll have the extra +4 from the Mysterio, but it's not going to be enough to come over the top of it. With it being a move disrupt deck, we probably should have anticipated the Cannonball play. I'm not gonna lie, Cannonball wasn't even on my mind. It wasn't mine either, but it should have been. I was thinking like Alioth. I mean, a free Taskmaster is always a free Taskmaster. How long you want to continue streaming today? I'm gonna stream for another like 3 or 4 hours. I'm gonna be live until around 5 my time. I didn't know he worked on not revealed cards. He used to work where he would destroy them, which was a really cool interaction. unless he accidentally destroyed my own, because there was a point in time where I had a Magneto that pulled my cards into my lane and Kingpin destroyed them. So I ended up wiping my own board. He said, dude, if I hover my mouse over the cards in your hand, I can read their abilities. Yeah, it's an untapped add-on attachment. It's something that they came out with recently that runs on the Twitch stream, as long as you download it, of course. So I don't know what we're doing here. Next turn may just be a Hope Summers, because they haven't really dropped much. With the loot cage coming in on turn 3, I'm not thinking Cerebro 3. We can do Nocturne Kitty Pride to get the extra card draw. Next turn would be like Hope Summers plus Kitty Pride. We have the free Taskmaster, which I think is going to be a really big push for us. If it is Cerebro 3, maybe the peak just hurt them quite a bit, except for on like maybe a free Cerebro. We have to look out for a potentially really big play from them if it looks like it's a Cerebro 3 deck. With the Ant-Man, it looks more like Zoo, so maybe it's like a Gilgamesh Zoo style build. So I still think we go Hope Summers, Kitty Pride. We get the extra energy onto our last turn. The free Taskmaster gives us a pretty decent reach. I think that's ongoing with Spectrum. Yeah, it could be. It could be the Spectrum ongoing. They even have the Captain Avatar. I mean, it all fits. The Omega Red here is big, and so we'll see. He slaps into the other two lanes. The Quinjet comes down, so it looks like maybe it's a low collection ongoing, because a lot of times you don't run Quinjet unless you don't have a good alternative for your ongoing cards. So we can do Shuri. No, that doesn't double. I mean, Shuri into Kitty Pride gives us a 12 power Kitty Pride. Into Taskmaster over here. I honestly think we double them up in mid. It ended up being 24 in mid. If they go Spectrum, they wouldn't be able to complete the Ant-Man, so we should be able to win the point differential. If they put something to finish the middle location, then I think this would be fine as well.
Knowledge is
The Spectrum mid is big. As long as we can compete in mid, then we should be able to win, right? And so the two 12 power behemoths in mid, plus the little bit of pity power to the right, we were able to grab the two cubes. Need to beat Spectrum, right? If they had not completed the Ant-Man, we should have been able to win on just like the tiebreaker point value. But if they played it mid, as long as we can compete in that middle location, then we swing the right. Wasn't sure with peak. Ooh, that's true. A lot of their cards don't get... They typically don't have a lot of 0 power cards that would get a really big surge, though. Vixen Van Halen, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Glad to see you here. So far, we've been a little bit of up and down. We tried a couple decks that ended up losing quite a bit, and then we were recommended this one, and it's been doing pretty well. I think it's kind of a sneaky deck that pushes a lot of power in kind of some fun ways. Good to see you online so frequently. So actually, I'm going to be live almost every day next week. So I'm off work, or my standard work. And so I'm going to be streaming instead. I'm going to be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday for like 6 or 7 hour stints each time to get a good amount of streaming in. And so I think it should be a good time. We'll be able to do Conquest and all kinds of cool stuff. So Multiple Man to the right, with the Nexus, they have initiative, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, if we won the flip, I was going to go armor so that they wouldn't be able to get the Phoenix Force down or the destroy down. With Multiple Man, spreading, it might be that we can get more power than they can in the Nexus, so we might have a higher high roll than they do. I kind of want to go Hope Summers this turn, something like Mysterio next. But it might be that we Hope Summers in the left. We can do Mysterio next turn, along with maybe rotating our Falcon. And we're looking to do some, like, set up a big play in the Nexus with like a Shuri Mockingbird, Taskmaster, Shuri Sasquatch Taskmaster, a Sage Taskmaster could potentially be it as well. Unless they're not running a Phoenix Force deck and they're running an actual movement deck. You said I subbed Athena for Mockingbird and it's working great. That's huge. I'm glad that it still... Yeah, TLSG Frenzy next week for sure. We're going to be live a lot. And I haven't had a good... I've never had a good chance to just do a lot of consistent streams. And so I think it's going to feel good to be able to be live that much. We'll have to try this deck, except for Nocturne. Nocturne, I think, could honestly be another like mid-range tech card. It's just good flexible power. So it serves the same purpose as Jeff, being able to reposition when maybe you get blown out in one lane. So we're going to rotate 2 cards here. Rotating Shuri would be tough, but otherwise I think we'll be okay. It's going to give us the discount we need on our Mockingbird to potentially set up a big Nexus play, and that's what we're playing off of. And it looks like Call Me Sal, who we're playing against now, gave me a shout out in their stream. We'll give him one right back. And so if you... oh, and I'm not sure if that's the right person. Doesn't look like it. So that is a lot of multiple men in the left lane. Absolutely huge. We do flip into Shuri. That's going to double the power of our Falcon, unfortunately. So the shout out may be case sensitive. If so, my bad. Don't follow that person if it's not the real one. Then we get Sasquatch. So in our deck, we still have Sage, which could be a good hit. Shuri's not going to do much for us. I think we're going to do this. If we top deck into Sage, that's great. We get the double extra power in the right lane. Call me Sal. Oh, it's there's an underscore? I missed the underscore. Oh, I have to wait before giving another shout out. I can't just spam it apparently. So Jeff's not what we wanted to see. 9 extra power to the right. I don't think we win that one. Yeah, there are internal timers between shoutouts. Yeah. We have the extra 4 here, so maybe. We could also try to rotate into Sage. Overcome the mid. So it depends on what they're able to play, what their big finisher is, which for a movement deck, maybe Living Tribunal? Did Right Mysterio play after Shuri? I don't think so. I think all of Mysterio's place and then the Shuri came down. Plus it'd have to be in mid. Throw a dart for Sage mid. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're throwing a Jeff into the tunnel, see if it comes out as a Sage. I'm going to stick this one out. We may not be able to win this one, depending on how big their last turn play is. So an Eliath, if for some reason they have that, might be scary. There we go. That's the real one. Helicarrier, just a big unit. And so Mockingbird being copied by the Taskmaster. We have the extra 4, and then Mysterio is unfortunate. We're going to have the extra 4, but that's not going to be enough. Sage mid could have done it, but that would have been the only out that we would have had. Unfortunate, but it we will continue our downward descent here. Let me run one more with this deck, because I do think it has a lot of play lines. I think it can push a lot of power in some fun ways. We get a visit. Jeff troll play? Yeah, that Jeff was a troll play. And so if I said we lose mid by 1 to Iron Man, and then hit intern. Yeah. Yep. Call me. Well, welcome in. Hopefully your stream's going well. But we just weren't the power spread of those multiple men. We just couldn't keep up with it. And so very well played, Sal, I guess would be it. So we lose our Ravona. They lose their Elsa Bloodstone here. I got Fastos yesterday. He's going to be good on Arisham. I don't know. I feel like he, on some games when you draw him, he'll still be good, but it's going to be kind of few and far between when you actually get him on curve. And so I'm interested in trying out some Arisham builds, but we'll see. Oh no, I lost my conquest before I forgot it. Oh, because I forgot it. Oh no, Angel. I apologize if that was my fault. I'm going to let Nocturne change with Gamma Lab. That way we at least have something. We lost our Ravona. They lost... what was it again? They lost their Elsa Bloodstone. So Mysterio is going to be a good play at discounting our Sasquatch on 5. So I think maybe Mysterio mid, Sasquatch mid next turn. That's the sign to stop playing. Don't worry, I'm too entertained. I mean, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. We may be losing cubes, but we're having a good time doing it. And so, well, like post infinite, it doesn't matter too much. 3 cost is too clunky. Yeah. For Fastos, I think he makes sense in Thanos style builds, but I think outside of that, it's a tough sell a lot of the time. We can do a Mockingbird. We can go ahead and play Sasquatch. They don't have any power in the right lane, so maybe they're going to be trying to rely on like just a Shang-Chi swing. We're going to do Sasquatch last, just in case we decide we want to use Taskmaster to copy it. But we'll see. As you said, we may lose, but we lose, lose together. Yeah, it's a lot of times brewing and cooking different decks. You're gonna lose some, and that's all right. That's part of the fun of the game and trying out different builds. So this would end up being, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We do have an extra 4 power here, so it brings us up to 17, which this puts at a tie. We have to fight for Sage. We have to fight for mid. And so whether it be the Sage play or the Taskmaster, they're going to be the same. They're going to come in at 10 power. I think we do this and see what they're able to make happen on the last turn. And so, ooh, the blue Marvel. We do have the real Mysterio there, so we will still be able to come over the top of it. But I wasn't expecting the blue Marvel drop. We are going to win mid. Even without it, we were able to win it by 1. We will take the 2 cubes. We needed a win. We were able to grab 1. Let's see if we can turn that momentum into climbing rather than dropping. And if we drop too far, we started at 250. We're down to 360. If we drop too far, we could always switch to one of our comfort decks that I know I can navigate pretty well. My girlfriend and I have been rewatching the MCU movies in timeline order. It's funny that you say that. My wife and I had been doing that until we got distracted. We watched the One Piece anime. And so we kind of put a pause on the timeline order and started watching a couple of different things on Netflix. We just finished Infinity War and Endgame. Those are some of my favorite ones. I think after that, like my hype for the movies died down. Like they're still good, but that was one that just had such a big build up and draw that I think it was executed so incredibly well. War is better than Endgame? Yeah, I think both of them were pretty good though. I enjoyed watching both of those in theaters. And that was the last time that I felt like I needed to go to the movie theaters to watch one right as it comes out. But from then, I can typically wait until it comes to a streaming platform to watch. So the X23, they're running a Destroy style deck. I'm gonna drop Ravona over the Mysterio. We can always do Mysterio as a follow-up on 3. And so that allows us to do our Kitty Pryde as well. So I think the real Mysterio goes... play the real one to the left. We have Kitty Pryde. It's going to give us a discount on Mockingbird. Bringing it down to 2, we could always do Mockingbird plus Taskmaster on the last turn to get a double 18 power play going on. The One Piece anime. I made it to the end and now wait for my weekly potion. Like we're still really early on it, Angel. So it's definitely still one that we're working through. So this looks like that combo deck that runs like a Galactus and Destroyer, Ultron, those sorts of cards.
Snapped.
Since we don't have initiative here, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, that one was I did enjoy that one. So we have the Shuri line, but it would bring our Mockingbird back up to base. And so we would also have to guess where they're going to play the Galactus. Right now, a null wouldn't be incredibly huge. Yeah, I'm looking for the Galactus play, but we could do the Mockingbird Taskmaster follow-up to get 36 power. Null's not going to be really big.
There's no strings on me.
Snap into the Ultron is wild. They'll have like a Destroyer to bump up a null, discount a death. It's still wild. That's not what I was expecting to be played. We ruined our line of play here. I don't even know what to do. Yeah, the Killmonger or the Destroyer. Oh no, it couldn't be Destroyer because they haven't done this. So Killmonger would definitely be the line. That would give them a big null plus death. That mind game was insane. They absolutely ruined us with the mind game. And so now we have the decision of, do we wait so we can play Mockingbird Taskmaster? Or do we send it? We can always do the double power Mockingbird this turn and look to do like a Sage next turn. So maybe something like this. Awful. When I'm back, we have to run it down together. Good luck getting cubes. All right, Angel, we'll catch you whenever you come back. So the Mockingbird, I think a null comes over the top of it, a death. There's a lot of things that we just can't compete with. Taskmaster ends up only being 6. Did you see what I said? Like, sure, with all the plot holes in-game created, this one got me the most stumped. Which plot hole? Oh, as Cap went back in time to return the stones, how do you turn Space Stone back into the Tesseract? Never thought about it. I have no idea. So null death, I think, is too much. This would end up being 6, but that's not great. This would end up being 6 and 4. We have the extra 4 in the left lane. But I think death over there always trumps it. I'm going to send it. We're already losing cubes. We might as well send it. See what they play. See if we can maybe come over the top of it. What's your favorite card? Right now, my favorite is... No, it comes down to a tiebreaker. Right now, my favorite card is... it's Captain Marvel. I like her ability. I don't think she's incredibly overpowered. But I think she's fun. I like her ability at kind of making the opponent not sure where that power is going to play. They have to play for all lanes at that point. And so I like her ability. I don't think she's super strong, but I think she's a really fun card. We're going to switch over to a little bit of mill. See if we can get some wins on the board. All right, next up we have I Lost Sun. Always runs, I think they run, I want to say low-key quite a bit. But we'll see. We do have a decent starting hand. We have the cable into potentially a Fastos or Magic. And then we have a little bit of mill in our cable and Grandmaster. Still there Eliath, which is a nice one to hit. Ooh, with a nice split as well. So we can always Magic the right lane. I kind of like the idea of doing Magic there next turn. Give them less of a chance to use Reality Stone. Helkin, welcome in. Very good game. I assumed you'd probably have it. It was a lot closer than I thought. I assumed you probably had it. I thought you had Galactus at one point, and I was unsure every single turn of that game. Very good one, by the way. And so the Hope Summer is in the left. They'll be able to scale a bit. We could always do... We could do White Widow into Grandmaster. Potentially re-steal one of their cards. Potentially clog up 2 of their spaces. I want to save Magic for when I'm a little bit less afraid of Reality Stone. Because if we change Luke's Bar and they rip it away on the last turn, that potentially puts us at a big risk. So they do get Mockingbird over there. That's the last thing that they can play. We stole their Power Stone, so they won't be able to push that one up. We can either... I think we have to Magic here. Get the extra turn, potentially draw in 2 resources that are big enough to win the left lane. Something like Gladiator could potentially do it for us. So the vision comes down. They were making a play for Limbo. Magic one? I guess we could have Magicked the left lane, right? Then they wouldn't have been able to do Reality Stone on it. Probably should have been the play. Yeah, Magic to the left would have been the safe bet. They couldn't have changed it. We would guarantee that we had the extra turn. Doc Ock. That's unfortunate. Helkin, you said I love emotes. Makes it seem like you're trying something. Well, after the wave, I just assumed that Galactus was going to happen. And I was just trying to figure out where it would potentially be. But, and then you had the Ultron into the big final finisher, which we weren't able to compete with, but I wanted to see if maybe we could put up enough power. Guys, it's only here, or the live only have 1080 or 360. It should have up to 1080, or I guess 180. It should have up to 1080. Next up, we have Pingo Pop. Let's see if we can turn this one around. With Quantum Realm and them running potentially move-based cards, we have to look out for not being able to completely cap out one of those lanes. We do get Fastos. He feels okay in the build, but not pivotal by any means. He feels like he can decently slot into most decks that want to run Magic to get that extra card draw organically anyways. And so I'm going to go ahead and I think Fastos, we have Shadow King in our deck to help offset the C Best. First time catching you live. Love your YouTube stuff. Thank you for being here. Hopefully we can turn this one around. I'm glad that you're here and enjoying the content. So we have the Fastos coming down. That'll give us a couple of buffs on a few cards. So Jeff is going to be a nice one. I think I'm going to change the Bifrost. With them playing Mr. Fantastic, they're anticipating that it moves over. We're going to see if maybe we can derail that a touch. Or do I want to play it into Quantum Realm? I think I like that a little bit better. We'll let the cards move, but we change Quantum Realm because that's going to be a tough one for us to fight for. Red Rover? You did. You caught me. You caught me live, Red Rover. We're going to be live today and almost all of next week. So if you enjoy the live stream, make sure that you have followed because I'll be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Refresh fixed it. Bruno, perfect. I'm glad that it was able to help out. And so it looks like they're a movement disrupt deck. I want to do Doc Ock. They have 4 cards left, but if we drain what they have in their hand, we can potentially hit that with a Grandmaster to re-pull cards back into mid. We also have Cable to steal one of the remaining cards, so we could always do like a Cable Grandmaster style line as well. Plus, if they play something like Nocturne, I'd like to try to make sure that Limbo is protected. So they go Craven plus Polaris, that pulls our Jeff over, buffing up their Craven a little bit. The shop rollover. I'll check my shop right after this. So the Cannonball does come down. It pushes our Doc Ock into mid, giving us a better chance to compete there. Arrow is going to pull our... Poor Jeff. He's been all over the world. He went from mid to right to left. And then Magneto pulls our Magic and Fastos. So the left lane, I think, would be 15. We'd have to put a little bit more investment there. But Shang-Chi should help us start swinging it back. We don't have our Shadow King yet, unfortunately. We can pull 2 of the remaining cards, but I'm not sure that that's the play we want to go with. It might be just that we Red Hulk here. They only have 1 card, so right now they can't proc Thena unless they skip this turn. I don't think they'll have a Shang-Chi running these. It looks like a very similar build to what we featured yesterday. Then we're still trying to figure out a way to win this one. And it might end up being like Red Guardian plus Shang-Chi. Maybe we get a Gladiator. They are looking to be able to proc their Thena on the last turn, so they're saving that. The buffed up Gladiator could potentially help. So this would end up being, depending on what we pull, we end up having 18. With the Magneto, that would bring them down to 16 for what they have right now. And that's if they don't have a big counter card for like Red Hulk, or if they don't have Shang-Chi or something like that. They do play 1 card in the left lane. Let's see how big it is. We have a little bit of power on them, but not a massive amount. The Gladiator comes down. Shang-Chi swinging that back down by 12. It's not going to quite be enough, right? We're not having luck with any of our builds today. Be right back. I gotta clean my room. I'm still listening. I appreciate that, Jared. All right, let's switch off of the Fastos stuff. He's not working for us today. What an awful climb. We're climbing the wrong direction. We do get the 2 silver metallic borders, and I have no idea what I want to use them on. So we'll probably hold those for a little while. But Bulbaquill with the 5 community gifted subs. Huge support coming in from Bulbaquill. Thank you for being here, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. I appreciate the massive support, and that bumps us up to 27 for the day. So big support coming in from you guys. Bulba, hopefully you're having a great day. We have a new bundle with what I think looks like a pretty cool Nightcrawler. He feels like he looks a little bit like Miles Morales. In like the black and red style outfit. But for 2,000 gold, I think it's an okay value. I don't plan on picking it up, but let's see the shop rollover. We have, I do like this day and hip arrow. I don't use arrow enough to be able to ever justify it though. I did unlock Corvus. I'll start upgrading him. You gonna get the Colossus one? I don't think so. I think I have enough resources where I should be able to get the new card that comes out for the next at least couple of releases. That I don't think I need to necessarily press it as much. And I don't really use Colossus, so the variant wouldn't get really any kind of use. Ooh, did he really? I didn't realize that. So Kurt or Nightcrawler tried to hide his identity using like the Spider-Man costume or the Spider-Man identity. So we do have our weekend missions. While we set up to figure out what we're going to run next, I'm going to run a quick... Sebastian Shaw. That's unfortunate. That's a Series 5. They put 3 Series 5 as the weekend missions. How many cards are you missing? I think about 5. So I pulled Pixie the other day. So I'm missing Sebastian Shaw. I also pulled Corvus with the latest shop. I'm missing Cole Obsidian, War Machine, Proxima. I don't have Black Swan. Black Swan, Cole Obsidian. Hercules, so there's 3. But I'll get Hercules next week. I know we have Sebastian Shaw somewhere, or we don't have him unlocked. So Proxima and Sebastian Shaw, I think, is Sebastian and War Machine would be the 6th one. I have so many gray borders. I have so many gray borders. I didn't realize how many cards I had that were gray bordered. Newest than the arrow, so it's pointing upwards. I gotta scroll all the way back to the top now. I've been playing for so long. How did I not know that? I guess I was collection complete for a while. So it looks like 6. And so we've got most of the good pieces. Sebastian Shaw is really what I'm holding out for any like Silver Surfer style stuff. Proxima, I feel like she's a good like kind of mid-range value card, but not like I have to jump out and get her. Cole Obsidian, I think, finds a lot of value in a lot of places. And I'd like to play around with Black Swan. There's one particular build I want to test out, but the other ones, like I'll get them as they're released. And I think all of these are going to be in caches soon, except for maybe Shaw and War Machine. I just threw together a surferless hand buff deck with Sebastian, Fastos, and Gilgamesh. I mean, if you can win in Conquest, that's all you need. Black Swan and Hercules next week? Yeah. And so then I think Proxima and Cole are within the next like month or so. These two I don't see in any, so I'll probably pick them up with tokens when I get them. Went from 670 to 60 in less than 2 hours. Any advice to not get so tilted after dropping ranks? So if I feel like I'm tilted, I realize that I lose a lot. So it's probably taking a little bit of a break. Either taking a little bit of a break, trying a different deck. And what I like to do whenever I'm not doing well is I make it where I don't snap. Even if I think I have the best hand, I make it so that I don't snap until I get a few wins under my belt. That way I can kind of calm back down, get it back into the swing of it, and try to find a balance. But yeah, if I'm tilting, I feel like I focus on like bad draws, bad RNG, and everything else more so than finding ways to win or finding ways around that. And then Chris Master, you said, mate, great to catch you live. So happy you're back on the scene. I'm so glad to be back and just enjoying the game again. It has been it's been a fun journey back in, collecting the cards, and just that people are here to be able to enjoy the content that I'm making. It could have easily been that nobody cared anymore after taking that break. So the double Quinjet is really scary here. We both lose the Superflow. We do have debris, so we can start kind of cluttering them up a bit. I think debris in mid, because we're looking to clutter left and right. Even if they do Loki, they're not going to have a lot of space to utilize. We do have Stegron, so we could always slap or we have it in the deck. We don't have it drawn. We could potentially slap the card from mid to the right. I rage and impulse snap more when I lose more. Yeah. Yep, and then I'll try to almost justify the plays and be like, I just have to win one. I just want to get back to even. And then that's when it really starts like stacking up and just being not very good. And so I don't know that they're going to play in the left lane. I kind of want to snap into this. We can cap out the left location with the Titania plus Jeff play. And if we can win one, then all we have to do is finish it off with like a cannonball to bring it the rest of the way home. A cannonball, maybe like a White Widow after the magic extension. So we are going to go ahead and snap into it. A lot of people always have the what if in the back of their mind. Retreating takes discipline. Yeah. And I'm bad sometimes about retreating, primarily after hitting infinite, because sometimes I want to see like what style of deck they're playing, what their end game was, to kind of take some inspiration from that. But all of us going through legitimate gambling addiction because of the game. Like I can't remember what it's like to like jumping into Hearthstone, where it's either win or lose, and you just kind of move on. You're like, you win some, you lose some. Like the idea of stakes, I think make losing that much more like frustrating at times. It makes winning really, really big at times too, but losing 8 is so demotivating. Yeah, whenever especially when you're trying to climb to like infinite or something. And so we have Nebula. We do have White Widow. Next turn, we could always go. We could go Green Goblin. We could also go maybe Magic if we don't think we're going to win the raft. But we'll see. We'll see what it ends up looking like. Cancun in the left is going to be... I mean, we could always rip it away with Magic. I kind of like the idea of them potentially capping out the raft location and then only having this one to play in. We can always slap one of their cards with Stegron over into Cancun. I like the idea of leaving Cancun for now. Losing 8 is a big pain, yeah. Did you try a bounce move? So I don't have Hercules, and I think Hercules would be a big piece of that. Was I playing too slow for Woody? Maybe. We're back below. We're back below 400. Yeah, he said I'm not going to deal with it. We're jumping into something new. And so next up we have MSL Chamo. The first location is Murder World. So if we play Debris early, it's probably in that left lane. And so with Ant-Man, I have to think this is going to be like a Khazar Zoo style build. So we have to look out for it potentially getting buffed up. Weird World is interesting. So we get the Dazzler. It is a Khazar Zoo, but I feel like we can make better use of their resources than they can ours. So something like Debris will put a pretty big flutter on this. We could always do Green Goblin Titania. Try to cap out this location next turn. I almost want to snap back against it. But with Kyera, they're not going to be able to lose their 1-cost cards. But it depends on what cards they already had in hand. So if they already had Khazar, Blue Marvel, Gilgamesh, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. They did not have they did not have the Khazar. I kind of like the idea of Titania Green Goblin. It becomes kind of tough to recall it back, but it will give us a guaranteed lockout of Weird World. If they play 1 card there, then it's just the Green Goblin that goes. If they play none, then we're going to completely cap it out. We can always pull Titania back eventually. So they do push for the middle location, but we have Cannonball to win the left lane. And so I think we're okay here. As long as we have a way to recall Titania back. And there is our way to recall Titania back. So let's go ahead and do Khazar to the left. Next turn would be Snow Guard, pulling that back on our side. Cannonball to make sure that we win the left lane. We can move Jeff over for a little bit of good measure. Trying to decide if it's worth it to stay. So they're going to have initiative going to the last. Remember ball first before you move Titania? Yeah, that's a good shout out, Murdoff. Strongish Avenger. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That brings us to 28 for the day. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream. But yeah, it's a good call on the Cannonball before Titania. Otherwise, we're just going to give them the resource they need in the right lane. But the good thing about this is that they'll always have initiative going into that last turn. And so a Cannonball will always hit the highest power play. So something like Gilgamesh is always guaranteed.
It took you long enough.
Good to be part of the stream, though. TLSG. 2 bites. Always great vibes in here with the chat. I enjoy streaming so much. I mean, I enjoy interacting with you guys. It's such a fun thing for me to be able to do, because a lot of times the video, it feels very like it's like an iceberg. Like I'm off by myself. At least with the stream, I'm able to interact with you guys, and it really kind of puts into perspective how much some of you guys enjoy the content. Which a lot of times I can it feels like imposter syndrome a little bit. So it makes it a little bit more real whenever I stream. Plus, I like interacting with you guys. I like being able to chat because I can't do that through the videos. And even if I try to like respond to comments, it's very not in real time. And so then it doesn't feel the same either. Always loved your videos. Glad you're streaming. And next week I'm going to be streaming a lot. So if you're enjoying the streams, you can get the most out of your sub. Next week, I'm going to be live almost every single day. It'll be every day except for Thursday for the 4th of July. Otherwise, I'm going to be on doing like 6-7 hour sessions. And so there's a couple of sponsored streams in there, which are going to be the first ones of those that I do. So on, I think it's Tuesday and Friday, I have one set up. Otherwise, it's just going to be Marvel Snap the entire time. Let's go. I'm on vacation next week too. Waffle Brains, that's incredible. I was off work, and so I figured what better way to spend the week than to stream a little bit. My favorite part of you streaming is that you explain what's going on like a sports announcer, and I can do chores while not watching and still know what's going on. It's like listening to baseball on the radio. It's just something that ends up happening. I don't necessarily mean to. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. Sponsored stream? Yeah, so I have 2 sponsored streams that came in with offers that I couldn't refuse. And so they're for a couple things that I think would be kind of cool for the channel and to be able to do. We're going to go ahead and change the expansion. I think after the Forge, they go something like Brood. We can always make sure that Widow's Kiss in the left lane stays at -8 with something like a Cannonball or a Stegron. And Sebastian Shaw coming in at a big 8 power right away. Never forget the Mjolnir days. They could still come back at some point. I kind of like the idea of Green Goblin, but at the same time, it does make us a little susceptible to. It gets buffed up by Silver Surfer. So they could get at most +1 on it. So the Fastos comes down. Oh, they're running. It makes sense. They're running Sebastian Shaw Fastos for the missions. Do you ever Stegron slap one of these out? Not sure that we Not sure that we win this one. Look at that green Shaw. Yeah. It is a big Shaw. Fresh Shaw? Yeah, they just got him. They just unlocked him. And then the weekend mission comes in just for him. So Nova in the left, they'll be able to take out the Nebula and Titania. Is unfortunate. As long as they drew into the Killmonger. We do have one extra turn here, so unless they change Limbo, I kind of like the idea of maybe Cannonball mid. We also, or I mean Red Hulk mid. Wait, they played Nocturne. They can move the Nocturne, right? We have to play like this is the last turn. I think if they have Killmonger, we lose regardless. I'm going to play Red Hulk mid and then kind of see what happens. So the Red Guardian taking out the magic. They didn't end the game. The Killmonger does come down. Very interesting that they decided to let it go through turn number 7. I guess they weren't completely sure, and they could potentially end up drawing something like Silver Surfer this turn. I'm guessing they didn't have it in hand. And so with initiative, we can do Sage, Debris, or just a Cannonball to make sure that Widow's Kiss stays -7. And that might be enough for us to win, unless they have a hidden Shang-Chi. Ooh, Nocturne comes in, and so it changes the left lane. We are going to push Nocturne back into mid, which is going to change that one as well. A lot of potential negative RNG going around. And so as I think they buff up the left lane by 2, and so we should still be able to win that one. I think we should... No, they didn't get Silver Surfer. Interesting. We're able to hold it down with the Cannonball, shifting the left lane, making sure that that Widow's Kiss stays negative. So maybe a junk deck, especially with the weekend missions that popped up. Maybe a junk deck's not... Like, any deck that runs Killmonger does really good against clutter decks, or decks that want to run Debris. So maybe that's not the best one for us. I think I'm going to run a Gilgamesh deck. I think Gilgamesh is a really strong card, but I think he's kind of boring. And so I don't play him very much at all. Let's get rid of this one. So I don't have Shaw. The other one was Fastos, right? We can throw Fastos into the mix. Let's see what else we would end up wanting with it. So I know that we want... I think we'd want to just run like a traditional one. So like the Zoo, I think it's very boring but very strong. And so that would look like... Have our Ant-Man. I think Nebula should be fine. But then again, unless we're going to run Kyra for the Killmonger plays. So I think we go Nico. Dazzler fits into the curve incredibly well. Kyra, if you're not seeing much, Killmonger can end up being a tech card. But I feel like with Surfer being, or Shaw being one of the weekend cards, I think we need a Kyra to protect ours from the Killmongers that'll be coming around. So, we got Kyra. I think Shanna is a great way to spread the power. And then our buff cards in Khazar, Blue Marvel, and then Mockingbird's always a good one as well. So we'll see. What does that leave us with? Ooh, Squirrel Girl. Forgot to add in Squirrel Girl. Bird's 5. There we go. And then I think Squirrel Girl would be the last one. And then Fastos can also be kind of a tech card as well. Am I tripping, or was there a blue cosmic? Yeah, it's bugged right now in the shop, so you can't buy it, but it still exists. So if you already had it attached to a card before the last patch, then it's still there. It's just, it got bugged. I don't watch a lot of streamers, but this seems to be the only channel that has the snap add-ons, like the deck lists and the hover. So the add-on, like the deck list, is something that's new. And so they just came out with it recently. I think more streamers will have it soon. It's just, I think it was earlier, I think it was last week, at the end of last week, that they came out with it. And so I think I would expect to see other ones pick it up pretty pretty quickly. You don't like the blue cosmic? I think it looks decent on like a Jeff card. But we're gonna run a little bit of Gilgamesh Zoo here. See if we can get the 8 wins. 8 wins with Gilgamesh. I think the gold is too much to pass up. We can get some reach into Morag with Squirrel Girl. Sometimes you want to save that for that last turn play alongside Gilgamesh, but it does give us a good discount on Mockingbird. So I oddly don't like it. Oh, the overlay untapped. I think right now it extends too far, so a lot of times it cuts off your face. But otherwise, I think it's really good, especially for like newer players. And so we're gonna have to start playing to the Lechugia very soon, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, 375 gold is nice, and so I think he's kind of a boring card, but he's strong, and so I think we'll be able to get some easy wins as well. Version 1 is usually yeah. Looking forward to what it'll be. Yeah, I think they'll probably shorten the list a little bit, so that it doesn't pop over the different streamers' face. I think we have to play in the left lane, but we have the 4-5 and then the turn 6 play. And so we would need a Rock or Nebula to bring it home. And so I think I'm going to do this. I think, well, there's win 1. There's win 1 of 8. We're on our way. You can click on the next to the name. Yeah, you can close the overlay. But I think if I switch decks, it brings it back or something weird like that. We're going to knock out both Fastos and Gilgamesh here. I think without Fastos, this is, you probably just slot in like a Red Guardian or a tech card. But I think Fastos fits into this one fine. I always close it, but you have to do it a lot. Yeah, I noticed whenever I was lurking in a few streams that have it active that eventually I just let it hang over the streamer's face because I got tired of like minimizing it. I think it's a really cool idea, especially during like drops or when people may not know the game. And so a card that I've used a lot in like Nebula, it might be nice to be able to hover over. So Loki deck, and we end up getting their Loki. If we can get their Quinjet, then I'm going to snap faster than I think I ever have. Been seeing folks run Eliath. I saw some mad lad drop Gilgamesh for Eliath as well. This becomes just a complete wild game here. We can do Kyera, but I think we're gonna change our hand with Loki. That way we at least have a cohesive group of cards. It's either that or we go Khazar, Blue Marvel, Squirrel Girl, and we still go with the Flood style stuff. Blue here from your latest video. Glad to catch you. Shadowfire, welcome in. I'm glad that you caught the shout out and that you made it over. Definitely something that I'm glad I implement is doing those shout outs, because it brings a lot of people that may not see the stream otherwise or know that I'm launching up the stream. That's a big cable. So we could do Loki, which would replace the cards, but I kind of like the idea of just keeping it. Khazar actually doesn't get much value, though. Why is Krakoa always in a weird world game? Khazar only gets, it's like 3 value unless we draw other 1-cost cards, which are probably not likely. Loki gives us stuff. Maybe we do Cable plus Squirrel Girl. We might end up doing Loki next turn, depending on what we draw. So their Snow Guard Bear comes down. The Nico gives them a copy of whatever they end up playing next. You draw a 1-cost card in Spider-Ham. We could always Spider Ham plus Khazar. We could do Blue Marvel. Then we have Goose, but most of our deck is fine under the Goose limitations. I like the idea of just the extra power. I think that does us pretty good and leaves us pretty flexible. We can always do Magneto to pull these 2 cards somewhere else on the last turn. We're going to go ahead and snap. I don't think they have a great hand. I don't think they have a good like finishing line, because even if they get Gilgamesh, it's not going to be great. I guess a Mockingbird would probably be fine. Shanna would be a gamble. I think we'll be okay. I think they dropped Gilgamesh because of the hot location. Oh, is that... the hot location was the one that flooded every... I skipped that day. I played Conquest instead. I didn't even want to... I didn't even want to deal with the like quakes and just the craziness that would ensue with that location. They do end up sticking it out. So the Ant-Man comes down. They get a copy of Ant-Man, which is a good... Ooh, and then Quinjet, giving a discount to just about everything that they drew here. We're going to draw from our deck going into the last turn. But it's a district deck, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. Something like Mr. Sinister... Loki or Mr. Sinister... Goose Spider Ham puts power into all the lanes. I think I would need to push more to the right though, and probably to the left. I'm actually not super confident here. Mr. Sinister is great to the right. I do wish we had one additional energy though. Quinjet is incredibly scary. The Wong Namora deck was crazy for the arc flooding both locations. Is Zar better? Zar would give us, and it'd give us the same power here. It'd give us an extra 1 in mid, yeah. I don't think this one's a win, though. With them having Quinjet for that reduction, the second Ant-Man, I think I have to retreat out.
Escaped.
But no, I think the Wong Namora deck is really good just in general. Yeah, Quinjet into either a Weird World or District X game is definitely tough. And I think they had still held their buffed up card from Krakoa. So they had a lot of like flexibility and a lot of reach. And I was talking about One Piece earlier, but next up we have Monkey D. Luffy. The first location is Novaroma. I run into them quite often on the ladder. Always a good match whenever we do. Jinja, you said, hey TLSG, how's it going? It's going well. We're having a decent stream. We're winning a little bit, losing a little bit, but the chat is good. The vibes are good. And so we've been having a good stream, and it's Friday, so it could be... I couldn't ask for anything more. Is Miles Morales worth it for the money, considering all of the move upgrades coming? Is there a bundle for Miles right now? He's a Series 3, right? And so we get Ant-Man, Squirrel Girl. We can get rid of most of our cards by the time Mindscape goes off. Yeah, he plays while resting on his quest to become the Pirate King. I mean, that's some dedication. But I would say I wouldn't pay tokens or money for Miles. I think you unlock him organically pretty easily. It just might take a little bit, but with a little bit of patience, you'll be able to get there. With Ravonna, I don't think we have to worry about a Killmonger. I'm still going to drop Kyera just in case. We do have Mockingbird that'll come in at 3 plus Ant-Man. That'll probably be a turn 4 play. Turn 5 would be Blue Marvel into switching with Mindscape. So their morph changed into our Fastos, which is a little bit unfortunate. We get Gilgamesh here. So we're going to end up drawing or sending them a Gilgamesh. I think we go Mockingbird, Ant-Man. We go heavy in the left lane. Knowing that their last turn play is going to be a little bit rough. They could also hit us with a Juggernaut, but now that's going to be a little bit less ideal. And so with our Blue Marvel, we're going to drop it here on the last turn. They'll be able to do like a 10 power Gilgamesh, maybe an 11 power one if they get buffed up from Aunt May's. They could also change that middle location. If so, that's perfect. That allows us to do like a Nico plus Gilgamesh on turn number 6. You said, what would you recommend to level up quickly in the early stages? I haven't played in like a year. So just getting on and completing the daily missions. It makes like a lot more progress than you would expect. So just getting on to complete those, I think you'll be good. So Blue Marv Nocturne moved into the middle location, and it turned into Lemuria. So our cards are our Blue Marvel doesn't reveal. Blue Marvel's going to jump over here, and so I think we go something like Gilgamesh, Nico. It's either that or we do Gilgamesh to the right. If we think that this would be enough power, which maybe it is, because a lot of this deck, their last turn play is probably like Iron Man, Juggernaut, Sage stuff, and their Kitty Pryde is stuck in this left lane. So I think it's going to be Gilgamesh, Nico in that order so that we don't blow up our Gilgamesh. We're going to snap on it. We're going to boomer snap them. But I think we have decent positioning value here. Dina needs a nerf. She is one that's really, really strong right now. I feel like she's definitely tuned on the high end. From what I've seen, the statistics look like she's just kind of middle of the line, but it feels like she is just a solid, like you don't even have to completely build around her for her to just like pop off. Being able to easily be 10 to 13, I think is kind of crazy. But as far as leveling up quickly, I think the biggest thing is just playing your daily missions, going into Conquest, getting those rewards. So doing like the Proving Ground Silver and earning some credits that way, I think is you'll start acquiring pieces, find an archetype that you enjoy, and then dig in from there. So we actually almost lost. The left lane ended up being Iron Man and not Kitty Pryde. Yeah, Conquest is a grind, but if you do a couple of silvers, a couple of golds, you can get additional credits and gold that'll help your progress a little bit. And so I think find an archetype that you enjoy will make all of the playing and all of the grinding easier. If you're not enjoying the deck, but it performs well, then you're not going to have a good time doing it. So the Juggernaut, because we capped out the other locations, wasn't able to push our Gilgamesh. We just barely made it over top of the Sasquatch. So it was a tough 4. The Iron Man on the left surprised me. I thought it was Kitty Pryde, but we will take the 4 where we can, and we'll jump over into the next one. And actually, it looks like there is an ad break that's just about to run up. I'm going to refill my water real fast before we jump into the next one. I have 28,000 medals. The first few seasons of Conquest, I had thousands. Like that, I enjoyed playing it. But now the Infinite Conquest feels... One, it makes me very nervous for like no reason. But because there's like any stakes at all, it makes me a little bit nervous. And then... it just takes so long to do 5 games back to back to back. It takes a long time. So we're going to run a really quick ad break. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We're going to continue with the Gilgamesh Zoo that's actually doing well for us because it is, although a little bit boring, it's a very strong deck. We will be right back. All right, we're back. I'm shocked that Juggernaut is back in the meta. He's definitely not that bad of a card, but he's rare and underused. So I think a lot of his value, Juggernaut, comes from how strong that Sage last turn play is. That way you can do a Sage to win one lane, and then Juggernaut to protect another one. And then Soupsid, he said, "Yo, TLSG, can I get a yo back?" How's it going? I guess this is yo right back at you. So we have Nico to start off. We have Squirrel Girl, but I kind of want to save that for just a touch. So we're going to go with the Nico first. I get so much anxiety from Conquest. Yeah, it's a game, but especially like turn 5, you're like, I've put all this time in, and so the anxiety at that point does rise. So we can buff up the Squirrel Girl. I don't know that I want to use it yet. I like to save one cost for use alongside Gilgamesh on the last turn, but I guess we have Ant-Man and Nebula that we can still draw into. And so the White Widow comes down in the right lane. We do have Khazar and Blue Marvel, and so we could also do a surprise Spectrum play. We have Shanna, which could be hidden into Dark Dimension so that we cap out all of the locations. I don't think Fastos is really going to do much for us in this game. I think it's going to be much more likely that Shanna brings it home. And it might even be that we play Shanna outright. Next turn, maybe we hide the Khazar. That way we can play Blue Marvel outright on its own. And then we're hoping for like a Gilgamesh. And so the Mobius, we're not going to get a discount on Mockingbird. We do draw our Gilgamesh though. And so the X-23, Deadpool, and then a Sunspot. I do like the idea of hiding our Khazar. We're going to get the extra +4 on this lane from the Blue Marvel, the extra +2 from Khazar, and then Gilgamesh can bring home the last one. Honestly, the decks I play are so bad that if I make Game 5 in Conquest, I'm grateful for the currency. I mean, really, to get everything or most of the rewards unlocked, really, you only have to do decently in Infinite, and you win a couple rounds, you can get most of the unlocks that way. When I lose a Game 5, I tilt so hard, I could see that. I could see it being incredibly tilting. So we're going to go with Gilgamesh to the left. With the Iron Man over there, this could be maybe Mystique. I'm not sure. They haven't developed much board, and so I'm thinking maybe we can sneak a win away. But Iron Man on the left is definitely a tough one to contend against. The Gilgamesh deck has been crushing Surfer and Proving Grounds. Yeah, it's a solid one. The Gilgamesh deck, it's just kind of a little boring. It's really strong at what it does, and it's really hard to completely like derail or counter, but it's just not exciting. And so 24 on the left is not able to come over the 19 power Gilgamesh dropping. The 17 power, it does so much power consistently that you just slap cards on the board and you win. It's not like there's play around potential. How's Fastos working out? I don't have Corvus as well, so I'm definitely thinking about the Spotlight. I feel like he's very cuttable in all the decks that he's currently in. I think there might be a point in the future where we end up wanting to use him for like a hand buff deck or like a Gwynpool deck. But I think right now he feels good in Thanos. But outside of that, Mesh is so going to get nerfed. Right when Zoo was getting good. He might. They just buffed him up though. And so I think he's not worth it right now. At some point he might be. He might be in line for a buff if he's that bad or underperforms. But I like him in Thanos. Outside of that, it feels like he's kind of an awkward turn 3 play. What would you replace with him in this deck? So I think the normal one would run something like Red Guardian as like that counter card. Red Guardian, maybe a Shadow King, some kind of tech tool. You could even do like a Jeff if you wanted a little bit of flexibility. But I think for me, I think I've also seen Rogue. Rogue is in a decent spot. You could use that to steal the opponent's ongoing stuff. And so any of those, I'd replace it with a tech card. And I think it'd work just as good, if not maybe a little bit better. Fasto's pretty good in Serper decks. Yeah, and I think once Squinpool, I think that'll really solidify Kyera. So Kyera right now is mainly in the deck. You could also replace it with a tech card if you're not seeing Killmonger. But with Shaw being the weakened mission, I assumed we'd see a lot of Killmonger. And so I feel like Kyera is a good kind of protection tool against that. And so starting the next game against Skyrex. The first location was Daily Bugle. We ended up getting their Kitty Pryde, so our Nebula is not really going to be able to scale much here. We can go ahead and play the Dazzler out, and then we'll kind of see from there. But as long as they play Kitty Pryde, our Nebula is not going to scale at all. Sakaar is going to pull into one of our cards. After this, I almost think we might look at doing Nico into Kitty Pryde. We'll destroy the Kitty Pryde, but that allows us to draw into our other resources, especially with this going to round number 7. I like the idea of Khazar, Blue Marvel, having the Gilgamesh. We can always later drop the Kyera. And so I kind of like this. Getting the extra card draw, I think, could be pretty good. And then Kai, you said, hey, just wanted to say your videos are the only thing I watch on Marvel Snap, even after I stopped playing. Only suggestion would be to explain what new cards do. The intro for people not actively playing, or list the deck explanation in the description. I think that could be I think that's a good call out. But I'm glad that you still enjoy the content, even if you're not necessarily enjoying the game. And so I think that that says a lot. So I appreciate you being here and even jumping over to the stream after the fact. So with Mobius, we're not going to get a discount on Mockingbird. We could always do Kyera to protect our 1-cost cards, or we just kind of rip it with Shanna since we don't have Blue Marvel. We'd be hoping that we top deck into it eventually, but we'll see. And if we have an extra turn here, so I'm not sure we need to necessarily rush the Shanna. So maybe it ends up being like Kyera instead. But with Mobius, Red Guardian, Kitty Pryde, I don't think they're going to run Killmonger, but I am still going to drop Kyera. Our drop's still available. I think they ended on the I think it was after the 25th. Just wooden. So we do get Squirrel Girl. Philip J. Fry with the huge 5 gifted. That's a total of 10 that you've dropped in the channel. Thank you so much for the support. I know that last time you said good vibes, so you were happy to do what you could to help out. It means a lot. That's a huge gift. If you got one of the gifted subs from Philip, make sure to say thank you in the chat. So we have Ant-Man, Squirrel Girl. We could also just go something like Mockingbird. Since we're not going to get a discount on it, we may not need to cheat it out. We can always go Squirrel Girl, Ant-Man, Gilgamesh on the last turn. Sleeper, please me. So the Quinjet and the Loki coming down. Seeing the Kitty Pryde, the Red Guardian, the Mobius, I hadn't pegged it for a Loki deck until we saw Snowguard. And so unfortunately, Fastos is not what we wanted. We wanted the Blue Marvel play. So it's definitely not a marvelous one for us. I think Squirrel Girl into a big Gilgamesh drop is going to be our best bet. Next turn would be Ant-Man plus Blue Marvel. Give every lane just a little bit of additional reach. How does Fastos feel in this deck? Honestly, not very great. Oh, it could be the last turn. I forgot about their Nocturne being on board. They get a hefty drop in the left lane, so a Mockingbird of their own, the Ant-Man. That's unfortunate. They got us. It doesn't feel fantastic. I think after the... I'd almost prefer like a Rogue to like steal the opponent's Mobius, to steal their opponent's Iron Man, which we're seeing quite a bit of. Either that or Red Guardian for a similar reason, to be able to counter those ongoing cards. I just did the Zoo deck and shoved Shaw in it. Don't have Fastos. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the missions done, right? So the first location this time, next up we're going against Mush King Doms? These names, I know I struggle with these names. We have Squirrel Girl, which we may play early. We have enough 1-cost cards that we should be able to draw into one a little bit later. What a game. Yeah, what a game, double cheeseburger. What a game indeed. You passed on Thena and Cersei for Fastos. I mean, he might get some value later on. He just doesn't have a good home yet. I think maybe at some point he will. It's not that I don't enjoy it, but more that I don't have time for it. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense, Chai. Especially trying to level up at the top level or upper levels. That can feel kind of tough to keep up with. I think we donate our Shanna to Black Vortex and just hope that we don't get something awful like Arnim Zola or Destroyer. I think could also be rough. So we take out their Brood with Yondu, which is huge, and it changes into Null, which is not so huge. I'm a bit late to the party. Better late than never, Dino. I'm glad to have you here. The Null versus their Thanos is not great. And then Meek is also not very good. We're going to go Khazar. We do have the Blue Marvel play that we can use next turn. And then we're hoping to draw Gilgamesh so we can swing one of the other locations. Yeah, the missions say that you don't have... Yeah, they don't say you have to play it. So you just have to have it in the deck. So, especially on lower collection accounts, I usually just throw like one card into something that's otherwise really cohesive to be able to make sure that I can still win and I never even have to play it. I think we always lose to the Surfer here. I think the split with Black Vortex and both Shaw, Sage, and the draw from Asgard, I don't think we're going to have a great shot. I've been playing Fastos, Absman, Grandmaster. Yeah, I played a couple of decks that have those, and it feels okay, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel amazing, or like it just gives you a really good edge for having it. So useless here. Oh, what does Meek do? Oh, yeah, Meek. Yeah, in this case, nothing. It's when you discard a card, it gains 1 power and you can move him. And so in this deck, generated from the Shanna, it doesn't do anything for us. Yeah, the Wong is going to cause us to retreat.
Escaped.
I did really enjoy the deck that we ran with Ravonna, the Mockingbird, Taskmaster. I feel like there's a lot of potential there. And so I kind of want to circle back to it. Maybe after finishing these two, maybe I'll circle back to it at that point. I didn't have a great win rate, but when you won really well. That's the second variant that I've pulled from the after level 50 season track today. The last one, I think it was... What was the last one? I think I pulled it at right at the start of stream. I was the Leech. I got the Leech right before the start of the stream too, just from the season pass. I'm gonna have to start looking out for your streams going forward. We're all happy you're back and giving us great Snap ideas to play with. The White Rabbit, I'm so glad that you're here and that you're enjoying it. I'm honored that people still want to watch my content, because I did disappear for a little bit, but we're in a much better place now. So I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And next week, I'm going to be live most of the week. And so it'll be, if you're enjoying the stream and you have time, definitely stop in. I think it should be really fun. Did they buff the season post 60 collection rewards? I don't think they didn't mention it if they did. But no, you're right. This season has felt pretty good for me. I thought I was just getting kind of fortunately lucky. It just occurred to me how thematic Mobius's ability is, since he's basically a time cop and reducing energy. Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of time travel. I think it's a really good flavor for Mobius. Angel, welcome back. Had to do some evening shopping. Well, welcome back. I'm glad that you're here. We're gonna go ahead and Fastos. I think the one time that we Fastos with this deck, and it's gonna turn into a Hulk for us. You didn't disappear. You just learned. You were learning to be a ninja, and had a really good smoke bomb. I had a very good smoke bomb for a little bit. I'm so glad you're back and everything is okay. Yep, we're in a much better state now, and so we're actually able to enjoy making the content rather than it feeling like it was something I had to do. And so now it's back to being able to do it because I want to. His flavor fits, but it still tastes like sand to deal with. You're not far off, Red Rover. It's never a fun one, especially if you have a lot of card cost reductions. Like if you throw Sarah the same turn that it comes down, it feels awful. So we have a blue Marvel. They have the extra Hulk, so we would need to end up doing Gilgamesh into the left lane. They can always move Nocturne over. I think we're going to gamble the blue Marvel here. It's only a 25% chance for it to be destroyed. That leaves us the wiggle room or the opening to potentially play into the left. That's a nice Fastos spot. Good power Hulk and affects the zoo cards, and then we draw 0 the zoo cards. Yeah, you're not wrong. So unfortunate. So Nocturne moved over to the right instead of to the left. I don't think there's anything we can do here. So we get the extra power on Shanna, bringing it up to a 6. That pushes more power here with Dazzler. Caps this one out. This one becomes 15. I don't know that we ever win with this. Not unless we got a really good Shanna pool. Unfortunate. We leaving? Yeah. Oh, Angel, we're definitely leaving. We started. It's with all the decks today. We start strong and then just start getting bodied. We'll turn it around though. Yeah. For 4 cubes, it's a lot dangerous because I think the majority of the cards we pull would end up not being enough, even with the Khazar down. Had Blue Marvel stuck, then I think we absolutely stay there. Since it got destroyed, I think we run in defeat. The moment I lose an 8-cube game, the deck is shelved for the day. It's probably not a bad strategy. Unless you're like way up for the day. If it's going to tilt you, then yeah, I think it's definitely probably a good call. I'm going to go ahead and play the Squirrel Girl out. I like playing it a little bit early. We have plenty of 1 cost that we can use alongside Gilgamesh on the last turn. Ant-Man, for example. We're going to play the Dazzler. We have Kyera coming down next, as long as the last location isn't something super negative. Did you play some other lists while I was away? I remember the Shuri list, which looked really good. I played a little bit of like a standard junk deck. Sakar pulled into our Ant-Man, so we can't use that alongside Gilgamesh on the last turn, unfortunately. We can use Nico, though, and Gilgamesh in Kamartaj is really big. The Silver Surfer pool is unfortunate, and regardless of what we have, is worthy of a snap. So Angel, I think I just played like a little bit of a junk deck, and then moved over to this one. I want to go back to the Shuri list. I didn't have a fantastic run, but I like the idea of it. With them losing Surfer, I would imagine they would leave here, but so far it hasn't. Or they haven't. They didn't all-out retreat. Let's lock in our turn. Oh, they're still thinking about it. There they go.
Victory.
Yeah, even the Gladiator or Fastos, I don't know that it would be enough to convince them to stay. Losing Surfer is such a big hit. Now imagine the guts it would have taken to play Blue Marvel in the Isle of Silence there. Oh, in hindsight, yeah, it would have been the wrong call, but it would have worked out exceptionally well. So we finished the fastest one. I'm actually going to take him out of this deck. He doesn't feel like he's doing much for the deck. By that point, you typically want to curve into 4, 5, 6 anyways. And so unless you get an energy discount on one of those, it doesn't really do a whole lot for you. Let's see what the autofill does. I'm thinking Rogue, but it has Shadow King, which is another decent one with how much... like Angela, Athena stuff we see. But I am going to go... actually, Shadow King might be okay for all the Silver Surfer stuff. No, that comes down too late. Never mind. I'm going to go Rogue. We're going to stick to the Rogue play. Let's add... this one. Let's set up the custom card for it. There we go. We'll add that one in. I think it's a kind of a good catch-all. Either that or Gladiator is another good one. Not Gladiator. Red Guardian. Red Guardian's another good one in its place. I had Shadow King, been trying Goliath. How's Goliath been doing for you in that slot? Anyone know how the boosters work? Do you get more for the cards you haven't split? So if I remember right, it's random after a game, but it doesn't necessarily look at quality. I know there was talks of potentially doing like a weighted system, so it'd go for your lowest quality ones first, but I'm not sure if that ever got implemented or not. Next up we have Firuli. We'll see if we can knock out the Gilgamesh and then switch to something that feels a little bit more fun. The Ant-Man coming down. We have, I mean, Rogue may serve us a big purpose here. If this is going to be like a mirror match, then Rogue might be huge. And then...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Orbry, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day and hopefully you're enjoying the stream. But I appreciate the support. Have you been reading any comics? I read most of the House of X, and then I ended up having to return it because I rented it from like a digital library, and I haven't caught back up on the other ones. I had the Marvel service for a little bit, but I wasn't using it enough, and kind of money got a little bit tight when I stopped making content, and so we canceled stuff that was non-essential. And so I haven't really been exploring too many comics. I would like to at some point. It just hasn't been something I've been able to do yet. So the Ant-Man, Armor, and Captain America. This looks more like a Spectrum deck than a mirror. So we're a lot better at going wide with our power. So I think we may be okay. I like the Khazar. Maybe next turn would be like a Shanna and save Gilgamesh, Ant-Man for the final turn. Yeah, House of X was really good. I enjoyed it. I'm a little sad that I didn't get to finish it. Like, I was probably 3/4, if not a little bit more, through it. Why not play the Ant-Man there on 2? Is leaking energy worth the risk of not playing for the knowledge of future cards? For this deck, I typically like to have a 1-drop to go alongside the Gilgamesh. That way we can kind of cap and finish one off while pushing a big one with like a Gilgamesh play. And if for some reason they do a Jean Grey, we have a way around it on the last turn. That way it's not forcing Gilgamesh into that particular lane. So I'm a little bit torn here. With it being turn 5, they have a really big left lane. But we're going to be able to have the Gilgamesh over there, the Angela and Punisher, into what I assume is going to be Spectrum. Actually, I think we just go mid. I think we give up on the left lane and we just go Gilgamesh Squirrel Girl. I don't think they're going to play anything that goes over 15 power in the right lane or a little bit more with Baxter building. And then Gilgamesh is going to end up being pretty large. But let's make sure we go Ant-Man first, just in case it comes down to like a 1-point difference. Shuri Enjoyer, welcome in. I was running, I think it was your deck. Ooh, the Super Scroll is kind of spicy. I was running, I think it was your deck from earlier. It had Ravona, Fury, Taskmaster, Mockingbird. It was one that I really enjoyed. It was really sneaky in like the play lines that it had. But welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I don't think have I ever beaten you on the ladder? I feel like you always wipe the floor with me. So it's a gamble that you don't draw Nico before turn 6. Yeah, I would rather have the guarantee of that second card rather than the gamble of trusting Nico and not getting it. Funny, Gilgamesh got there even before applying his buff. Sometimes that's all it takes. We're trying to finish these missions, and then Shuri Enjoyer, I think we're actually going to jump back over into the deck that we were running a little bit earlier. The one from Shuri Enjoyer. And then, so Panopticon, something like Squirrel Girl could do some decent value. Shanna also gives us a lot of value. So I'm going to play away from that location, just with how much generation we have. Nico could have also been used to change it, since they're a Thanos deck. Elbent, you said woof? What's the woof for, Elbent? And so since we don't have Gilgamesh, I do think we're going to go ahead and do something like Nico Ant-Man. Hellfire Club becomes really tough with our low-cost cards, but it's the first time I've seen you IB. Twitch. Oh, on Twitch. Sorry. I've only watched on YouTube. So I typically, most of my content is on YouTube, but since coming back, I've been enjoying streaming. And so I've been pushing a few more streams. Next week, I'm going to be live just about all week. So it's going to be every day but the 4th of July that I'll be live over here on Twitch. But it's been something that I've been enjoying doing. Whether we climb or not, I think it's always fun to be able to interact with people that have been enjoying the content that I just haven't been able to like talk to or interact with otherwise. You said, sorry, I was asking how many levels it is to Series 4. Oh, you're not very far into the game. Gotcha, Elvent. I must have missed that point. No, you're fine. Yeah, it's the biggest thing is just kind of completing your daily missions. Like you don't have to play a lot to get progress. Playing like 20 minutes a day to clear those missions will progress you just as much as playing 3 hours in the day. Other than like your card knowledge, as far as like just pure collection track progression, that 20 minutes to complete your daily missions is really all that you would have to do to get consistent growth or progression. And then you can learn the cards from there. This draw ended up being super rough. The Magneto pulls our Khazar to the right. We're just looking for some season pass wins, or some weekend mission wins. We're gonna go ahead and retreat out of this one. We'll jump into a new one.
Escape.
You stream on the weekends? No, so on the weekends, my daughter's home, and so right now with my full-time job, I typically can only stream on Fridays, but it's something that I'm looking at other ways to try to integrate some more streams into. So like next week I'm off work, and so I'm going to be streaming just about the entire week. Everything except for the 4th of July, because I'll have my daughter at home. Answer, you said, I just watched your latest video and was wondering what could you replace Cannonball with? Cannonball is a tough one because it's a good way to swing a location back in your favor. So you could look at doing something like Shang-Chi as a counter tool, but it's a little bit inconsistent. You could also look at like a Doc Ock, but it also has the same kind of inconsistencies and drawbacks. You could try Stegron, but that's kind of random. I think where I would end up landing would be something along the lines of Shang-Chi, just in case. they play anything big that lets you swing one additional lane. But with how much low power stuff, I don't know that it'll be fantastic. I think it'd be something that you might have to restructure the deck a little bit more than just that one card. So we have Nico, we have Shanna into the Khazar. I think I'm going to hold the Nico since we're going to have a lot of board flooded with Shanna anyways. And we'll kind of see what it does from there. It's a nice looking Mirage. Not very many people play Mirage, and I think even fewer have a nice variant. They need a good split on it now. And the Icebox does end up hitting our Khazar, unfortunately. So we're going to go ahead and just play out Shanna. We know that we'll at least be able to buff them up with Khazar by turn 5, and then we'll see what else we draw into. Got that Cable look? Yeah, it does. It does look a lot like kind of Cable. She's been through it. She's seen some things. So our Yondu ends up taking out Blade. What kind of deck are they running? We get the really cheap Mockingbird here that we can throw into the left lane. I think that's all we need to focus on or force. After that, we can do Dazzler into like a Khazar in mid, and then it's just pushing the right lane. I think these locations really pigeonhole us into... I'm getting Forge vibes. I could see Forge in that one too. I could see Forge in it. We do get Gilgamesh. We don't have any buff cards yet though. So Gilgamesh doesn't do a lot of things for us this turn, but would be big in swinging the right lane. Their Miles Morales comes down. They paid full price for. Interesting. I don't know what kind of deck this is. We know that they have a copy of our Nico. Next turn, we're going to do Nico plus Gilgamesh in the right lane. Try and pull it the rest of the way home. Ooh, Vision can move over. So they can win the left lane. We can't play Nico first, unfortunately. We have to play it last. I'm going to go Ant-Man instead. That gives us an extra +1 on Gilgamesh. It ends up being a wash, but I like the idea of Ant-Man better. And then they move Vision over. As long as we win the right lane, we'd be okay. I'm really curious what they were cooking, because with Mirage, they had to be cooking something. Yeah, and even if it didn't move, we have the mid locked in. And so as long as we have the right lane, isn't Nico more power? No, so Ant-Man's going to be 2, and then it'll give us an extra +1 on Gilgamesh. It's going to be the same. So it's going to give us an extra +1 on Gilgamesh because we can play it first. With Nico, since the spell was Demon, we'd have to play it last. No Play was also winning there. What if they moved Vision? Oh yeah, if they moved Vision over, then Sunspot just absorbs. That's kind of funny. We could have just skipped. But it would have washed between the Nico or the Ant-Man, just because of the order. But I'm gonna run a quick. It looks like it's time for the ads again. We're gonna run a quick 1.5 ads, and then I'm gonna finish off this deck. We have 2 more wins, and then we're switching back over to the Shuri Enjoyer build that we have pulled up, and I was having a lot of fun with. Didn't have a lot of success with, but it was having a lot of fun. So we're gonna run a quick ad, and then we'll be right back, you guys. So we were at a 50% win rate with the Shuri Enjoyer build, but I think it has the potential to be able to swing some really big games because of how sneaky the play lines are. The Clutter Stegron that I played, I think for 1 game, I also have really good stats on that one as well. I think I don't think I've lost with this one yet. It just does so much cluttering, and then you have a couple of ways to win in either like a Sage or your standard Red Hulk. You have a lot of ways to bring that one home. I really like this junk list. Today's that I featured was a fun one with the Grandmaster, but I'm not sure if it's any better than just the raw power that the Stegron one can do. Have you tested Angela post over the air? Yeah, I think Angela is still great post over the air. There's a couple of builds that I've used her in, and she feels just about as strong. When did the ads start? I don't see any. They should be rolling, Chai. So it could be locational. It could be just that there weren't any available, but they should still be rolling. They have about 40 seconds left, so I'll queue up here in just a second. But we have to finish off. We have to stay dedicated, finish off our Gilgamesh Zoo, which is a little bit of a boring deck, but we'll finish that one off to get the gold. And then I think we switch over to something a little bit more fun. And Gilgamesh Zoo is a solid build. Like, it puts out a lot of power. It will win games. We're looking at like a 55% win rate. And I've been struggling getting a lot of wins on stream today. And we're sitting at a 55% win rate for it. Really strong. It's just very linear. So it's the same thing over and over and over. And so I don't always play it as often. And so we have the Nebula, we have Ant-Man. I think I'm going to go ahead and play the Ant-Man, though. We have Kyra to protect them a little bit later on. Just slap Gilga into a fun deck. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, you can. But I don't know if we want to. I've done all my missions already. What are we working on? You did all yours? You did the daily missions or the weekend ones? You grab... I guess I do kind of play slow. I apologize, guys. I slow play it a bit. So we're going to have extra energy from the White Hot Room, or we could, but it doesn't do us any good because we can't play into mid or to the right until the last turn. I still think we're going to play the Squirrel Girl. That'll give us a discount on Mockingbird. Maybe we can do Blue Marvel plus Mockingbird on the last turn. Yeah, it's a nice set of locations. What would you like Mockingbird at? I think it could honestly even start at a 6-cost card, and it would take some of the tempo off of it, and it'd still be just as good and just as playable. We didn't want to play this game anyways. 610. 610 puts it within Shang-Chi range, so if you curve it out early, you can counter it. I think that could give it some good value. Pinsray, he said, hello everyone, just saw the triple debris combo. I love it. Welcome in from the video. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you enjoyed the deck. It's one that's really fun. I like the Grandmaster in it. I love any excuse I can find to run a Grandmaster, honestly. Wait. Oh, they played Nocturne, so they can move the Nocturne over. I don't think there's any way we win here. The Mobius stops our Mockingbird from being discounted. Like, we can't do much of anything. They move the Nocturne out. They just backfill it to the left. And we could do this, but I think we lose the left every time. Because they move that out, backfill it with something. As long as it's more than 2 power, then they can win. They can win right and whatever they play in the left lane. So Silver Surfer looks like a potential with the Hope Summers, giving them extra energy for this last turn. Plus they had the White Hot Room, so they could do any number of things. I just hope they balance Mockingbird good, because I enjoy her. I enjoy her too, and it's one that I recently got within the last 3 weeks, I'd say. And it feels like she slots into so many decks that, like, I wouldn't want to really run a Sasquatch deck that runs Mysterio without Mockingbird. And so same thing with Thanos. She fits so well into the Thanos builds that if they nerf her too hard, I'd be a little sad too. So the Nebula comes down on the right. We have Dazzler to push back there. We do get Ant-Man. We have the 4/5 draw. All we need is the Gilgamesh, and we should be looking decent here. I would like it a little bit better if we ended up drawing like maybe a Shanna to give us a little bit more widespread power. But otherwise, I think we're decent here. The Nico into the Squirrel Girl. So we may be running into a mirror match. And Ottomer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 36 for the day. Huge support coming in from you guys. I I couldn't ask for anything more. Just being here to enjoy the content is more than enough. But if you enjoy it and you have a free Prime sub, or if you want a tier 1 sub, they're always appreciated. So the Nebula in the right, the Ant-Man gets value here. We can do Khazar, like a blue Marvel. And then it's looking like, since we don't have Gilgamesh, I don't know that I hold the Ant-Man, just in case. You said I have Sasquatch pinned. I have my doubts on it. Yeah, so Sasquatch feels like one that he's very skippable. Like he's decent in like those Mockingbird builds, but he doesn't feel like you have to have him or you can't do anything. And so if you are kind of tight on tokens, it's not one that you'd ever... Like, he doesn't feel like he just breaks any deck wide open necessarily. If you Ant-Man right first... I didn't even pay attention to Krakoa. I missed that was the location. But no, yeah, Ant-Man could have been potentially a bigger play there. Yeah, 5/10 I think would also be a nerf for Mockingbird in some degree. So our Blue Marvel actually gets taken down to 0 power, but we do have Kyera plus Shanna. And so we can flood the board on the last turn. We honestly, all we have to do is play Shanna, because they're not going to run a drop card. It just comes down to if they have Gilgamesh or not. But Blue Marvel definitely helps us out. Right now they don't have a Khazar to buff the cards on the board. There's the Blue Marvel coming down to buff the cards on the board. The left lane, I think, is definitely a bit iffy. And then the right lane being a Gilgamesh lane. I don't think we ever win the left as it is. And so then it would come down to them not... Oh, Glenn said buffing to 10 has never actually been a nerf? Really? Yeah, I know that there's not a whole lot of Shang-Chi. Mockingbird replacement in this one. I know some people have been trying out things like Eliath as like that last turn alternate finisher. So like an Eliath here would be able to potentially pray for Maw. I mean, it's only one additional cube. We can pray for the Maw. But Mockingbird, I think you probably, yeah, there's the Gilgamesh. Unfortunately, they drew theirs and we didn't. Let's see if there's no Mockingbird. I think it, without the Mockingbird, I think it just, you play another low cost card. So either a counter card in like a Red Guardian, or you could do something different. You could do like a Martyr, an Electra. You can do something small, maybe Spider-Ham to try and ruin their lines as well. But Mockingbird's good whenever it comes down. I think it's definitely an upgrade to whatever alternate could be there. But there's a couple of lines, like you can still play the deck and it still does decently without. We got Maw and still lost. That's fine though. Good game. I knew I might be dead if you had Mockingbird with Shanna. I just prayed you didn't. Yeah, we weren't lucky enough to draw it. Had we been able to, we might have been able to pull it out, but we decided to stick it out. It was only for one additional cube. So very good game. It was very, very close. Maw made that a lot closer than it probably should have been or deserved to be. We have the Nico. We're going to be able to get the extra card draw by playing like a Squirrel Girl out into directly shuffling them back in after turn 3, which is a little bit unfortunate. We might be able to sneak out a Mockingbird early. You play Conquest. I typically will play Conquest enough to get the rewards each season. So like the variant or the title, the avatar, and then the progression currencies. So gold or credits. And then outside of that, I don't typically push it too hard. I just kind of lightly play it now. So Mockingbird does go down to 3. I assumed that they snapped just because we had Nico and then the destroy trigger. And so I kind of wanted to snap back against them because we have a couple of decent lines depending on what we draw into. Mockingbird, I think, is a decent choice. We could also go with like a double drop in either Shanna or we can do Kyra, because I think this is a Silver Surfer deck. They'll probably be looking to do a Killmonger. So I think it might be safe to do like a Kyra Nebula. We want to see if maybe we can win this lane. I think with the Brood, honestly, they probably do. We could push for Mockingbird there to try and win it. But I really think we need to... wait, did we have 4 energy? We did. We could have played Mockingbird and 1 cost, right? That's all right. Wow. What a beautiful Atelan reshuffle. I'll take this every time. This is the Khazar into the Blue Marvel into the Gilgamesh finisher. The only thing that could make it better is if we draw into like an Ant-Man. I'm going to play Khazar mid and kind of keep our options open. They're going to have extra energy in that right lane. That I don't know that we're going to be able to do much against it until later in the game. So the Hope Summers comes down. They're going to have a lot of energy, but maybe not a lot of cards to be able to utilize it. We have the cheap Mockingbird up, but I think it's always better for us to go Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel would give us 3, 4, 5 in the right lane, so we still wouldn't win with just the Blue Marvel play. So I kind of like stacking it into mid. We're hoping for an Ant-Man. Ant-Man in mid may be able to win and allow us to Gilgamesh to the left or to the right. Their Mobius comes down. Sebastian Shaw is going to be really scary as well. With how much extra energy to have, it's going to be, what, 8? That is a Dazzler. Not a dazzling prospect. I think we lose mid. They only have 3 cards, though. So maybe they didn't draw Surfer. Let's hope for that. So this is going to end up being a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Brings it up to 15. If they have Surfer, I think we lose regardless. Because mid would end up scaling way higher than we'd be able to compete with. I'm hoping they don't have Surfer. Captain Salami, welcome in. Played against you this morning. Glad to see that you're back. I'm glad to be back. Oh no, is that a Wong into a Surfer? Not only are we going to lose, we are going to heavily lose. That is unfortunate. Had we played the 16 in mid? Could we have won? Yeah, we could have won with the Gilgamesh mid. That's unfortunate. The Wong was I was not expecting or hoping the Wong. So all 3 of their cards. That was a good one. That's unfortunate. But you said played against you this morning. Glad to see you're back. I'm glad that I'm glad to be back. I'm really enjoying the game, even if we end up losing 8 here and there. It's been a rough road. We probably should have retreated from that one, but I think it would have been Wong to not see that one play out. I thought there was a good chance that they wouldn't have Surfer. And if they only had 1 trigger of Surfer, we were fine too. It was just that they had both. You said I remember beating you 2 times in the beta. So we're 2-1. Hey, was this morning the first time we've ran into each other since then? I'm looking forward to evening out the match after next time we run into each other. You said, hey, there's a player whose name is TLSG Sun. I did see that. And we're actually up against Dara here. Yeah, it was the Wong decision to stay for sure. We're up against Dara, and we've been having an awful time of it. With the Absorbing Man, they could be running maybe Mill. They could be running, I guess, maybe Silver Surfer. I kind of want to destroy the Ant-Man. We get additional resources. So we'll be able to get the Squirrel Girl down, potentially a Shanna down. We have Kyra to protect from a Killmonger. Do you ever get angry? Sometimes. Not often, but sometimes I do. So we do draw into the Shanna. Let's get a feel for their deck. The Nova. Okay. So it is going to be one that wants to run the Killmonger play. And we have Gilgamesh. I think we go ahead and drop Kyra just to let them know. That's my secret. I'm always angry. Let's go ahead and drop the Kyra. And from there, we could do Shanna. We could do Absorbing Man. We have, Shanna into Absorbing Man potentially. So the Brood in the right lane, it's going to be a Silver Surfer build, which is to be expected. We do get Blue Marvel. We're not going to be able to add anything with Shanna to the left, though, which is potentially problematic. I'm going to go Shanna to the right. What did White Place give him? Should have been our Mockingbird, right? I think we're going to play Shanna. This lane becomes decently winnable since they can't destroy our Nebula. But the other ones are what become the problem. We know that there's going to be a Sebastian Shaw. We don't have a way to bring that one back down. Yondu hitting something big of theirs would be really, really cool. Forge is not that. That's something. The Absorbing Man copying the Brood is big. It's you might even say brutal. We do have the Squirrel Girl Gilgamesh combo for the last turn. So depending on how they're able to play this one, we might be able to... Are you recording any YouTube stream highlights today? Potentially. I want a deck that does well. And so I don't want just like... I don't necessarily just want the highlights. I want a deck that performs well even when I'm streaming. And then I'll take the highlights from there. So if one of the decks do like exceptionally well, then yes, I am doing a couple of recordings of the different games, but so far I haven't had anything that's like locked in place. We're going to do the Blue Marvel. I wonder if he'll Wong left, like your Blast Match. He might. It'd be Wong of him to do so, but he might do it. So Red Guardian hits our Deadpool, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. And then I'd rather that than the Blue Marvel. So we could flood this lane. If they do a Silver Surfer, they've already played Absorbing Man. So a Shaw plus Surfer. Shaw would be 4. Surfer would bring it up to 8. Do we ever win with Squirrel Girl Gilgamesh? Either that or they do a Killmonger Surfer. Depends on how big their left lane ends up being. Dazzler would help us kind of alleviate some of that issue with how being able to cap out these lanes. I think I want to try this. Mockingbird? He played Mockingbird last turn. So he already dropped the Mockingbird in the right. You think he has another one built in? Surfer decks do run Mockingbird now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it'd be free. Ooh. We lose, don't we? We lose to the Mockingbird left. So Killmonger. Okay, so far so good. Killmonger Surfer, I think we can beat. But if Mockingbird is mixed in, then we have no chance. And then Surfer. And so that brings it up to 8. We have the extra 2 from Squirrel Girl. And then Gilgamesh should bring us home in the right lane. We needed the extra buff on him. He almost got there without it. The extra buff pushes us up by 5. He played Mockingbird that he got from White Palace. So if he had one in his deck, he could have potentially had a second one. And so that's what I was worried about, was that he had one that he already had. And he played this one knowing that we knew he had it. Whew, that was a very, very close one. But every time I play against Dara, he plays incredibly aggressively. And so it's really hard to read whether his snap is because he has a good hand or if it's just like an aggressive snap. And so it's always fun to play against Dara. So next up we have Koopa Troopa. We need one more win with Gilgamesh, and then I'm going to switch over. I think we could potentially want to do like a highlight video or reel of Shuri Enjoyer's deck. That one feels like it's like a new idea that I haven't seen much. And so it's definitely something that I want to see if I can get some highlights for that deck if it performs well over a long sample size. I love your videos. So happy to catch a live. Galaxy, Galaxy Warrior. I'm so glad you were able to catch a live as well. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the lives. I know they're a little bit different kind of pace than the videos, but hopefully they're just as valuable to you. 12-1 with Pusher. You're 12-1. I was at a 50% win rate. I could have just been either not playing it well, but you're absolutely crushing it, Pusher. Nice of Dara to help you break out of the mini slump. It is. We are, let's see what our percentage are. Oh, we did have a pretty good slump with the Gilgamesh Zoo. We dropped below a 50% win rate. Hear me out. Arsham beginner deck. Quinjet, Sunspot, Psylocke, Collector, Crystal, Jubilee, Shang-Chi, Enchantress, Frostbones, Blink, and Magneto. I think the Blink would be the only thing that like super beginners may not have access to. So if they're like free to play, otherwise I think it looks good. So the Mobius comes down, and unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to get a cheap Mockingbird, but we can get Blue Marvel down. We have Demon from the Hood in the left lane, which is a little bit unfortunate. Blue Marvel hopefully lets us continue winning in mid because it's gonna give us a sneaky 3. I don't know what card upsets me more, a Mobius or Sandman. I think it's a tight one. There's no telling. Sandman, I don't necessarily have an issue with Sandman. We can do Nico Pig, which transforms into Nico, or into a demon. Then we have a second demon and Gilgamesh on the last turn. I kind of like it. Bird left. Bird left instead of the Nico stuff. Mockingbird would be more power directly to the left, but otherwise we don't really have a good way to compete for this right lane. Right? Am I seeing something that, or am I not seeing something? Red Hulk mid is big with the Blink rotation. I think the extra demon over here, and then Gilgamesh is going to end up being 4, 8, 9, so 18 power. Kind of think we just slap back in the left lane. But I'm going to do it, or I think in mid, but I'm going to do it in the left lane just in case. So the Baron coming in, it's going to pull, what, Squirrel Girl? Yeah, so it gives them a little bit in the right lane, but we are going to be able to hold strong. The Khazar coming down. If it ended up staying, would be great, but they can have the middle location. We'll take the right lane with the additional demon, and then Gilgamesh is going to be a massive, what, 18 power? Swinging the left lane as well. So we'll gladly take it. And then that is Gilgamesh and Fastos weekend missions done. We can jump over into something that might be a little bit more fun. Yeah, Gilgamesh it's a strong one, but it's not incredibly exciting. So we will take the 375 gold. What a big reward. And then we're not gonna be able to touch the 125. Unfortunately, we don't have enough tokens, and I don't plan on opening or spending to be able to pull them. So the credits can just kind of go to waste. You'd win mid 2. Yeah, the Gilgamesh went really, really big. And so it was pretty versatile in which direction we could have played it. Let's play a little bit more Shuri Enjoyer deck. I feel like the deck is really strong, and maybe I just got a bad start to it. So what's this Shuri deck about? It is about some like crazy play lines that you may not otherwise be able to see. So you have some kind of sneaky ways to push power. You could do a Ravonna, which would allow you to, and if you have Mysterio down, would allow you to do like both a Mockingbird plus Taskmaster on the last turn. So you could do a Shuri on 5 even into the Mockingbird plus Taskmaster to surprisingly push 36 power, where the opponent would otherwise think that they had an easy lock. You can do some similar stuff with like Sage plus Taskmaster, but doing both of those on the last turn is potentially a double. It's a 24 power potential play. A lot of the times it could be a little bit higher, but most often it's going to be around 24. So just a lot of like flexible ways to push some really high power things that you probably shouldn't be able to. Have you seen House of the Dragon? Yeah, so I'm caught up so far. I'm caught up on it so far. I finished the last one that came out yesterday. I don't enjoy it as much as I did the early days of Game of Thrones, but I think it's a good kind of sub or replacement. Team green or black? Is green... it has to be Rhaenyra. I don't go for... the other one, I think they did a big power play, but I think it's Rhaenyra. I think she's team black, right? Green. Okay, Hightower. Yeah, I don't like... I think it was Otto Hightower. I don't like the hand and how he played that one and kind of forced the way into power, but what conditions does Hope Summers have to give energy? Discount Tywin? Yeah. Yeah, the discount Tywin. So Hope Summers, all you have to do is play a card there and it gives you extra energy that following turn. All my homies hate Team Green. So it looks like we're going against maybe a low collection level deck. I think this might be pretty snappable. We're going to have 8 energy. If we double drop here, even like a Nocturne and Sasquatch, we'll have 8 energy going into the last turn. We could do a Sage plus Taskmaster. Yeah, Otto was clever, but I also I don't know. It feels slimy. So I still don't like it. But we're going to snap into it. We have the big Sasquatch to the right. Then we're just looking to stack into one of the other lanes. The only problem is Sage doesn't get incredibly big by herself, so we'd have to rely on like the Taskmaster to be that secondary lane. I think picking a side is against the story. Yeah. Yeah, I think just watching it unfold, because it's just a whole bunch of unfortunate everywhere. So you said similar to Jean Grey. Is she Scott Summers and Jean Grey mid canonically, or is that just a coincidence? Oh, is there kid? Wait, I'm not sure I follow Chai. So let me see. We have the 4-power Kitty Pryde, a really big push here. Could even be like a Mockingbird push, or we do something like Jeff, Nocturne, Sage would be decent, or Sage, Taskmaster. That way Sage gets really big here and then copies it to the left. And I'm going to go for the left instead of mid because I think they'd probably push for mid if they stick this one out.
Behold my mighty hand.
Oh, that's a really big Punisher. We barely get over it, but we almost lost to the Onslaught drop. Please explain how Sage's on reveal works. So Sage's on reveal, it counts the number of different power levels at that position, whether on your side or the opponent's. And then for each unique number, it's +2. And so for this one, it was 11, 15, 3, 4, 5, and 10. So it ended up being 6 because there were 6 or 12 because it ended up being 6 unique numbers. And so for any different power level in that lane, it's +2. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Onslaught either. That was a big stay. That was a big stay. But we'll take it. Yeah, Sage is really, really strong. And so JD, you said you were playing that junk deck. What could you use if you don't have Thena? The junk deck that I was running didn't have Angela, right? Because Angela is just a solid sub in its place. It's almost as good in most cases. Thena just allows you the flexibility to continue to scale it even if you're not playing directly into that lane. But with cards like Jeff that can move out and Kitty Pryde, which is that Thena engine, you're going to scale your Angela pretty high anyways. Let's give him the fist bump back. And it's Monkey D. Luffy again. Last time I was able to... Hope Summers is not Scott's kid. Scott's kid ended up being Cable, right? Give on. Sometimes if it's that bad, sometimes a double Ravona could be kind of cool. Sometimes if it's that bad, you just need to take a little bit of a break. Oh, is that spoilers? I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I apologize. So with Elysium on top of it, wow, this is a wild amount of options that we have. No, just being silly. I guess it kind of probably is spoilers. It's been 30 years. Well, I found out like 2 weeks ago when I was watching X-Men. Oh, maybe it's not that big of a leap to assume that maybe everyone doesn't know. So we have to look out for their ability to do some pretty big things with like Shuri and potentially Taskmaster. I do like the Iron Man. We have Juggernaut to protect one of the lanes. Mockingbird's going to keep getting discounted here. I like just Iron Man to the left, and then we're just looking to push a lot into probably the middle location.
I am Iron Man.
Was that a 2-cost Iron Man? That's wild. Because the double discount from Ravona plus Elysium. I hate asking this, but what's a good Nocturne replacement? Nocturne in this one doesn't really serve much purpose other than being able to play into the Hope Summers lane and then move it out later. And so, a double Sage, and they have the neon border on the Sage as well. And so you could probably make do with either a tech card, or even if you wanted to, you could go low like Nightcrawler potentially. Mr. Negative gives 0-cost Iron Man. He sure does.
Hey,
And
welcome. It took you
Mondo,
long
thank you
enough.
so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Very glad to have you here. So we could do Mockingbird, and then these three are so incredibly cheap that I kind of think we hold them for now. We have such a push in Iron Man to the left. The Taskmaster copying the 15 power Sasquatch is big. But I think that just kind of refocuses us and just makes sure that we focus here or push here. The real Mysterio could be here, so they could be winning by now. And then if it scales, it could be kind of scary. So maybe it becomes Sage, Juggernaut. If they push hard into Weird World, we may not be able to win with the Sage play. But I'm not sure we would win with Juggernaut either if they ended up scaling Thena. Do you enjoy reading books? I do. I haven't been able to sit down and read a good book for a while, but I do enjoy them. I'm going to lock this in, see what they end up pushing, and then we'll kind of gauge from there. But that right lane, I think they assume that they have it locked in. They're probably right. The Juggernaut protecting the left lane from any kind of shenanigans. Jug wins mid. They could have the real Mysterio there, and Thena would scale. And so I don't think it'd be guaranteed. And so even without that +5, yeah, the real Mysterio was mid. Oh, the Sage play was just enough to come over the top of it. Gotta say, Juggernaut's
Hey,
animation is one of
welcome.
my
It took you
favorite in the
long
game.
enough.
I do enjoy his animation. He's been one of my... He's been a card I enjoy for quite a while. I'm glad that he actually has some use now outside of like a very clunky move deck. Rereading Ender's Game. I never ended up reading that one, but I've heard good things. And Alibi... Alibi... I'm going to call you Alibi. I'm sorry. I'm probably butchering it. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Glad to have you here. Rhino alone in the corner. Juggernaut, he can be underrated, but you have to have another good 3-cost card so it doesn't feel like you're just like abandoning your last turn play. But he can do some really, really big things. Thoughts on One Piece? I am enjoying One Piece. I watched the live action first, And so that's where I kind of got the pacing from. And so switching to the anime is a much slower pace that I'm having to get used to. But I do enjoy it. So next up we have Stefan. The first location is the hub, and we end up getting the Spider-Man 2099, which we're probably never going to use. We do have Mysterio, we have Mockingbird, Taskmaster, so we have several good resources to use here. We want the fake Mysterio clone to go into Washington, D.C. so it can get the +3 power bonus. So we'll throw the real one to the left. That'll give us a discount on our Mockingbird. We can play Sasquatch on 3, and we get a lot of just tempo plays here. And so I think we probably snap on this. Probably should have snapped before the Mysterio came down, but I think we still do I think it's still worthy of a snap. Mockingbird going down to 1 because of the Widow's Kiss. We can throw Nocturne next turn, Nocturne plus Mockingbird, and then we're just looking to potentially set up how we win the game from there. And so Polaris pulls our fake Mysterio out of mid, unfortunately, and into the right lane. And so I think Nocturne makes a lot of sense over here. Ooh, the Eternals arc, which I didn't really play much of at all, because I skipped the day that it was featured. I'm going to play Nocturne there. I still think we push some power into these other lanes. Potentially like a Mockingbird left. We can always move Nocturne to mid to unlock that one. I guess we wouldn't unlock it. It'd be on turn 6. It might be that we do a Taskmaster. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the play looks like. We do want to cancel out this Widow's Kiss though. And so they snapped. Looks like they're running a decent amount of disrupt. Miss Marvel is going to be an interesting one, giving them an extra bonus in potentially the left and the right. I think I'm going to copy the Mockingbird in mid. That allows us to move Nocturne on the last turn. We cancel out the Widow's Kiss. Our real Mysterio is here. We have the 9 power in this lane. May be able to come over the top. I think they're going to have to play into the hub this turn to make sure that Miss Marvel triggers. One Piece creator forgets Luffy's power and Googles it before writing manga. What's your favorite book of all time? Harry Potter, the series, has a really special place in my heart. It's one that I read growing up, so when I was really little, and it's something that I read with my dad. And so, why did the text look like that? I don't know. It's halfway canceled out in that text. And so it's I read them before the movies were created, and so it used to be the movies would come out on my birthday each year, and so it was kind of like a tradition that we went and watched the movies every year on my birthday. And so it's I don't know if as far as literature it's the best thing, but I really enjoyed this. It's very nostalgic for me, and I enjoyed it at the time. And so I think we just win here. They move Nocturne over. That'd be 15. They tie what we have. They move Nocturne here, and then Sage should be able to just win it, right? Unless they move Sage over and we move our Sage, or we move our Nocturne. They could have a Doctor Doom as well. Seeing some of their cards with Quake, they could be looking to go something like that. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Nocturne to the right would only be 10 power because the 2 3s. So we're going to lock in this in the left lane, and that allows us to offset the Widow's Kiss bonus or Widow's Kiss debuff. Doom or Jeff. I could see them doing like a Doom or a Jeff. This build definitely feels like it could have that built in. And so 2 cards to the right. Ooh, the Nidavellir is fortunate for us. The Nocturne, Stegron is unfortunate for us. It slaps Sage into mid. As long as we can win mid now, then we should be fine. Yeah. So it was a good idea. But with the Stegron making sure that the Widow's Kiss stayed negative. But fortunately, we had enough high power plays that the only thing that would have derailed us, I guess, would be if this was maybe a fake one and that got moved. But otherwise, we were able to grab in the 8 cubes, which I didn't even realize was 8 cubes until just now. We will grab the 8 cubes where we can, and we're back on the upwards climb. 29.99 was more power. That would have ended up destroying card. That would have been, yeah. 20.99 I didn't even think about. But you're right. It would have been a better play. It would have been 1 extra power. We couldn't have anticipated the move, but it would have been 1 extra power regardless. Favorite X-Men? I like Gambit. I haven't really I haven't seen anything. I just like his character and his powers, and the fact that he wields cards. And so I like Gambit quite a bit. And as I've watched some of the X-Men movies and caught up with them, I kind of like Magneto's role and how he's like split between sometimes being the villain, sometimes siding with the other mutants, and just how it's becomes this really big political thing between mutants and humans. And so I used to not like Magneto because he was the villain. He was evil. But the older I get, the more I can like understand, like, okay, yeah, like I get where those strifes are coming from and why you could potentially be sided on each one. Yeah, his backstory is horrific. And so we're going to send them a fake Mysterio in mid. Our other one, we're going to allow it to get destroyed in the left. Magneto was right. He might have been. With how awful the humans treat the mutants, Magneto may have been right. So we get the cheap Sasquatch here, so we could either protect the left lane or reinforce the right. I think we're going to go Sasquatch left. We have the ability to do maybe it becomes like a Shuri 1/4. We also have Nocturne Kitty Pryde that we could angle for as well. I personally love Cyclops. Gambit is so strong. He had Mr. Sinister nerf him. Yeah, the streaming guy streams. It's absolutely wild. Pulse Glazer, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Ooh, that is an unfortunate X-Mansion split. Ours isn't really great, but at least it breaks. At least we have space to play. We can get the extra energy with Hope Summers. But Pulse Glazer, hopefully you're having a great day so far. He went through a Holocaust. He saw the warning signs, but methods were not right. Yeah. But I think that's why I enjoy him as a character, because it goes from and it like where he's all out, you're against Magneto, and then the more you learn about him, you're like, okay, I can see some of those decisions and why they were made. First day of summer, I slept 14 hours. My goodness. I know that you needed the rest. And so hopefully you get to enjoy your summer. So you're off all of next week, right? I'm launching a lot of live streams next week since I'm not going to be at work. If Bastion turned as many people into robots as it seemed he did. Oh, I don't know. About the metal in their bodies, that gets a little bit above my realm of knowledge, and so I'm not sure. What do you do for work? I'm a data analyst, and so I look at numbers and spreadsheets and data, and I transform it into easily consumable segments for our leaders, so that they can quickly look at it and kind of tell the health of whatever initiative is, kind of at a glance. And so next up we have Porcupine Eats Corn, the first location being Crimson Cosmos. I don't think we have too much of an issue there. We have a couple of cards that can move, or we have cards that'll be above that 3 cost range. Holy, you must be rich? No. Unfortunately, no. I mean, if I was, that'd be fantastic, but no. I think we go ahead and play Jeff. We have the Mysterio Kitty Pryde we can play out to try to pressure the White Hot Room. to get that extra energy. We also have Hope Summers. So we could do Hope Summers next turn would end up being Mysterio plus Kitty Pryde, both into mid. We'd have the extra energy. We wouldn't even really need the Hope Summers. If TLSG was a rich girl, that'd be fantastic. But unfortunately, I haven't won the lottery yet. So it's either Kitty Pryde or Mysterio. I think they changed White Hot Room, so we definitely want to pressure it this turn and get that extra energy while we can. I think I'm going to go ahead and play Mysterio, though. That puts the clone to the, or the real one to the right. The clone here, we can move Jeff out to push additional power into mid if we need to. Snap, yeah, we probably should. So before the change goes in, we should get the extra energy. Bifrost is unfortunate. And it being that they have a Vulture and a move deck, what are the chances? And so Vulture's going to get super stacked here. Or it could, I guess. Had they not played it into Baxter Building, it could have got really big really quick. It is also going to change that right lane. What a wild turn. We've had a couple of really saved by Jeff. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why he's in almost all of my decks, is because he prevents a lot of really bad things from happening. And so it makes clutter really hard to completely cap out a lane if you have that mobile resource. So we do end up getting the retreat. We should have snapped early. But yeah, Jeff's just that little body. He doesn't offer a lot of power, but he just offers so much utility that he finds himself into, or he finds his way into most decks. I'm actually looking forward to picking up Hercules. I do think with the move changes, Hercules is in an interesting spot. I don't know that he's super strong. Is Hope also on move into location? So once it moved, it's wherever Hope is to get the extra energy. So wherever Hope is at that time. But no, I think Hercules is in a really interesting spot. With the changes to move and like the lower curve, I think you can probably do some cool things. I'm going to pick him up next week and do some experimenting with him as well. Jeff is that fun little cousin you don't let him use your phone? I feel like Jeff is the cousin that I let use my phone. He always does decently. He's never great. He's never awful. He's always just consistent. So I know what to expect from him using my phone. So when I'm asking when the cards shifted from Frost, no. So it's just whenever they're played there. So it's shifting over didn't give additional energy. Ooh, the right lane changing into Murder World is unfortunate because I think they're I don't know. It could just be a regular Thanos deck. It could be Thanos Zoo. But I'm going to go ahead and drop our Ravona. That allows us to do a cheaper Sage, Taskmaster, Shuri. Never mind. No, it doesn't. The immediate Mobius counter is unfortunate. And we don't need the discount anyways. Hope Summers allows us to get a little bit of additional play around potential. We can always do Shuri into something, into Taskmaster. But either way, it takes away our high roll quite a bit. And then Angel, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Said it was a pleasure to be around. I lurked the last hour and will rest for now. I see that you climb, which makes me very happy. Stay safe and enjoy the stream, everybody. Thank you, Angel. Hopefully we catch you around on the next one. Rest well. I hope that you get some good rest, and then I can catch you on some of the streams I'll be doing next week. If something moves into Hope's lane, yeah, it doesn't count as a play. So it's just whenever you play it onto that card. So with the Psylocke, the Power Stone, I think we're probably really hurting here. We can have up to 7 energy next turn, which without the Ravona discount is not really going to do a whole lot for us. Do you think any cards are going to be reworked in September becoming Activate? Yeah, so I think we saw a data mine for, I want to say it was Iron Fist or Nico. So I think they will rework some of the current one reveals to be active or activate instead. Yeah, so it was Nico. I knew it was one of the two. I think it would make sense for several of the shell cards we already have to go through something very similar. don't think we ever get much. I don't think we ever really are able to compete here. This would end up being 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And then we'd still be up against a potential Thanos, a potential Blob. So we'd have to overcome this power. We're going to retreat out of this one.
Escape.
Do we know what activate means and how it works? We don't know for sure. It's just been data mined at this point. But from the data mines, it looks like it's going to be on a card. You kind of click and hold, and that'll whenever you want it to activate. So you play it, and you're basically staging that card to be able to use that that activate ability at a later point. And so then whenever you want to use it, you hold on that card to activate whatever it does. And so I think it'll create a lot smoother kind of curves and play lines for some of the on reveals that we have right now that have to be very specific to when and how they're played. So like if Shuri was activate, which I hope it's not, because then I think you have to play it a turn earlier. So I hope that it doesn't, because I think it breaks the whole Shuri thing. But you'd be able to play the Shuri, play elsewhere, and then whenever you want Shuri's ability to activate, you'd hold it and then play a card into that lane. And so they're a little bit, it's a little bit more delayed activation rather than on reveals being as soon as you play it. Yeah, so Cosmo's just going to be on reveal. I don't think Cosmo's going to stop activate. We may eventually see a card that will like prohibit activations, but right now we don't have any. We don't know for sure that Nico's getting it, but in the data mine, that's the clip that they were able to find, was Nico being used as that activate ability. And so if you can stage Nico whenever you get that spell that you want, but maybe you don't want it right then, I think it opens up Nico quite a bit more than where it's at now. Because right where it's at now, like if you know you're going to get a discounted Mockingbird and you get that duplicate spell, but you just don't have the means to play the Mockingbird yet, you can't really utilize it. But with activate, you'd be able to kind of stage it and then activate it whenever you're ready for it, which I think opens up a lot of strategic play lines. We're gonna go ahead and play Ravonna into the Onslaught Citadel. It'll give us a double discount unless they have Mobius that they drop on us again. But Sage is gonna end up being 1. Taskmaster is a huge reduction, and I think we should be able to get quite a few good things going. We do have Hope Summers, so next turn is going to be something like Mysterio plus Kitty Pryde. Be able to get extra energy, not that we necessarily need it, but it's always nice to have. The players pulls our Ravonna out of Onslaught Citadel, so we no longer get the huge discount, but honestly, it's big enough. We get enough of a discount that it's not that much of an issue. I'm going to play the real Mysterio to the left, and then Kitty Pryde in the right lane. It's going to give us a cheap Mockingbird that we could potentially use. We could do Shuri on 5 into Mockingbird. That allows us to do a Taskmaster if we top deck it. Mystique would be cool as an activate. I agree. That would take away I think that would take away the ability to play it behind like Invisible Woman. So I'll be really curious how that stands after that point. Because you'd have to have it revealed to be able to activate it. And so I'm curious how Invisible Woman fares after that all kind of comes to surface. We do get the Taskmaster, so a huge amount of options for us. I think we go Kitty Pryde. I'm going to go ahead and go Shuri Mockingbird. Next turn, we'll be able to do Taskmaster, Sage, Kitty Pryde, and just throw an ungodly amount of power and cards onto the board. And so we're going to go ahead and lock it in. I'm not going to save the Mockingbird. I want to go ahead and get it down so we can flexibly play these other cards. But I think it's good enough that we snap into it for sure. I also heard work is being done on Evo. Yeah, that's what they said. What if you need to play Evo, then activate him? I don't know. I feel like they're like maybe reworking either some of the abilities that he provides or something to make him a little bit more relevant, because he has dropped off quite a bit. There's certain decks that just he can't do anything against. See, that's what we don't know. Coneves? Conevezes? Sorry. We don't know. If not, that's a little scary because then you have to stage them early. So something like Shuri would be ruined at that 4 cost range. And so we can now copy the 18 power Taskmaster. I think maybe we copy it to the right. They have a lot of cards there, so our Sage will be the biggest in that lane. So copy that. This will end up being 12, it looks like. And then we get the extra Kitty Pryde in mid. If they end up doing like a Shang-Chi here, that might be a little troublesome because then the Taskmaster wouldn't copy. But then they'd also have to pump a lot of power here. Yeah, actually, no, that'd be able to wipe us with the Shang-Chi. A Cannonball could be something they're looking at doing. The Nightcrawler and Jeff can both move out of Asteroid M, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. But no, Thunder, we have to believe that Shang-Chi doesn't exist here. If it does, then we definitely are gonna lose. I think they need to tone Sage down a bit. Yeah. Sage is just such a flexible, like, ending card, and that's why we see all of those potential like plays being able to be made is on the back of Sage and how much power it can push. Me personally, I think Evo keeps up. It's just Red Hulk's scared him out of the meta. Same with Red Guardian. Yeah, I feel like you have to do it in a unique way. So Magneto ends up pulling Hope Summers, which is fine, I think. We win mid, we win left after that. So the Sage coming down, we have the Kitty Pryde that's going to get the extra +2, and nothing is going to pull over to the right. We're able to hold it down. We will take the 4 cubes where we can. Sometimes that's all it takes. I don't think they saw the Taskmaster coming. I think that's why we see the Deadpool emote, is I don't think they anticipated the Taskmaster coming down. Such a flexible, kind of fun playline. We'll absolutely take it. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. And we would have run one right if Hope was there as well. The Sage would have been an extra +2 plus the extra +4 from Hope. So I must have just had a bad like little spree, but this deck absolutely crushes right now. Have you been enjoying the deck so far? I have been enjoying it. I think so right now it has that element of surprise. So whenever we were running it before, we went 50-50. It was like, I think 6 games or 12 games, 6 wins, 6 losses. Now we're up to 13 wins, 7 losses with 15 cubes gained. And so it has a lot of flexible ways, and right now it has a big element of surprise because you're not anticipating like the Taskmaster or all the silly things that this deck can do. And so I've been really enjoying this one. And so Shuri and Joy are definitely cooked with it. I'm so used to watching your videos that you saying let's jump into the next one that I expected a scene change right away. Maybe you'll see it on the highlights a little bit later. I'm hoping to do a highlight video of this deck because I think it's strong enough that it definitely needs to have a little bit of visibility on it. But I've conditioned the let's jump over into the next one. My bad, guys. So Mockingbird is really a flexible piece. I don't know what would be necessarily equivalent to it. Pavlovian response is real. So for a Mockingbird replacement, you almost end up wanting to scrap like the Mysterio line and all together, so it kind of changes it. You could probably get by with like maybe the Iron Man, but that takes away from your Shuri line. You could do Vision, which is always good with the Shuri and Taskmaster stuff. And so I think Vision may be like the best equivalent one. And we just roped the mess out of them. We're gonna go Mockingbird and Kitty Pryde left. Loaf Beef, thank you so much for the 2nd month as a Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're still enjoying the content. I appreciate the support. So they have Nocturne down. We do get Nocturne of our own. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. We can change Luke's bar, so they no longer have the the lever on when that gets changed. 295 out of 300. Yeah, JF, we're really close to the sub goal, and there's actually a bigger overarching sub goal actually that I haven't like posted, but if we get a little bit higher, there's some changes going on at my full-time job. If we get a little bit higher, there's the potential that we end up doing this more often and being able to really focus on like the stream and content creation stuff. But I haven't really hammered out that, or yeah, full-time. Full-time's a scary thing to say, Prominence. But there's a chance that we go full-time. Because they're calling for us to return back to office at my full-time job. And so that would mean content would be almost impossible. And so yeah, and so we'll see what we're able to do. I'm trying to find some ways around it. But next week I do have 2 sponsored streams which definitely help out. But we'll see. Bar Sinister? Yeah. I'm thinking Hope Summers into Kitty Pride and Bar Sinister. That'll give us 2 extra energy on the last turn. Be able to try to angle somewhere else, but that would allow us to do like Sage, Mysterio. We could draw whatever we end up drawing into. They're only just doing that now? Yeah, for my company, yeah, they're just now doing the call back to office, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. They're going to pay you for your commute time? Nope, not a chance. And they did the call back in the middle of summer, so like my son stays home with us. And so yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky subject. What part of the country are you in? I'm in Texas. We could end up doing some weird stuff. They don't have anything that benefits here. We could end up doing some weird stuff like this. That gives us a double trigger for Sage. Nocturne is going to change Luke's bar, which might give us what we need. I don't know. I'm in Austin, Texas. Yeah, I'm right outside of Houston. Hopefully all goes well. I'm hoping so. So unnecessary, work from home. Yeah, so it's been 4 years that we've been work from home. And then we got a new leadership. And so they came in and their like big power play was everybody has to come back by the end of the month. And it was like you either get in or you get out. And so I don't like the way that they've handled it. Like I understand having people come back, but there was absolutely no positive intent with like that transition, that it makes it really hard to stay on board. But we're absolutely, I mean, on the upside, we're absolutely killing it with this deck. And then we also have 2 sponsored streams, I think I mentioned, for next week, which will help potentially ease that concern of can we go full-time or not. Elon Musk did it with Twitter. Yeah, in some places it's about trying to get people to naturally attrit so you don't have to pay for layoffs, but new games for sponsored streams or Snap. So one's a game, and then one's going to be Factor, which I think if you've watched other Snap streamers, you've probably seen. But yeah, so I'm going to play a different game for a couple of hours on Tuesday's stream, and then Fridays would be the Factor one. And so Shuri into Taskmaster outside of Nidavellir ends up being really big here. There's nothing for middle management to do if you aren't in the office. They will always push for it. Yeah, and I don't know. We've been 4 years, but their justification was not everybody is work from home. And so that it's fair across the board, everybody has to return back, which some people have more time off than others. And so we'll see. But no, it is TLSG versus Dexter right now. We have opponent, they have a movement deck. They did, of course, we should have known. They have the new Nightcrawler variant that came out. Looks pretty sleek in black and white. But we have Hope Summers. We can get a little bit of buff going on. We can do maybe Jeff into Sage. That'll give us 7 energy going into next turn. We could potentially do, so 2 cards brings this down to 4. We could do Shuri plus Sasquatch on the same turn. We could copy it with Taskmaster afterwards. So Segron slaps Ravona, unfortunately. It gets the negative affliction from this tower. So a great value there. Unfortunately for us, great value. I do like the Shuri Sasquatch. We have Jeff that can move over. But we would really want to draw, I guess, we have 3 out of 4 chances to be able to draw something that we could play an additional card to get value into Nidavellir. And so we're going to go Shuri, double power Sasquatch. It'll end up being 25 to copy with the Taskmaster. So Hercules coming down. Another surprisingly sweet variant from the Hercules that almost nobody plays. We do get Mysterio, so we can do something like Jeff into Taskmaster into Mysterio left. Unless they have counter components in like Shang-Chi, even a Cannonball, I think we win off of just whatever gets pushed by itself. And so let me lock this in. We're not going to snap into it. It's too far along to do any kind of snapping. But I think we have a really comfortable lead here. Jared, you said, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's a great card, which he is, but if Sage or Red Guardian, I think Sage is a better pick. Yeah, Sage is really just has a higher ceiling for sure. And so the Jeff moves over, the Nightcrawler moves over, buffing up Kraven considerably. And we'll see, I think, with the 1 card in the left, we should be able to win. Unless they do an arrow. An arrow would rip our Mysterio out of the left lane. We'd lose left, we'd lose right. Polaris could also do it, unfortunately. And then Juggernaut pushes the fake Mysterio from the right back to the left. We win the left with the conversion of Mysterio. What a wild last turn. Ridiculous amounts of power. The Juggernaut ended up stabbing them in the back. That was a roller coaster of emotions. But we will be able to pull that one home with the real Mysterio in the left lane. Whew. Wild. And this Juggernaut, the border on it with the crackle looks good too. Yeah, this deck is absolutely dominating. We struggled with so many decks today. And sometimes that's all it takes is like switching through a few decks. Even if they do good one day, they might not the next. But staying positive and not letting it get you down can sometimes be all you have to do. That was a huge Kraven, the 15 power Kraven. And we just barely made it over the top of it. And so we do have that one clipped. Why completely abandoned, right? I mean, I think with the Nidavellir location, we had a good chance of coming over the top of it. Is why I focused on the left lane, because then even the low value cards or low value plays, we got value out of them extra in the left. I have ADHD, so I'm bouncing between decks like mad. The only consistency right now is Cersei. So in the decks that you're playing, or just the decks that are end up doing well. Because I've tried several Cersei decks, and I haven't been able to find her consistent. It's always like a toss-up between should I Cersei, should I Annihilus, and I usually end up making the wrong call. But next up we have Benzie, the first location being Murder World. We're going to see if we continue this trend. This is, right now, we're looking at a 68% win rate with the deck, which is crazy. Every other deck we were struggling with, and this one is comfortably sitting at 68. Ravona creates some interesting lines, or double Ravona. So Sinister London creates some interesting lines here. We could potentially do a really big double trigger of Sage. We have maybe a double Nocturne that could cancel out the Sinister London and rip that away from them. We have the deep discount on Sage, but both of ours are going to get destroyed in the left lane. I like the idea of Hope Summers. I don't really care for the Mysterio into Sinister London. It spreads a little bit too fast for me to enjoy it. Mr. Negative on 3 is going to be very scary. Is Hope Summers replaceable? So Hope Summers gives you an alternate line. So if you don't draw Ravona, it gives you an alternate way to do either Mockingbird plus Taskmaster or like Sage plus Taskmaster. So it's not a every single game it gives you value. It's just some games it's going to give you some insane value that gives you that play line. So I think it's a little bit less consistent without it. But I think the core of it probably still plays just fine. So we can do the Mysterio. That gives us a cheap Sasquatch. But we also have to worry about how quickly all of this starts stacking up. We could do Shuri. Next turn would be able to be a double-powered Sasquatch into potentially a Taskmaster. With them having Mr. Negative, we have to worry about just about everything that they can do. Psylocke is not great for them, but it does draw through some of their resources. The Mockingbird, I think the double power Sasquatch is going to be a little bit better. And then we'll see. A Taskmaster, a Sage, both might be okay. But if they've drawn into those big inverted resources, inverted Iron Man, the Arnim Zola, we'd have to rely on maybe an armor if we could pinpoint where those cards were going to drop. And so we'll see what they ended up dropping this turn.
Behold my
Onslaught.
mighty hand.
What kind of deck could they be running with Onslaught? I would say Living Tribunal, but Mr. Negative doesn't fit into that build. Negative Tribunal is a thing? That's scary. So an inverted Iron Man, they play Living Tribunal this turn? Negative Tribunal is a thing? Wow. It's not good, but it's a thing. Yeah, Iron Man would go crazy in that scenario. This ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, and then the secondary one is bigger. Would we rather just push Mockingbird though? Or do something like this? Negative Tribunal is great. We'll see. So the triple drop is really scary here. I played Negative Tribunal to top 1K a couple of seasons ago. Like, it feels like a deck that when it pops, it could absolutely explode. Play it first for more Sage value. We should have. And give it an extra buff. And then the Mystique copying the Iron Man and then popping over to the right. There's not a chance in the world that we overcome that much power. We won one of the lanes. Sometimes that's all you can do.
Hey, welcome.
Muzzy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very glad to have you. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Yeah, the extra value on the Sage definitely didn't matter in that game. It was really good for a while I was on break. Interesting. I never would have imagined a Negative Tribunal. Because couldn't it potentially make your Onslaught unplayable? When Negative Tribunal does his thing, unless you're teched, it's over. Yeah, I can see that. We absolutely got ran over. Yeah, it's just like all negative decks. So it goes 6/6. For some reason, I thought that was only with the peak. Did they change that? Nice. I didn't realize they changed that. But at least you can still play it. Same thing with something like Jane Foster, I would imagine. Which makes sense. It's consistent with the peak. That's how you would expect it to function. So they have Snow Guard. We're looking at probably a Loki deck. The Central Park gives us a really big discount on Mockingbird. And so I think we maybe start with Ravona, and then we hold the Mockingbird. We could probably use that really late in the game for a big swing, unless they have Mobius. A lot of Loki decks will run Mobius. I think I'm going to change my mind. I think we're going to go ahead and play it, unless we can get by one turn. Then we'll get the double power Mockingbird. I think that's worth it for me. Snowguard Hawk unfortunately canceled out the Sinister London. We're not going to get the duplicate on the Shuri. or the Mockingbird here. So it might be worth it to just skip then. I think I'm just going to skip and wait for it to reactivate. So it's a zoo deck instead. I did start seeing some like Gilgamesh Zoo stuff with the Snow Guard in it. And so Mockingbird being 18 power, I think will be really big. We'll have the ability to do Sage, which will hit a double trigger. I kind of want to follow up the Mockingbird play with something else. Maybe we follow it up with a Nocturne play. That way we can at least threaten ripping away Sinister London. So let's go a double powered Mockingbird. We have the Nocturne as a way to rip that location away so that if they're looking to do that Gilgamesh on the last turn, they're only going to get one trigger instead of two on him. And so I think this will make it pretty tough. We do get the Taskmaster, which could have been handy alongside the Mockingbird, but I still don't think it would have been able to hold up against the Gilgamesh drop. So we move. How much is Sage going to be? Or where is it going to be the most? Here would be 2, 4, 6, 8. Here would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We can go 10 and 10. As long as Nocturne doesn't give us awful RNG, then Sage is going to be a really big resource in this left lane. And we moved Nocturne over. They won't be able to duplicate it, double it up. I would snap, but I think it's a little bit late to do that. We're just going to let it roll as is, and I think we should have a pretty good chance. And so, depending on where they drop their Gilgamesh, they may not have thought about us changing that left lane. Yeah, so the Gilgamesh in the right. Ooh, the Ant-Man. Oh, actually, we ended up losing. Pretty heavily, too. From the Ant-Man coming in really big at 8 power in that left lane. I thought we had that one for sure by changing the X-Mansion. We were on a little bit too good of a run. We dropped from 400 back down to 300. We started the day at 250. Ant-Man with 2 Marvels and Khazar. Yeah. And so it ends up being a really big resource to overcome. It's 50-50 where he put the ant at. Yeah, and unfortunately we called it wrong. Actually, if he would have put it into mid, I don't think we could have done anything extra to the left, right? Unless we just moved Nocturne from the right somewhere else. All right, next up we have Storm Mars. The first location is the big house. We have several cards that can be played over there. We have our Sage that's going to get a discount from Ravona. We have Sasquatch that's just a good value play in most games. As we draw into our other resources. So Mysterio is also going to be great with the Sasquatch. I think we use that next turn alongside a Kitty Pryde to get a deep discount on the Sasquatch. It'll end up going down to 2, which will allow us to play it. Ooh, and then Wakandan Embassy on Mysterio is phenomenal value. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. We have we're going to get at least +2 on each of the Mysterios. I think we play the real one into mid. I don't think we're going to have any issues winning the left lane. I'm going to go ahead and play Kitty Pryde. That's going to give us a really big discount on Sasquatch. Sage has already started scaling. We have a really big threatening hand here. Mockingbird would be kind of the icing on the cake. Shuri would be really good. And they get Fastos down on turn number 3. Let's see what they're able to make of it. So we do get Shuri. But I don't think we never forego the 2-cost Sasquatch, do we? We could do this. That would end up being a 4-cost Sasquatch next turn. So then we could have the Sasquatch to play. We could also just drop Sasquatch left. I have a hard time not dropping it because he's so discounted, but I think the Shuri play is what I want to go with. Dazzler must be your favorite card. You upgraded it 48 times. Oh, that was rough. My most upgraded was White Widow. I was trying to get it inked, and I eventually did, but it took a long time. So we do have the Mockingbird as well. So we could do the double-powered Sasquatch. I don't know that we hold off for the potential of a Taskmaster. That's the 1 out of 4 play that I don't know is, or I don't know if it's worthwhile to wait for. We're going to be able to do Sage, Mockingbird, Kitty Pryde on the last turn, which is still going to be a lot of power. This looks like a Silver Surfer Fastos deck. Absorbing Man copying the Brood is big. Do Kitty first. We couldn't. If we did Kitty first, then Shuri wouldn't hold for the bluff too. So if we played Kitty, Shuri wouldn't buff Sasquatch anymore. And so Kitty can avoid the Killmonger, which is a good thing for us. I don't think they ever win the right lane. I think it ends up being something like this, which would be 2, 4, 6, 8. It'd end up being 10 extra power here, plus the 9, and then our Kitty Pryde to the right. So I think we lock that in, depending on how big they go. Gladiator is really big. I wasn't expecting them to go that big. My goodness. We'll see if we overcome that. The Mockingbird, the Sage coming down, pushing. It comes down to a tie, and then the tiebreaker being that we lost by 21.
Victory.
Or we lost this lane by 21. We won this one by more. I don't know how much that is. 23, right? We won this one by 23, so it was really, really close, like scary close. But we'll take it. An oddly weird amount of power. 25. Oh, 25. Yeah, because of the 9. Thank you, guys. Been following Weedy, by the way. Been following your YouTube for a while. Your decks always get me to infinite. Thanks for the content. Is there any replacement for Sasquatch in this deck? So Sasquatch, it's a hard direct replacement. I have seen some people experiment with like a more of a Annihilus Cersei style build, and I'm not sure exactly how it all curves out or fits in. But for Sasquatch, you would just be looking for another like good high value play. And so I don't know a direct replacement. You could probably try to go with a tech card. Sasquatch a lot of times ends up just being like a 4 or 5 cost 10 power that we just end up dropping to get tempo, to get value on the board. And so I think it's still playable without him, but there's not a fantastic fit for that replacement. I think it'd be a little bit of experimentation. Luke Cage, or yeah, no, that's the only one. Seems like more reliable than armor. Yeah, Crossbones could potentially be it, but that's still pretty high on your curve. So I'm not sure. Definitely not Coal Obsidian. Crossbones potentially. I don't think Scar, because you never really get your high power plays out until late. So I don't think Scar would be a good fit. Yeah, more Shadow Kings than Shang-Chi's these days for sure. And all right, next up we have rank 34 Dopest Body. The first location is the Vault, so we'll need to play there a little bit earlier. You said Gladiator might not be a bad replacement. Yeah, 3 cost or 3 cost 16 with Shuri. Yeah, might not be terrible. We do have Mysterio, we have Mockingbird, we have Sasquatch. I'm actually going to go ahead and snap into it. Just being able to get a 3 cost Sasquatch out next turn.
Victory.
Unfortunate retreat. But the deck is still holding absolutely sound. We're back below rank 300. Let's see. Our stats with it are looking really impressive. I think they've bumped up a little bit since then. I'm refreshing it. 65% win rate with it so far. It's absolutely dominating. Next up, we have Crew. The first location being Miniaturized Lab. we're not going to be able to really place much there. Vormir. So for those of you that were around when I did my season recap, Vormir, I won 80% of the time when their location showed up. I feel like this has to be a snap. We don't have a great hand though, but it feels like it should be just a on principle snap. We have Sage, so we could change Vormir if we wanted to. Cloning Vats also gets kind of interesting. These aren't fantastic locations. Pretty restrictive. It's going to make a restriction on 80% of the time. It works every time. Sometimes that's all you need. We could do Shuri into like a double powered Nocturne. We're going to eventually not be able to draw any additional cards. And then Acro Year, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hope Summers may be one of our best chances. We could do Mysterio as well. I don't think the real Mysterio copies though. And so it just ended up being 4 power over there. We're going to get some discounts on our Mockingbird the more cards we repeatedly play. Ooh, Fastos is interesting in Cloning Vats. They can either re-drop it or end up doing some other really big plays. It feels bad, but I think it's going to be maybe it's like a Shuri into Mockingbird into a Mockingbird copy in Miniaturized Lab. Because there's not a lot of decks that are running Shang-Chi. We don't worry so much about it. We just don't have the ability to spread wide very easily. The duplicated Fastos into Nova getting destroyed in Vormir, buffing up that lane even further. This looks like a Silver Surfer build. I think it's Mockingbird. We're going to copy the upgraded Mockingbird. So then we could either play Kitty Pryde in mid, but does it ever beat their ability to go like high roll? So like a Sebastian Shaw. I don't know that it does. It's a really awful curve. We get some additional energy. We get 2 additional energy if we play this. I don't think we should stay, but I want to see what they end up playing. Magic to extend the game. Interesting. So we're not going to get a duplicated Mockingbird, unfortunately. We do get the extra energy. And so Vormir still becomes kind of tough to play in. We have access to Miniaturized Lab now. We could either pretty cheap Sasquatch. It's a super weird line. I think we do this. That gives us the double-powered Sasquatch. On the last turn, we could look for like a Sage. Maybe we sacrifice Kitty Pryde into Vormir to focus there. But we have the ability to do like Sage plus Mysterio. Taskmaster, we call upon you. Yeah, with Taskmaster, we might be able to get a little bit higher roll. Could you do it mid? Yeah, we could do it mid. That opens up the possibility for Taskmaster next turn. It would destroy the Shuri, but Sasquatch would say. I like that. I like that call. And so, I mean, 1 out of 4 that we draw the Taskmaster when we need him. And so they play a card in the right lane. I don't think they're going to play Limbo and then rip it away. They go Sebastian Shaw, which ends up being huge. And they have another Fastos coming down. That is 3 Fastos that have been played this game. So this lane, is this lane a wipe? We could always shift and try to just focus on the left lane. So many fast die on the board. If they get a Silver Surfer Absorbing Man, then this goes up considerably. And then I don't even think the Sage would work out. So I kind of think maybe it's like Hope. Maybe it's Jeff, Kitty Pryde, Mysterio. No. We're going to find the line. Maybe it's that. It doesn't give us a lot in the left lane, though. It's going to be 2, 4 4 on the Sage, so 8, 9, 10, 11. If they do Brood plus Silver Surfer, we wouldn't be able to beat that. But I can't think of... Nocturne is bigger? Is bigger than... Oh, yeah. Nocturne's bigger than Sage there. We're going to lock it in. I think they have a pretty good chance. That double drop in mid is very scary. Do they have Shang-Chi? We may have lost the 4. Okay, so the Silver Surfer... And is it Absorbing Man as well? And then the Absorbing Man, which buffs up the left lane by 2, 4 more. We needed to put anything into mid, right? They win by 1 in mid? Or do we win by 1? No, we win by 1. That was bad math. They should have won that one.
Victory.
I feel like that was a big misplay on their end. The Silver Surfer plus Absorbing Man left would have ended up being a tie with what we put. They must have expected Goliath. Maybe. The only buffed card they got was Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer was buffed up by 2. They had Absorbing Man early on, and so they didn't play any of the cards. Fastos buffed up by 2. Silver Surfer didn't. Yeah. Yeah, so they got 2 buffed cards in Sebastian Shaw and Silver Surfer, but it was still rough. And then the other discounts, I'm not sure what they did with them. I would imagine they could probably have played something, but it looks like maybe not. The Nova was a 3 power. It was a 3 power that they ended up destroying. That's right. I mean, we'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. That's 4 that I don't think we deserved. Shaw got 1 Fastos bonus. Surfer got 2. Yeah. Yeah, so they could have contested the left lane, but they didn't know, I guess, how much power we had. Maybe their math was slightly off. we can hope on that. But before we jump into any more, I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. I'm going to run a quick set of ads, and then we'll be back with this deck. We're absolutely cruising. We're almost back to where we started the stream at 250, and so we're climbing like crazy with it, which I love to see. We're going to run a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're going to jump back in. I think we will probably have a deck highlight with this one. It's absolutely exploding. It has a lot of kind of fun play lines that, at least for right now, the opponent's not going to expect. So, all right, next up we have Mr. Smock, ranked 164. We start off with the Shuri and the Taskmaster, so if we can get some pieces that pull it together, then we may be able to have some a pretty good run. We have our armor. We can always do Nocturne and change mid if we don't think we're going to be able to win Kiln. We have Hope Summers as well. And then Pablo, you said hi TLSG, is my first time in chat. Good night. Pablo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time. And I'm glad that you were able to join us. we're always glad to have more people here. So we can do Hope Summers, and that would move out of Aunt May's, so potentially into Kiln. Mysterio next turn could give us some value, or just a Nocturne, depending on where Hope Summers lands at. Lands over to the left, so we're not going to get that extra power into mid. With Athena in Kiln, I think we definitely need to be able to change that location with something like a Nocturne. Although Sasquatch becomes really powerful here if we end up playing Mysterio. I think it becomes Nocturne, we move it, next turn we play Mysterio. That'll discount the Sasquatch. We get extra energy from Hope Summers. Dang, you're still live? We are still live. We've been in for, good to see you going strong. Yeah, we've been in for about 7 hours. And so it's something, all of next week I'm going to be doing long streams too. And so definitely if you are at work and you want something to put on in the background, that's definitely what we're here for. And so I'm going to be streaming every day except for Thursday next week, or during the work week anyways. So we do have the Sasquatch. I think we go ahead and move Nocturne. Have 6 energy here, so we do Real Mysterio to the left, and then we prime a Shuri in the left, or Real Mysterio on the right, prime a Shuri in the left. That way we could do, with a 2-drop, we're going to have 8 energy going into this last turn. Sasquatch would be decently discount. We may be able to do like a Sasquatch Taskmaster, but we're not going to have enough for the Sage Taskmaster. Marvel Snap dopamine is real. It is. We enjoy it. We enjoy Marvel Snap. I play it way more than I should, honestly. So mid changes into the hub. They're going to have the Juggernaut play. This looks like that very popular build right now. And so with Shuri, we can get a 3-cost Sasquatch. Unfortunately, we can't get higher than that. We're not going to be able to do... Oh, we can do both. But it comes down to where Juggernaut is going to land. So 20 power wouldn't really win our right lane guaranteed. I think it'd be tough in mid as well. I'm a certified rank 10 enjoyer. Chilling at the bottom where there is no stress. Juke them and ignore left. But if they do Juggernaut, then we still get the Sasquatch power up. So Mysterio was played before Nocturne changed. That's the only one that doesn't operate within the same like movement, like order of events now, because he stages before anything else happens in the game. And so it was locked last turn. I think with them having Kitty Pryde, they Juggernaut here. So I think we lose this one to the Juggernaut mid. But it's only for 1 extra cube. I'm willing to stick it out for now. Iron Man mid is also
Iron Man.
scary. And we wouldn't have been able to beat either way. We would have been closest in the right... Oh, wait, we do. Wait. Nope, Real Mysterio was mid. We had a shot. We had a shot in mid, and unfortunately, the Real Mysterio was played there, and it gave them that extra 8 that they needed. But it at least came close. You have a standing desk? So I've been sitting for the 7 hours, but I've been doing frequent restroom breaks because I've been staying hydrated, and so I've had some up and down around then. But and I have a standing desk, but it's not a automatic one. It's not fancy like Jeff's. It's one that I have to like hold a lever and then lift it up, and so it's not necessarily smooth to transition. So next up we have Koopa Troopa. We need to check your posture channel point redeem for your own health and safety. I mean, I can add it in. I'll add that and hydrate in. Just those, I think those are easy ones that can kind of be fun to have. And I want to come up with some other cool, like really interactive ones, but I just haven't figured them out yet. So we do have Ravona. We have Mockingbird. It didn't hit any of our cards that would be buffed up or discounted by Ravona, so that's good to see. We have Eternal's Arc, so we have to get a lot of power out prior to turn 5. They could end up looking to do like an Arnhem Zola in mid to push to the other locations. We can either go Nocturne to be able to potentially change even the Eternal's Arc, or we can throw Hope Summers. I think we go Hope Summers. We have Kitty Pryde plus Nocturne next turn to be able to get additional energy going into the following turn. So it's not a destroy deck. It is looking like the combo deck. We got absolutely swindled by the combo deck that runs like the Destroyer, the Galactus, the Ultron as well. We got absolutely bamboozled by it a little while earlier, so we'll try not to make that same mistake. So I'm going to stack into the right lane. We can always reposition the Nocturne. Whenever someone redeems a posture check, I also check my posture, so it's truly utilitarian. I mean, it's not some. I mean, it's an easy one to add. It's an easy positive intent type of thing. So they could still go with an Arnhem Zola, but Lady Deathstrike is interesting in like the Electro ramp stuff. They could do Galactus this turn. They would have to do it into mid though. So we don't have initiative. I think we... I almost think we let TLSG the Lucky Squirrel Girl. I mean, sometimes you just have to be a Lucky Squirrel Girl. I think we go Shuri, Kitty Pryde, or Jeff, Kitty Pryde, Shuri. That allows us to double up on Mockingbird next turn. And if they don't fight for Kiln, then we're okay. If they do, we can potentially move Jeff over to compete for that lane. Whoa, we still going, I see. Yeah, we are still going. The Alioth is massive. So Jeff is no bueno. The Shuri is no bueno. The Kitty Pryde is also absolutely wrecked here. Unfortunate. What is their big finisher, though? Is it more than 11 power? I'm really curious what it really stands for. So what it actually stands for is that live stream guy. I doubt they stream sniped. A death. They destroyed 3 cards. So they have 7 energy because they have the Electro. Death goes down. They could potentially do something else as well. Yeah, I don't think we beat Death. You know, sometimes you can't outrun Death. Unfortunate. The Alioth was so huge. Death, Null, Alioth. I don't think Null would do it. I don't think they destroyed enough that it'd overpower it, but it'd be a decent amount. I think it'd be 6. And so we'd beat it by 1 if it was just Null. But... And so what the name actually means, it stands for that live stream guy. They just didn't draw Galactus, yeah. So about, I'd say 8 years ago now, I streamed for all of like a month. And whenever I started streaming, it was like variety games. It was just, I did like Wii U when that came out, Nintendo 3DS. I had a capture card on it so I could stream that. And I thought it would be funny to have the name That Live Stream Guy so that if somebody saw the stream and they were telling their friends, they could say, hey, have you seen that live stream guy? And their friend would be like, which one? And so during that month, the like handful of people, the 5 or 10 people that I had that came into chat, they shortened That Live Stream Guy to TLSG whenever they were asking me questions. And so it was just something that I kind of stuck with. I stopped streaming after the month, never even looked back or thought back about it. But each new game that I played, I brought forward the TLSG acronym just because I thought it was kind of cool. And so when I started this channel, it was just kind of a natural thing. I didn't even really think much about it. Not sure why they buffed Alioth. Alioth, I think, was already really strong, but he was really underplayed. Like almost nobody played him. And so I think they were giving people incentive to play it. But so the Mysterio messes up our Superflow bonus. Hey TLSG, are you an Elden Ring enjoyer? I know that I would be. But I've never felt like I had enough time to really dedicate to it, so I haven't started. The last like Souls-like game that I played was Dark Souls 3. And that's one of those games that you definitely have to, one, have a good mental state, because you're going to die a lot. And then two, it takes a lot of time. No matter how good you are, it's going to take a lot of in-depth grinding because it's so big. And they buffed him to sell the chibi fart. I mean, it came out right around the same time. You said that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. My husband and I have watched your YouTube videos for a while. First time catching you live. And so I'm glad that you were able to find the live stream. I haven't live streamed a whole lot, but it is something that I would like to be able to do more of going forward. And so I'm glad that you were able to find the stream and that you're enjoying the content. Pulsegazer, I hate Gilgamesh decks so much. They fall pretty hard to clutter sometimes, right? To clutter decks, or being able to do like what they do but bigger with like a super scroll. Yeah, I played through the Gilgamesh earlier and we're done with that one. Yeah, the Gilgamesh decks, it's strong, but they're just kind of boring. And so the right lane becomes Negasonic, which was saved by the Lady Deathstrike. Would have been scary, but we got saved by the Lady Deathstrike. They have the big power over here. I think we go the double power Sasquatch into Mockingbird mid, maybe. If we end up drawing a Taskmaster, it's a 1 out of 4. So last game it didn't, but we could end up doing it this game. But I still think it's worthwhile. Yeah, Lady D saved the day. Otherwise, we'd have to sacrifice something. We'd blow the Shuri bonus. Lady Deathstrike came in huge for us. I think the Sasquatch right, the Mockingbird, and then we're looking at like a Sage to the left. Potentially, our real Mysterio is over there to bring it back up a little bit. Arsham brings me back to the release of High Evo, when everyone agreed he was the must-buy with tokens. I feel like Arsham is very split. Some people think he's going to be absolutely... Yeah, some people think he's going to be fun, but absolutely useless at the same time. I'm curious if we're going to find a consistent Arisham build, though. If so, then I think it gets kind of crazy. But when we do top deck the Taskmaster, so right now it'd be 9 power. This would end up being 2, 4, 6. So the Taskmaster copying the 9 would end up being more. I think we end up doing this. We go 9, and then we play Sage on top of it. All on the left. It's your job to do that. I mean, I have all week to stream next week, so we could try our best to break him. Quinjet and Collector. I like the Quinjet, but I'm really curious all of the other pieces. I've seen some people playing around with Loki. There's some potential, but the consistency of drawing any one of those pieces could be enough to make it tough to deal with. Hallelujah, I completed the weekend missions. So they moved their Jeff over into a -1. Are they going to go with an Annihilus to send it our way? No, it's an Eliath. If the real Mysterio is mid, we lose. It is. Well, that's a tough one.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I beat. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That puts us at 41 for the day. Huge support. We're right at that 300 kind of sub goal. There's a bigger one to potentially launch into, like maybe doing this full time. But now we're seeing Eliath all over the place now. The Pixie high roll. Yeah, and anytime there's a Pixie, sometimes. Hey, Pulse, thank you so much for the community gifted sub. Giving it over to Zava. And so thank you for the support. Thank you for being here to hang out as well. And then the tier 1 from Pulse as well. That pushes us to the 300 mark when that comes in. Thank you so much, Pulse Gazer.
Hey,
huge
welcome.
support coming in. I know that you're here enjoying. I'm excited for next week's sub. And yeah, next week is going to be like an all-week thing. I'm excited to be able to run it as much as I can, like 7-hour streams as much as possible, and see what it would be like as doing it full-time. I know that the numbers are really small. We have the offset of like the videos. We'll see what it looks like. There is a bigger sub goal. Right now we hit that 300. There's a bigger sub goal of what limit it would be before my wife allows me to take the leap into doing full-time. So we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. But hopefully next week ends up being a really good one. Shuri Enjoyer, you said snap? Oh, Shuri no, it is Shuri Enjoyer. Snap into this hand with the potential for Mockingbird. Is that what we'd be looking at? I mean, the creator says snap. We're gonna snap. And so the Ravona, the Howard, this looks like a Living Tribunal deck though, right? Don't we potentially... Oh, we drew their Onslaught, and so they wouldn't have that upper high roll. I'm glad that you're paying attention, Shuri Enjoyer. We'll take the Forced Retreat. Without the Onslaught, they didn't have as high of a high roll for a potential Tribunal. And so it makes sense. We also had a really good lineup as well. And the deck, yeah, the deck can go pretty tall in 2 lanes if we need it to. Especially with the Shuri, potentially Sage, that sort of thing. And then Dr. Killjoy with the tier 1 for 6 months. So that is a lot of faith in me, and I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Glad that you're able to jump in. Let me know if you're featuring this TLSG. I was going to feature it Sunday. So I was thinking of doing a stream, or like a stream highlight video for potentially tomorrow. It's better for our friend if you do it. And so, yeah, I was thinking of Shuri Enjoyer, you said snap? Okay. Snap because we have the Ravona. Oh, armor. Snap into armor. Or snap armor after this turn. Oh, we should have armored. Armor now. Hi TLSG, just tuned in. Hope you have a great stream today. We've been having a good one so far. So far it's been really good. Unfortunately, we didn't grab initiative. They did take an extra turn before destroying the Wolverine. I don't think armoring now would be the answer. So I'm just gonna do Hope Summers, and we're gonna hope we're gonna be able to block them with the armor later. So Nico comes down, it copies the Carnage. We should have listened to Shuri Enjoyer and armored when we could. Tilshi, will you stick with just deck showcases, or will you start doing things like going through the leaked cards? I don't know. Going through the leaked cards, I feel like a lot of other people do it, and so it definitely loses some value as it's done on, like, the more often it's done. And so, like, can I do it better than Cam Best? Can I do it better than like a Regis? I don't know. And so that's why I haven't shifted to those type of things, because it's not as widely appealing. Something like deck spotlights, even if you've seen one before, a lot of times it can have additional draw. Versus leaked cards, you see it once, a lot of times you've seen it all. And so I don't know, it's something that I've considered, but I haven't really like settled on either. I like getting as much input as possible from as many creators as possible. And so it might be something that we look at some point. The Carnage, the Carnage coming down, bumping up the Wolverine. Man, did we mess this one up big time. We have let you down, Shuri Enjoyer. Dr. Killjoy, you said been watching your YouTube since the launch of Marvel Snap. Great to see you're picking up live streaming too. We're trying to jump over into it. It's been something that I've been enjoying doing, and so we definitely want to lean into it as much as we possibly can. We allowed them to get way too much high roll. Let's go Jeff, Kitty Pride, and then Sasquatch to the left, or into mid. Like the whole activate ability being introduced. I'd like to see your opinion of it and what you think is going to be, what it's going to be. So I think we have a pretty good idea. Not armor in T2, yeah. Yeah, turn 2 would have been able to stop them from being able to do these crazy things. So now they can do an Arnhem Zola to the right. We can't do anything against it. And so that'd put 25 more left, 25 more mid. And so now we have to retreat because I didn't armor early enough. Seems like it's just an owner bill you can do later. Yeah, and we don't know. That's what we've seen leaked so far, is that it's an owner reveal that you can do later. Unfortunate, we're going to jump out of that one. It's an owner reveal essentially that you can do later. So you stage the card, you kind of hold on it is what it looks like, and that will activate the activate ability whenever you want it to. Kind of like Howard, where you click on it to see the next card. It'd be similar, but you could only do it once. And I think it's really good for, especially like Nico, being able to stage Nico ahead of time gives you a lot more flexibility. You could probably lock in whatever spell it's going to be for whenever you're ready to use it, rather than waiting and holding it and either having to decide between using it on a curve or trying to use it for the right spell. Yeah, and so I'm curious if you can use it the turn it's played. My gut would say no, because it's to be activated. I think you have to stage it. But if not, then we have to be really careful with what cards we put in, because it is going to be almost useless on that last turn. So the Human Torch comes down. Could be just a movement deck, could be Phoenix Force. Go ahead and play our Kitty Pryde one additional time before we're starting into like Hope Summers. We have the Shuri line to double up on some power. And so it does look like it's either going to be a bounce move or just an all-out move. Where does Howard the Duck fall into that, though? What a strange one. All right, we're going to go ahead and go... we're going to go Hope Summers in the left. And then we'll start stacking our cards. Might run Iron Lad to try and hit a move card. Potentially, but it seems like Howard just wouldn't be the super consistent option for that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it'd be very infrequently that it hits high. We're going to go Nocturne Kitty Pryde. We're going to get a little bit of extra energy. We'll get a discount on Sasquatch. So we may end up doing like Kitty Pryde plus Shuri next turn with Cloak. That gives them an incredibly high roll on Vulture and Human Torch that they can potentially move again with like a Doctor Strange. No, I agree that it's probably for like an Iron Lad, maybe a Jubilee, but it feels like an odd include for sure.
Opponent snapped.
And so if they move both of their cards over, we might be able to overpower it with like a Shuri Sasquatch. Right now he's 3. This would end up being 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 power on the Sasquatch, or 2 cost on the Sasquatch. And we're going to have 8 energy. Hey, Shuri Enjoyer. I'm glad we found the same line. We'd have 8 energy, a deep discount on Sasquatch, and we'd have the Shuri primed for what we want to do next. And so if we draw a Taskmaster, that'd be the perfect draw. If not, we may have a couple of additional lines. Yeah, Heimdall incoming would be not a lot of power in the right, though. Would be the biggest issue. Oh, I did my math wrong. It's a 1-cost Sasquatch. And then it's Ravona. That's unfortunate. So 10 power Kitty Pryde, unless they do a Doctor Strange, which would pull Vulture and Spider-Man 2099 over. Then we could potentially stack into one lane or move the Nocturne and play Sage. A Doctor Strange left may not do it for him, but it'd be kind of a Hail Mary on what it destroys. Yeah, it kills when it slides, but it's a random card, so it could end up destroying Shuri. And it would have the +3 from the Heimdall bonus, unless, or if it hit Kitty Pryde, I guess. Or it goes before Kitty Pryde comes down. I'm gonna lock this in and see if maybe we can get lucky. The Heimdall comes down. Right now, that's the highest power card. Spider-Man comes over, hopefully hitting Shuri. Beautiful. I'm not sure if the 10 power takes away 6 from them. I don't know that it's enough. It puts us at a tie, which is wild. Not quite going to be enough, but it was very, very close. Sasquatch to the left. It looks like we should have done Sasquatch to the left. My play wins. You said Sasquatch to the left and everyone right, and they think they're playing Heimdall? Yeah, we should have. Yeah, the new Nightcrawler variant is really nice. Yeah, sure, you enjoy it. That's why you always wipe the floor with me whenever we play. I'm not sure if I've ever been able to beat you, but you definitely navigate the deck a little bit better than I do. Let's see if we can get one more good one. We had almost a 70% win rate. We've dropped it back down. We hit a lull, and most of those losses could have been wins, which is kind of the sad thing. And so we get Hercules from the Daily Bugle. We know they're running another movement deck. It could be the like move bounce Living Tribunal build. Let's see. We have the Ravona to get some discounts. We'll try to win Asgard to try to draw into our additional cards as well. Can you name a couple of good synergies for Arsham, except Quinjet and Nico? Would you put Adam Warlock? You could potentially put Adam Warlock. You could potentially do like a Hela build that runs Corvus. I think it'd be very inconsistent, but you could try it. You could try Fastos. If you get him on 2, you get some decent value. But I think overall it's a little bit tough. And so Doctor Strange, they moved the Human Torch over. I'm guessing they have maybe Beast to bounce them back in. But we also have a decent amount of high roll that we can do. So the Hercules to the right, and then the Cloak in mid. They could move Hercules into mid, and then that would bounce the Human Torch, right? I think Havoc. It could be, but it could also end up hurting you. I think there's also a decent idea for like a Loki synergy that might be okay to utilize. So we can get a pretty big... We have a really big discount on our cards. We can get some extra energy, potentially be able to win mid. We're looking to line up like a Shuri into a double power into Taskmaster or Sage, and Kitty Pryde allows that middle location to end up getting a Taskmaster after the end. And so I think I'm going to lock this in. I don't know that we... I guess we can go ahead and play the Mysterio. I don't think there's any benefit from holding it. That way, if we draw into Sasquatch, he's going to be cheap going into this next turn. So they didn't end up moving Hercules. They left him in the right lane. And then Spider-Man 2099. And so I'm curious. They've already dropped Cloak. They've already dropped Doctor Strange. They could do Ghost Spider onto the Spider-Man 2099. Move it over to the right. A deep discount on the Sasquatch. But with the big play they had here and the big push, we weren't able to win it. But Pulse Gazer, hopefully you have, hopefully the writing goes well, and hopefully we catch you again sometime on our stream next week. Kitty Pryde ends up being pretty big. We could do a Hercules. Try to guard this right location. And then we can go ahead and potentially Sasquatch in the lane as well. Let's see. And so Craven, the Jeff, so they didn't end up moving the Spider-Man 29.9. They moved the Vulture instead. So a Heimdall would shift it over to the left. Vulture gets really big in that left lane. So it comes down to if we could outpower them in both mid
Hey,
and right.
welcome. It took you long enough.
Jakusinski? I may have butchered that. I apologize. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm glad to have you here. So Sage would end up being 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 in the middle location. 8. And 8's not going to be enough, is it?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Rohawk, thank you for the Prime sub as well. It bumps us up to 46 for the day. Huge support coming in from you guys. Thank you for being here. We could copy the 10 power with Sasquatch with our Taskmaster. It brings us to 16. They could always move Jeff and then play something big here, which I think is probably their potential line. And so this brings us to 13, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Brings us to 23. But with the Jeff moving over, I don't think we overpower the Jeff plus the Craven. So I think we just end up losing this one. We can't go quite high enough to overpower any of the things that we have, I don't think. I think this is what we try, but I don't think it brings it home. You said love your content, man. Keep up the great work. I'm from Poland. It's more like Jasusinski. Well, I appreciate having you here, all the way from Poland. I always love the support that we see coming out. But the Jeff moving to, we could have potentially won mid, right? So Iron Fist and Dagger. No, we couldn't have. We never won mid. We never go high enough in the right lane to win this one either. So it does cap at 23. If nothing else, then Howard Duck, you'll know what's coming. Maybe they just couldn't figure out the last card and they said, you know what, we're just going to throw Howard in there. We need another solid game to break us out of this slump. We just need like one more good one. And I know that Shuri and Jorah would have won several of those. We'll do it a little bit better. Yeah, and if I was to use Howard, it would probably be because I was running Iron Lad, maybe a Jubilee, and I wanted a specific pull. But have you seen the card Firestar Data Mines? I haven't. What is it data mine to do, Raptor? So next up we have a Troki coming in at rank 203. That's not great. The Triskelion with Black Cat jumping out of our hand. We are able to draw here at the very least. So cards with the highest power in the throne room have their power doubled. We could potentially Shuri into Sasquatch into a Taskmaster to get 2 40 power cards down. Washington, D.C. is a great location for their Broods, but I think unless they have a way to overcome the amount of potential high roll we have in the left lane, I think it becomes tough to deal with. And if we go just Jeff here, next turn we have 6 energy. That would allow us to do a Mysterio plus the Shuri. That would bring Sasquatch down from 6 down to 2. Plus we'd have 2 extra energy going into the last turn. And so we should be able to hopefully end up hitting the Taskmaster. I don't think we tempo out the Mysterio here. I think we hold it as a good way to discount Sasquatch in addition to the Shuri. And so they have Brood, they have Luke Cage. Could it be a Cersei build? Luke Cage typically isn't built into Silver Surfer. Unless maybe they've been bodied by it a couple times. Let's go Mysterio, the real one, in mid. We're going to play our Shuri to the left. That allows us a really cheap Sasquatch. We're hoping for something that we can play as well to kind of compete for mid. The Sarah gets kind of scary kind of quickly. We'll see. We need a high power play to come into the Triskelion. Obviously, Taskmaster is ideal, but is there another out? Ravonna is probably not going to be that out, I don't think. I wonder if there's ever a chance that we just abandon the double power from the Shuri. And just stack mid. That ends up being 15, 16, 17, 18, 22. I think it'd be really risky, but there's a chance that they just assume the left lane is lost. Since it's only for one additional cube, I think that's what we're going to go with. And they do avoid the throne room. They play their magic out. The hazmat comes down, and then the absorbing man to copy the hazmat. We still end up winning the left lane, right? Just barely. The Sasquatch coming in, the Nocturne, the Ravonna. We should be able to win mid. It was an ugly one, and it took a gut read. Move Jeff. You can still buff Ravonna left. We could have gotten a little extra value from it there had we moved the Jeff and played Ravonna to the left, but luckily it worked out. It took a gut read of assuming they would play away from the throne room. We'll take a kind of uncomfy 2 where we can, and we'll go ahead and jump into the next one. Looks like maybe we can grab one more win here. Because we needed that turnaround. It went in a really big slump, mostly because of my play. But Normalize, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hello, right back at you. Next up, we have Freezing Cold coming in, ranked 97. I feel like they were as low as, I want to say 20 or 30 a couple days ago, but maybe I'm wrong. I hope you're having a great one. I am. The stream has been going really well. We've been live for quite a while, but I've been enjoying it. Glad I found you on Recommended. I'm glad that you did as well. Most of my content is on YouTube, and I've just recently restarted like picking up streaming. And so next week I'm going to be live just about all week during the like workday hours. But a lot of my stuff has been on YouTube, and that's where I kind of grew a following. And then we're just now starting to branch out into the streaming side. I remember Regis showed a deck he made. Yeah. When I first came back, I took a pretty long break. When I came back, he featured a deck that I showcased to kind of help bring some attention back that I was creating content again. So they ended up using Red Guardian into Lemuria. We can, on this turn, do both Mysterio and Armor. And so if we draw Sasquatch, we get a really big discount on him. I think I'm going to go Real Mysterio mid. We'll play Armor to the right, and then we'll see. Do you like the 1K fallback reward and spotlights? Not. I'd say yes and no. I think the 1K fallback, it's the way that it's designed. I think no matter the amount, it feels bad. And so I think by design, it's not a good feeling when you pull it. I'm glad that we get some, but I'm not a huge fan of like that as the fallback reward. No, not necessarily. Yeah, I guess if it was 6K it would, but 6K would make it so easy to acquire all of the cards. But at 1K, I definitely don't think it feels great. Yeah, it'd be way too generous, but I think 3K might be way too generous too. And so it's a really weird balance. And so Grand Central is going to pull into one of our cards after this turn. They played Abomination for almost base cost, which is kind of wild. I think we'll go Mockingbird last. We go Jeff, Kitty Pryde, Mockingbird. That's going to guarantee that Taskmaster pulls in. And then we can still do Kitty Pryde and whatever we draw next turn. Card acquisition with tokens does take forever. It's bad. So we dodged the White Widow coming into, or the Widow's Kiss coming into the middle location. They played Cyclops over there, and then High Evo pulled in, which I have to assume is not what they wanted. And they snapped onto this, right? Poor Shuri ends up being just such a small resource here. Let's move Jeff over to the right to offset the Cyclops if that potentially comes down. We're going to get a 4-power Kitty Pride with the Shuri play. And we have the extra 4 in mid, which may be enough to help swing that one as well. We'll see. Uh, 1K and a variant. That could be kind of cool. That way you're getting a little bit of both. But you'd end up... There's some people that own just about all the variants, and so then what do they get as that backup?
Victory.
Using 4 to pull a card is worse feeling. Yeah, I agree. And so we do end up forcing the retreat. It just looks like they got probably like an awful line, an awful draw. But we'll take a 2-cube retreat where we can. But it does look like it is just about time for my daughter to get home from daycare. So we're going to look into finding a place to raid over into. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm going to run just a quick set of ads as I find who we're going to raid into. Do you guys have any preferences before we send it over into a quick ad break? Do you have any preferences on who to raid for? I appreciate everybody for being here, especially the ones that just popped in where they could or hung out the whole stream, just lurked. All of you guys are appreciated and valued. And so someone small, let's see if we can find someone small for you guys. If you guys see someone as well, shout it out. I'm going to run the quick ads to make sure that I don't dip below the range that they want me to be in. And we're gonna look. I see a couple of Raid Dexter. He's pretty small. Wait, who is that guy? I've never heard of him. We have Doug Pie. Let me check to see what he's looking like, and then we'll do it. So I'm gonna run to the quick ad and then start looking. We also have Husky Puppies, which I think is a really fun one. They do a lot of really cool things with some high-end, high-ranked play. So it looks like Doug Pie is running some kind of Sage Sentry build, and it looks like Huskies is running a Hercules build, I think. And so I'm actually gonna pop over to. I think I'm actually going to pop over to them. They've both been live a pretty short amount of time. We're going to raid you guys over to Husky Puppies. Also relatively small, but fantastic energy. Some really high quality play. I'll check out Doug Pie so that I can rage next time, but I've watched Husky Puppies in the past, and I can definitely say that they're a really good vibe and have some high skill plays going on. So we'll start you over into the raid. Thank you guys, everybody that's been here. We're going to queue it up now, and then we'll launch it in just about 5 seconds. Yeah, they are running it looks like a bounce move Hercules deck. And so it should be a pretty good one for you guys. We are going to go ahead and raid now. Thank you guys as always. And I'll be live again on Monday around the same time for another extended stream. So don't, if you aren't followed, definitely follow before you head out. Thank you guys again. We'll see you later.
Oh, TLSG! Oh my god! Okay, Coco, is it okay if I wait on the deck redeem? That is a cool deck. Hello, TLSG. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god. Okay, I've got to do my whole